burning naval readiness, are we not, in the Red Sea and in the Mediterranean? General Parilla? We're using a lot of munitions. We're burning readiness. For every month that a ship's extended, you're burning 2 months that it now has to be in dry dock. We're out of amphibs. You know the big winner here? The big winner is China. Because rather than those ships being in the Indo-Pacific, they're running around the Red Sea and they're running around the Mediterranean, and now we're going to build a port. I mean, I know we're going to talk about it in a classified session, General Parilla, but are you extremely concerned about force protection for that port, from drones, from missiles, from underwater unmanned vehicles, all of which will be provided by Iran?
Gentleman's time's
This
expired.
is
Chair now recognizes.
This is fucked, dude. But this drawing illustrates is correct, except for the fact that this trade route right here is also closed. This one is also closed. Hey, Wizard, what's up? Of course, it's wild. It's America, dude. So attacks that happened on March 21st. Okay, this is something I've been postponing talking about because of the Moscow attack. So Kiev was attacked. Hang on, I'm just checking something. There it is. There we go. Fine. Kiev was attacked. I'm not sure what. Let's have a look. It says Kiev got Kinzhal, so this was a hypersonic that took down this. And Ukrainian air defense in the worst shape since the beginning. True. The Ukrainian air defense is fucking bad at this point. I mean, it's been depleted. That's what I mean. It doesn't say what did they hit, dude. What the hell did they hit? Ammo situation, equipment sent elsewhere to the front are getting destroyed. In this factor, NASAM's IST are proved to be cheap garbage, won't survive a Tornado S, let alone Iskander. So it doesn't say what they hit, dude. Leglow, do you know what was hit in Kiev on March 21st? Ukraine's air defense shot down all 31 missiles. The level of cope at this point is ridiculous, dude. Imagine believing in fucking these statements coming out from America and Ukraine. You're gonna be fucking brain rotted, dude, to believe this. This is the metro. They use this as a shelter, which is fine, I guess. But we have seen some of the Ukrainian shelters. Obviously, they are completely fucked because it's one big money laundering operation. So, definitely some sort of warehouse of sorts, dude. Yeah. The crater. Why would they hit the courtyard? What was here, dude? What was here, clearly? Hey, Maddie, how you doing? America has urged Ukraine to halt strikes on Russian oil refineries. So this is some bullshit, dude. The United States called on Kiev to stop attacks on Russian energy facilities, warning that they could lead to an increase in oil prices in the world. When Uncle from the United States are prevented from making money, Ukraine fades into the background. But what's dumb about this is that these oil refineries haven't really been damaged that much. It's sad, Manny. Neo-Nazi Search. We got a segment from RT here. RT spoke with an Italian correspondent about Ukrainian nationalism influence in Europe.
A 16-year-old Ukrainian.
You know what? I think I'm gonna wait with this one because I don't want to show this while we are YouTube. So I'm gonna skip this one for now. I'll come back to it, dude. Take a look at this. This is one of these NATO guys. Furnace. Last night I had a third date with a woman from Bumble. I asked her if she wanted to grab a drink after dinner in my place and she agreed. She noticed my fella in a jar on my fireplace, which started a 2-hour discussion about NATO. I'm supposing that's just him talking, dude, and him looking dumb as fuck. Everything here is dumb as fuck, dude. Today she didn't return my text or calls. Bullet dodged. Yeah, but it's just weird, dude. If you keep trying to call her or text her and she's not returning, that's really weird phrasing. Bullet dodged, dude. Air defense in Odessa from March 21st. So I'm going back a bit, dude. Same. I'm expecting an arrival in one of these. Is that it, dude? Let me check, Maddie. I saw this, Maddie. I saw this. And we will go through this. What Maddie is posting about is Ukraine making a Counter-Strike map. Counter-Strike map. With the concert hall. And I actually did show this to the stream, Maddie. I actually did show it to the stream a few days ago. But it's typical Ukraine being gleeful and mocking the death of civilians. That's typical, dude. That's fucking typical. Nice big bad boom. Actually, I just need to post my link a few places, dude. Lithuania. Japan is stepping up military activity near Russia's border, said Ambassador Nostrav in an interview. This includes bilateral and multilateral formats involving primarily the armed forces of the United States as well as some NATO countries and other American allies in the Asian Pacific region. So NATO is Japan is stepping up activity near the Russian borders. So Russia is being pushed from both sides, dude. You have been sick since yesterday. Oh no, Maddie. Do you have a cold? Hey, Daniel Cohen, what's up? We got a camera here from Kiev as it gets struck. So again, 22nd at night. And then the camera just freezes, dude. So at that point in time, network activity region in Ukraine, they lost network and internet. That was in Kharkov, by the way. And Kharkov energy facility was here, right? The Dnipro hydroelectric power plant. We know a lot about Israel because Israel themselves are putting out media. Right. So we know what's going on because of the amount of footage that has been released, raw footage. And the ICJ said that Israel is committing a genocide. Do you guys remember this one? Anyone remember back when the Russians only had 46 Kinzhals and had stopped production completely because of sanctions? Actually, does anyone remember back when a Kinzhal was a Russian propaganda and didn't actually exist as a functional weapon? Haha! Lol, click lock. No, we're not looking at media, Daniel. You're looking at media. We're not looking at media. We're looking at frontline footage. We got an X-101 flying to Dnipropetrovsk. Ukraine struck Belgorod. This was the morning to March 22nd. The Pentagon admits Ukraine is not doing well.
No, Ukraine right now is having to make strategic decisions about having to withdraw from certain areas,
Okay, I'm ready.
fortify their defensive lines. Those are really hard, tough decisions and decisions that they're having to make because
There's no genocide in October, Daniel. Human Rights Watch wrote on October 6th that 2023 was the worst year for the children in Palestine. But you can't just decide that there's a genocide because you get attacked, right? And there's no international organization that has acknowledged that a genocide happened on October 7th. In fact, Hamas is incapable of committing a genocide, and that is part of the definition genocide, capacity. Hamas does not have that capacity.
we are not able to supply them with the capabilities, the systems that they need because we don't have that authorization from Congress. So the best way we can support Ukraine is to have Congress pass a supplemental so we can continue to draw down these packages. And you've heard the Secretary of Defense. He just convened the Ukraine Defense Contact Group earlier this week, and he said very forcefully that we're not going to let Ukraine fail, and we're not. But we do need Congress's help in order to get Ukraine what it needs.
Yeah. So no sending. There's no intention to send in the near future, at least, any troops.
President Biden has been very clear that there will be no boots on the ground in Ukraine.
For now, he says that, dude. For now, dude. He also said no javelins, no tanks, no jets. We don't believe what everyone says. We believe the videos, Daniel. I told you, we believe the videos. There's videos from October 7th. There's videos from after. We believe that, dude. Australia will participate in drone coalition led by the UK and Latvia. So take a look at this, boys.
It's critically.
What's happening here is they're going to build more drones to attack Russia. And Australia have been developing like these cardboard drones that has been attacking the civilians in Belgorod, which makes them complicit in this.
Important that the world stays the course right now to ensure that Ukraine is able to resolve this conflict on its terms. And the UK is right at the forefront of that. Recently, we've announced a contribution to the UK fund, which is supporting Ukraine, and we're very proud to do that. Today, we also announced that Australia will participate in the drone coalition, which is being led by both the United Kingdom and Latvia. And this is a really important opportunity for us to continue making our contribution to the effort to have Ukraine stay the course and be able to resolve this conflict on its terms. And we will have more to say about that in the coming weeks and months.
They're gonna help build drones, dude. We confirmed the defeat of 2 Patriot defense systems in Solutions, Sani. Citing its sources in the Russian Defense Ministry. Today at 11:30. Zircon missiles from Crimea. Big Bad, I heard about the Zircon. But I didn't doubt it because I don't think Russia has ever used Zircon before. I don't think I've heard Russia using Zircon in Ukraine before, dude. So, very interesting news, militarily speaking. that they're using the Zircon hypersonic missile, which is launched from the ground as opposed to the Kinzhal dagger missile. You understand? These tweets and shit, I think I'm just gonna skip over, dude. They're so fucking annoying. They're so annoying, dude. So, I think, did I show you this? So this is also from March 22nd, from before the attack. I think in Moscow, they arrested 7 people who were supporting the Russian volunteer corps doing terrorist attacks in Belgorod. So I did show you some of this, what they're doing, just attacking, arresting these civilians. The place looked like a dump. We talked about this already, Salty. Oh, I need to sneeze. New York Times published images from Kiev last night. I already showed you this, dude. Is that an interception, dude? What's that, Salty? Strayer isn't giving shit to Israel. They're giving money to Latvia. Yeah, I didn't say Israel. I said they were building drones to attack Russia. Is this Kiev? Moving on. The project 636 diesel electric submarine. Cool, boys. Let's have a look, what? What is this, dude? I don't understand. Let's have a look. Diesel electric submarine. It's so fucking big, dude. There's water in there, dude.
БП-25 бой готов.
БП-26 бой готов. Товарищ командир, начата предстартовая подготовка.
Что это торпедный аппарат ЗАЛ?
Есть что торпедный аппарат ЗАЛ. Товарищ командир, выполнен
Launch.
торпедного аппарата.
Launch towards America, Sully. Remember the Trident that just tumbled. What's that red stuff? So that's a training target, obviously. So according to the Minister of Defense, the target for the missile was the possession of a mock enemy of the Syukum tactical training ground in the Khabarovsk territory. The missile was launched from an underwater position in the Sea of Japan at a distance of more than 1,000 kilometers from the target. The footage shows that the missile hit the target almost at the flag. Porno reflect them. Okay, so that's the disparity. It's kind of bad, Russia. Which indicates the high accuracy of the product within the permissible deviations. Nevertheless, the SMO showed that the accuracy of the missile should be improved. An error of even 10 meters can make a difference in some conditions. Very cool though. Take a look at this. looks cold, dude. They did salty. Why? Why salty? Schulz was booed at the Leipzig Book Fair earlier this week. The audience protested against Germany intervening in world conflicts, interrupting the Chancellor's introductory speech several times. The German Chancellor attempted to silence the demonstrators several times, but without success. Then Schulz continued his speech, trying to ignore scolding from the indignant crowd.
Schluss! Autorinnen und Autoren, Übersetzerinnen und Übersetzer, Verlegerinnen und Verleger, Besucherinnen und Besucher, uns alle führt hier in Leipzig die Macht des Wortes zusammen, nicht die Macht des Geschreis.
Eine komplizierte Regierungserklärung im Bundestag hat Scholz an diesem Tag schon gehalten. Aber der Auftritt in Leipzig hat es auch in sich. Es folgt die nächste Unterbrechung. Ein Mann schreit Scholz Kritik am Umgang mit dem Gaza-Krieg entgegen.
Die im Alltag manchmal unüberbrückbar scheinen.
Wieder baut Scholz die Situation kurzerhand in seine Rede ein.
Mit jedem Kapitel, mit jeder neuen Seite können wir Gegensätze überwinden, die im Alltag manchmal unüberbrückbar scheinen, wie wir auch jetzt hier sehen. Lesen ist deswegen der tägliche Beweis, dass wir uns trotz unserer Unterschiede verstehen können.
Lol, dude. Schulz. Russian election results, a record-breaking Google trend. This is funny as well, dude. The world was fucking focused on the Russian election. So fucking jealous, Salty. So fucking jealous, dude. The most democratic election that exists, dude. The most democratic election in history of humanity, Salty. And America got fucked, dude. Polish Su-22 fighter bomber flies over Polish farmer protest. What? Is this a threat, dude? Is this in support? Or is this as a threat? No. Salty. Salty. Seems like a threat to me, dude. So Russian airstrikes targeting Ukraine energy facilities. This is again from March 21st, I believe. The night between 21st and the 22nd. So we're catching up from these videos. We're gonna move fast. Okay. This is the Dnipro hydroelectric power plant where the control buildings was hit. And the plant is inoperable. As it was intended to, obviously. Yeah. First Ukrainian pilots graduate RAF flight training, whatever. The price of freedom.
Alex says joining the military was the right decision at the time, despite only having one limb left.
We want civilization in our country. We want freedom in our country, not like in Russia.
Okay, dude. Completely dumb. We want something not like Russia. Dutch MEP.
Al deze rapporten over de deportatie van Oekraïense kinderen naar Rusland.
God damn it, Smitty. What he said is, all these reports about the deportation of Ukrainian children to Russia are pure propaganda. Russia has received millions of Ukrainian refugees, including, unfortunately, hundreds of thousands of children who have been and are being bombed by the Ukrainian army. Parliament must speak out against these Ukrainian war crimes. The International Criminal Court should hold Zelensky accountable for this. Moreover, Ukraine is the largest supplier of children to pedophile networks, human and organ trafficking. These are nurseries with surrogate mothers for this purpose. In Russia, children receive traditional upbringing and education. In the West, they get transgender indoctrination, hormone blockers, and genital mutilation. The hypocrisy is appalling. The West must stop inciting war. Maybe this is why they are inciting war, Salty. Would that make sense? Salty. Is there a correlation here, Salty? Damn it. Yeah, which war? All of them. Take a look at this Uranium 2 drone. The reason why I saved this photo is because I wanted to get an idea about the scale of the fucking drone. The engine has been replaced. The electronic defense has been implemented. It's produced independently in Russia. People are crying a lot, dude. People are crying a lot, dude. U.S. grand plan to reoccupy Africa. The U.S. grand plan with its drone base in Syria is to reoccupy Africa with its vassal friends, like France. This is coming from an African analyst and senior research fellow at the Center for African China Studies. Okay. The US ain't going to leave easily. The US is not going to cut and run because there's a big ego at play in geopolitics and geoeconomics, but also hegemony. True. The US invested a huge amount of money in this place. They're not going to leave easily. However, where the Nigerians have a point is, you've been there since 2012, but terrorism's still there. What have you been doing for so long with the terrorism? Terrorism was really there. The reason for your presence is occupied ground. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Just America. So this is one of the metros in Kiev on the night between March 21st and 22nd when Kiev was hit. And I think it looked like this last night too, dude. We got the head of the Israeli settlement in the Northwest Bank calls for erasure of Palestinian villages and cities in the West Bank. Okay. I'm moving fast too. Nobody in the West Bank listened to the Baltics, Ukrainian foreign minister.
We've been telling to everybody that was willing to listen that Russia is not going to stop. We have not seen the last of them. And, you know, the story was the same. You know, we were told that, look, you know, you have to calm down, you have your history behind you, you know, we can argue with Russians and, you know, we have this agreement in place. When the war broke out again in 2022, you know, there were people coming out and saying, look, Baltics were right.
What's the point of this? What's the point of that, Solly? Desperate times call for desperate measures. 2 Russian bombers on Air Force base in South Africa left last night. How long does in Africa? What are they doing in South Africa? What are they bombing? Are they bombing Syria?
Наші жінки були беззахисними, вони були в окупації. Тому ми вирішили навчати жінок.
Раз,
два! Раз, два! Положили автоматы на землю! Автоматы на землю! Побежали обратно! Левая нога!
Ніхто ніколи не попередить, чи зайдуть знову війська Російської Федерації до нас. І якщо це станеться, я буду підготовленою. І я хочу боротися за свій дім разом зі своїм чоловіком.
заради нашої дитини, заради її дітей.
Chinese PLA and amphibious combined arms brigade conducts coastal landing assault drills. Jealous as fuck, Salty. It's where we see Salty being jealous, dude. Welcome back, Maddie. Maybe, Hondo. Take that room. Sibusk left me a message, dude. I wish Sibusk was here like every fucking day. Like back in the old times, dude. Sibusk could be here early, midday, and late. And he would be there at like 2 a.m. or something. This is the sound of a Kinsal. I think there's 2 missiles in this video. There's 2 missiles, and the first one is a glide, and the second, sorry, a ballistic, and the second one is a dagger. I think there's just one. This is the dagger then. I'm not sure if this is true, if it really sounds like this. I thought the dagger came like, was like vertical. And this doesn't sound vertical to me though, I don't know. Israeli nationalists who believe it's their religious duty to block desperately needed humanitarian entering Gaza enjoy pastries with the military while confessing to war crimes and cheering for genocide. Do you see how these Israelis they look, dude? I feel like they go out of their way to pretend to look cool, but it's just fucking cringe. It's just fucking cringe, dude.
The police man.
You see that old fellow, dude? No aid for the children.
The head commander came to us and said, okay, you guys came and blocked. We don't want to fight. And he said to us, I'll just lock the gate. You guys don't need to stand in the sun. We got lollipops. We got watermelon from the police.
Lollipops and watermelon.
Yeah, watermelons, and was great with them.
So no food, no nothing.
No, they don't deserve it. What I care? Kill them. I don't care.
Do you trust Palestinians?
We know you don't care, dude, because you're a fucking insane Zionist.
I know all about them. I don't trust them. I don't.
Trevor, I send you something in Discord.
I want to be civilized with Jews from Israel.
My unit was in charge of
Tabo. We need to do something with Nikki's too.
Explosions. We blew up houses of terrorists, mosque, UN offices. I remember we got into some UN office that was in charge of helping.
You know what, KGVL? Shut the fuck up, dude. I wouldn't mind having a Filipino girl.
Families in Gaza that
but I don't have any kids.
Affected by the war, and we destroyed it.
I feel like when people like do obvious insults, it's just as cringe as Israel, dude.
We
Obvious insults are cringe as Israel.
Soldiers, for the cops, for everybody.
Yes, Salty.
This is what we give to our people. This is
Look,
really
we get pastries, hahaha.
humanitarian. Okay?
Cringe, dude. Cringe.
To Gaza. They need to block the gas to Gaza. Everything to block. And this is what we do every week, 2, 3, 4 times a week.
Yeah, we know. You commit war crimes every week, dude.
And as the
Fucking
Bible
cringe.
says, this place is for us. It's promised for us, so they can starve to death to pay on
National Day in Greece.
done to us on the 7th of October.
Are you celebrating anything, Maddie? Reminds you of Nolan giving cookies. This is way cringier than that, dude. These people are preventing their food going into fucking infants while the infants are dying. And they're just like proud of it, dude, gleeful about it. Obviously there is similarities with Israel and Ukraine. Obviously, dude.
Because we cleaned all Gaza, except in Rafiah. Why aren't we going in there? Because Biden asked us not to. That's the only reason.
But you are going in there, dude. It's another country, it's not fucking yours, dude. That's a reason. International law is a reason. Cringe Israelis, dude. Look. Murderers. War criminals, dude. The biggest child killer on the planet. Right here, boys. The biggest war criminals, dude. Look, another war criminal. Fucking war criminals, dude. They admit it. They publish their fucking crimes on live television, dude. So here we got collective punishment. This is collective punishment again. You got IDF soldiers being cringe as fuck, arresting a wife and a brother of a Palestinian who did something. Probably threw a rock, dude. So they're doing collective punishment by arresting the family members. Like they are well known for doing. And the blindfold is also a war crime, dude. Look, fucking war crime. War crime after war crime. Always, dude. Always. Yemen Houthis tell China and Russia that ships won't be targeted. So the entire sea lane is completely safe for Russia and China. It's opposite, boys, of how it used to be. Hey Teo, how you doing? Teo, did you see how jealous America is, dude? I'm not sure if the Nazis tried to hide their crimes. I have no idea. But I'm pretty sure they didn't have to. I can easily imagine, Ranger Doomer, that things were the same 100 years ago. America was cheering for Germany. The West was cheering for Germany. You had people in the West coping for Hitler, just like we have today for Zelensky and Israel. I can easily imagine that, though. Oh, shoot, boys, did I miss something? Bum 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 bum. Okay. Hey Claw, what's up? Spain, Ireland, Malta, Slovenia agreed to work towards Palestinian state recognition. Nice one, dude. Nice one, dude. Hey Shellbell, how you doing? Free Palestine, glory to Russia. You're right, brother. The EU Mediterranean team monitored the testimony of patients inside the Prince Naif Center in the besieged Al-Shifa Medical Complex says I and 150 patients are sitting in a room inside the hospital. Our wounds are severe and starting to become infected, and there are only 3 nurses who cannot do anything for us. The soldier took a nurse interrogated him and killed him. They kept us without food except very small quantities. That's not enough for us. So you got a room inside the Al-Shifa where there's 150 patients being left to fucking die, dude. Hey Radin. It's nice you're back, dude. I'm doing good, Shellbell. I went to the gym. Ranger Doomer, I'm just guessing, dude, because the world is fucked. We know that America funded the Nazis. Before, during, and after. And we know that America rewrote history to great extent. So we never fucking know. You should shell bell. Doing, or at least be active 30 minutes a day, 20 minutes a day, one way or another. The most effective way is just doing something in the very morning. I realize that's inconvenient, but if you have the possibility, be active like 20, 30 minutes in the morning. When I was living in Spain, Barcelona, I went to the gym at 7 a.m. I was there for like 40 minutes, maybe 50 minutes. Went back, just chilled, had some weed, and then started work. It was perfect, dude. I loved it. I loved it, dude. Alsace, if you know the French story, Nazism is not dead. Agreed, Maddie. Denazification was not complete. A lot of Nazis all over Europe were remained in place, and a lot of Nazis were taken by America and was the yoke for NATO, for instance, and NASA. Does Spain support Palestine? Yes. To some extent, yes, they do. There has been some voices from Spain coming out in support of Palestine in the same thing with Ireland. I'm not sure if the country as a whole supports Palestine, Claw. I'm not sure. PPG, do you know what happened? Maita, the other day, got overexposed, dude. To such an extent that Too Old exposed himself to Maita. Oh, furnace. That's probably right, dude. Spain is still funding UNRWA. Very good point. And so is Ireland. In fact, Ireland increased the spending. Do you want to see? This is, how old is this, dude? March 22nd. So this is from before. So UN just passed a bill for ceasefire in Gaza, but it's conditional to the release of Hamas hostages, which is something lesbian hot sauce and Kairos won't tell you, PPG, because they're just copers and essentially just coping for NATO and US hegemony. So they will just make it seem like it's a good thing, but obviously they're copers and frauds. But this is the UN rejecting US resolution calling for immediate ceasefire. The reason for this is also because it's conditional. Let's take a look at this, dude. NATO was paying very close attention to this morning attacks. What is this? What's this, dude? That's Lviv. So was Lviv hit there? I don't know, dude. Let's move on. I'm gonna move fast as fuck, dude. What is this? I think that might be completely different, Thomas. I know they're taking immigrants too. I know they're taking immigrants, but they have issues with occupation, and that's why they're voicing that's why they're voicing their concerns, which every country should do. But what that really tells us is that the Irish haven't been bold like the other European countries. That's the only conclusion to draw. What is your opinion about the conflict in Ukraine? Claw, we are with Russia. We are against the Nazis. We are against NATO. We are against American hegemony. Salty is fine, dude. Hunterman. Salty is fine, dude. He's just angry, old, grumpy, a traitor. Hey Salman, what's up? Israeli soldiers hit a kid. I have that video. I have that video queued up. I just haven't shown it to you because I'm fucking behind with Israel updates. Because we've been covering Moscow. But I'm running through what I haven't been covering now. Yes, Furnace. That should give us an indication that Spain, as a whole in general, supports Palestine. Unique to Europe, too. Why, Thomas? By the way, are you on desktop or mobile? Zelensky, due to the attack, there has been a power outage in the region of Kharkov, Zaporozhye, Sumy, Poltava, Dnipropetrovsk, Odessa, Khmelnytsky, Vinnytsia, and the Kharkiv region. So that's a lot of power outages. You can clearly see Russia was going for the energy facilities, right? So I think there's something wrong with this video. So people were showing this as a positive video, Furnace, but Eva Bartlett commented on this. So thousands of Syrians rally in the city of Idlib, northern Syria, in mass in support of Palestine. So I'm gonna come back to this because maybe I can find it now, dude. Where is Eva Bartlett? She addressed this exact fucking thing, dude. Where is she? Eva. She addressed that exact video, but it's some days ago, which I'm going to see if I can find. I think it's this one. You don't want to be supporting Al-Qaeda in Syria. They would murder Palestinians if their paywallers told them to. So I think these are Al-Qaeda. This is incredibly stupid take, and I say this as a full supporter of Palestine. Promoting Al-Qaeda in Syria is exceptionally ill-informed at best. These are not allies of Palestine. That's coming. Look, the Cuts News Network is posting that, dude. Did you understand that, though? Wow. Obviously, I trust Eva Bartlett. She fucking knows what you... She fucking knows what she's doing, dude. I think Cuts News Network did this by mistake. Obviously, dude. So there it is. That's impossible, Salman. I need these 15 million Danish crowns. I need them. Macron. Think? It's a weird picture of Macron, dude. Those who think that Russia will stop at Donbass and Crimea are mistaken. I think so too, Radin. I'm not gonna blame Cuts Network for that because I don't even fucking know. I'm not gonna. That's when you see a video and you see about Palestine and you don't know who they are. Yeah, sure, dude. And Ukraine will lose F-16s and their pilots as soon as they use them in combat. Forbes. True, dude. Why not, Salman? Why not, dude? World War III info. A total about 3,000 pieces of equipment, including Bradley fighting vehicles, joint light tactical vehicles, mine-resistant vehicles, and M1 Abrams tanks were unloaded in Greek. Do you think Macron can use his troops to help Ukraine? No. I think Macron will try and go into Ukraine to free up Ukrainian soldiers. So right now you got Ukrainian soldiers doing certain activities in Ukraine. The French troop could take over that role, and then that will free up a bunch of Ukrainian troops. But I don't think it will help anything, Claw. I think it's gonna escalate. But I don't think Macron wanted to escalate by saying we're sending in troops. What I think he wanted to do is secure safe haven for the French troops in Ukraine and don't get them killed by saying we're sending them in. But what Russia said is we're gonna kill them first. Beware of WEF and Bill Gates funded appeal. Okay. New food coding.
Coating is now applied to fruits and vegetables at major grocery stores, but there's more to the story than you've been told. Food companies have already been applying appeal coating to fruits and vegetables for 5 years. Since 2018, Costco has been selling apples and avocados that contain the appeal label, and Walmart has been selling cucumbers that contain the label since 2020. Appeal cannot be washed off with water and is made by processing grapeseed oil with the use of 2 solvents, being ethyl acetate or heptane. The base ingredients in appeal, which are mono and diglycerides, permit up to 21,000 parts per million of ethyl acetate and 23,000 parts per million of heptane in the final coating. They also permit up to 6% soap, 10 parts per million of palladium, 3 parts per million of arsenic, 2 parts per million of lead, and 1 part per million of cadmium and mercury. The coating is classified as generally recognized as safe, which indicates that the FDA did not do its own safety review of it, and it was done by the food and chemical industry. And you may be thinking that if you buy organic, then you can avoid this, but that's not the case. The Organipeel label is approved for use in organic products. Back in 2002, the NOSB approved mono and diglycerides for use in organic food, but restricted their use to the drumroll drying of food, specifically for potato mash mixes. Since the NOSB cannot find any favorable replacements, they have continued to allow its use, which has now been expanded to food coating. The company, which has gained the backing of high-level investors like Oprah Winfrey, Bill Gates, Katy Perry, the World Bank Group, and the Rockefeller Foundation, wants to fight food waste. Food waste is a significant issue that I've touched on many times. However, I believe this is a concerning band-aid solution to a much bigger problem, which is that people are disconnected from their food sources. Rather than stressing yourself out with looking at all the food labels to see which brands do and don't apply appeal, my recommendation would just be to buy fruits and vegetables directly from farmers who grow them.
Good take, dude. Buy local, if possible. Obviously, that's fucking impossible for a lot of you. Right. It's just about power and politics. Salman, how would you deal with NATO encroachment? How would you deal with it, dude? There's only one way to deal with it, by force. All other paths, routes have been trial tested thoroughly, dude. There's literally no other way. Russia said, fine, we're not gonna do communism. Can we be partners? America said no. There's no other way, dude. America needs a fucking enemy. It's smelly. America needs an enemy, even if they're not an enemy. So that's always gonna happen. So that was March 22nd, and now we see the beginning of the attacks. So what I did was I rolled back my queue from March 22nd, and I showed you all the videos that did not have to do with the Moscow attack. So we're not going to go through the Moscow attack old videos for now. I assume that all of you have seen that. Flashback. Former US President Richard Nixon details how Russians are not so different from everyday Americans.
What we have to understand that as far as the Russians are concerned, that they at one moment can be very Russian and another moment can be very communist. It's like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde syndrome that works. I have such vivid recollections of that both with regard to Khrushchev, but also with regard to Brezhnev. We would have, for example, a very, very tough argument with Brezhnev, and then we go up to dinner, as we did at Adasha afterwards, and he would be raising his glass and toasting the grandchildren, etc., etc., etc. Now, I don't mean by that it was an act, either the first time or the second one. What I mean is that there are split personalities there. And my conclusion basically is this. We have to understand the world as it is. Russians and Americans can be friends.
Some people are complaining that there's armed guards at the Russian election. Super fucking dumb, dude. Privet Rock, what's up? Yes, the American election have armed guards. That's not surprising at all, dude. That's not surprising at all, dude. We got Kamala Harris here cackling away about Trump intends to weaponize the Department of Justice against the enemies.
The former president has stated an intention to weaponize the Department of Justice against his enemies. We look at what America stands for, and our pride as Americans include, I think for most of us, knowing that we are a world leader.
Daniel, he's posting a bunch of shit in Discord, dude. I tried fixing it. Meanwhile, Smygel's clone, the head of European Council, Charles Michel, is brave, saying that Moscow's possible response to use of Russian assets for Ukraine does not scare him.
In one word, we are not.
That's because you're just benefiting personally, dude.
It's by Russia, and that's why we are making decisions to support Ukraine and to counter Russia and to sanction Russia. And we think this is fair, that the revenues of those foreign states will be used for Ukraine, because they are victims of this war of aggression launched by Russia.
Yeah.
This dumb dude. Obviously he doesn't personally have to have an issue with it. Fuck off. So fucking dumb, dude. Delete this video, that's a duplicate. Anti-Putin election day Instagram video ends in an epic fail during voting in Madrid, Spain.
Я хочу снять для своего сториса. Да. Ребята, кто против Путина? Дайте 5.
Who's against Putin?
Кто против Путина? Проверка. Как голосует Мадрид? Кто против Путина? Дайте 5. Ага. Мы в свободной стране находимся. Кто против Путина? Дайте 5. Позовите, пожалуйста, с удовольствием. Да. Видите? Мадрид все-таки ватный оказался. Угу. Кто против Путина? Дайте 5.
All of them are pro-Putin, dude. All of them.
Да. Почему я провоцирую? Я снимаю. Мы на улице находимся. Кто против Путина? Кто против Путина? Дайте 5. Ребята. Так вызывайте, с удовольствием. Мы в свободной стране. Мы в свободной стране. В Москву за полицией. В Москву. В Москву за полицией, я вас уверяю. Там вас ждут с удовольствием. Я делаю много тоже. Россия без Путина.
It's so funny, Teo. Look, he's gonna beat him, dude.
Я снимаю на улице. В общественном месте я снимаю. Я снимаю в общественном месте очередь. Да. Хорошо, я это тоже запишу, пожалуйста. Пожалуйста. Да. 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 Кто против Путина, дайте 5. Кто не боится? Кто в Испании?
Very fucking funny, dude. Very fucking funny, Turbo. Turbo, you need to do more. So we got a Brit here, Tom's here. We're shitting ourselves here, says a UK medic who came to a mercenary for Ukraine, providing a stark account for the conditions at the front.
I'm a medic in Ukraine, and we are shitting ourselves over here. The fucking front line is crumbling left, right, and centre.
I've seen this video before, dude.
How dare you dilly and dally like this?
South African, I think I've seen that guy before. Russia and China block US call for immediate Gaza ceasefire at the UN. So they're saying that Russia is blocking the ceasefire and China is blocking the ceasefire. But this ceasefire is conditional on the release of the Gaza hostages. That's why they blocked it, dude. I'm gonna move on, because otherwise it's gonna take forever. You know what we are in? Okay, so this video was proven to be AI generated.
And I'm now in the early stages of that treatment.
I think this is the woman who like disappeared in Britain And there's like conspiracies around her being killed or something like that. Turbo. There's a conspiracy around her being killed, I believe. And now we got a video here about her having cancer treatment. And now this video supposedly is AI generated. I don't know much about this.
Of course, came as a huge shock. And William and I have been doing everything we can to process and manage this privately for the sake of our young family. As you can imagine, this has taken time. It has taken me time to recover from major surgery in order to start my treatment. But most importantly, it has taken us time to explain everything to George, Charlotte and Louis in a way that's appropriate for them and to reassure them that I'm going to be okay. As I've said to them, I am well and getting stronger every day by focusing on the things that will help me heal in my mind, body and spirits. Having William by my side is a great source of comfort and reassurance too.
I think they did that all over the world, Maddie, in the West though, except like Asia and the East.
As is the love, support and kindness that has been shown by so many of you. It means so much to us.
The point of it is, Turbo, that she might be fucking dead, dude. And that this is ceasefire. Yeah, but it's a good thing, Salman. It's a good thing that... So the two countries that has been pushing for ceasefire the most is Russia and China. And the only reason Russia and China would block the ceasefire if it's not in the good interest of Palestine. And that's exactly why they did it. And the reason why they blocked it was because there was conditions together with the ceasefire that makes it a bad outcome for Palestine. That's why they did it, dude. We got a video here about Walmart. Be careful, Turbo.
What is Walmart actually hiding? So in 2015, Walmart abruptly closed in various locations, mainly in Ohio, all citing plumbing problems. Initially, no one
No, that was fake. That wasn't her, dude.
thought anything of it, but things started getting stranger.
There's many stories about kids being taken into Walmart. There was a kid who escaped from Walmart who gave testimony. He took other kids with him.
By the day. Well, you see, people found it weird that the plumbing problems were so severe that it required 6 months to fix. Soon after, military personnel were seen moving in and out of the closed locations, building what seemed like defenses around the empty shopping mall. It seemed very apparent that something was going on under the stores. This is where it's getting crazy. In one instance, a lady, I don't remember her name, but whatever, who managed to break past the barrier recounted that upon entering the closed supermarket, she was shocked to find a giant hole dug up in the center of the store. She also stated that there were black tentacles coming out of the hole, and inside the hole itself, there was a red slimy substance. Even though you can watch the video she recorded by clicking on this icon, on More, and finally on YouTube, everyone is still wondering.
What? Can one of you find that one, dude? Hey, Odi. The White House has expressed condolences over the shooting in Moscow. Palestinian Christians speaking about Christians' worldwide support for the Israeli apartheid regime.
When Trump says that Israel is one of the great democracies in the world, I would say that's the biggest bullshit.
We're here in Bethlehem, home to an ancient Palestinian Christian community, to hear what they have to say about Christians in the West supporting Israel, Donald Trump's move to recognize Jerusalem as Israel's capital, and to see what life is really like here for Christians living in the occupied West Bank.
I always try to tell my child that we don't hate Israelis, but we hate what they are doing to us. My name is Marwan.
It's not the same thing, dude. That's the same fucking thing, dude. You are what you do.
Christians in the West
True
are helping Israel, thinking that they are helping Christians in Palestine. I think they're mistaken. Israel is who to blame. They took everything, man. They took all your life since you were a child.
There's understanding between Christians and Muslims that live here. There's a lot of differences as well.
And who care about us? The Muslim Palestinian, they care more than the Christian in the world. So our brother, they are the Palestinian Muslim, not the Christian in the world.
I tell my brothers and sisters from other nations, Christians, I tell them to support us. My name is Sandy Kumsiya. I'm a Christian Palestinian. We are here in Bethlehem. It's really sad here.
What happens to anyone who speak against the Israeli government here? If they will notice that there's someone might make a threat for them, they will come in less than 10 minutes and take them away and will be in jail.
Some of the most basic rights, human rights, are not given to us.
We have a problem with the government and the rules they set.
Freedom of movement, freedom of speech. Just
thank you for being here, Chloe. Come back to.
In general, we don't have it.
And this is it, the separation barrier, also known as the apartheid wall. It separates Bethlehem and the occupied West Bank from Jerusalem, meaning that for Christians to visit their holy sites, they need to go through an Israeli checkpoint and get Israel's permission.
Basically, you're not allowed to breathe unless you take their permission.
They control how much water we get.
So we get the water like 1 day in the month. So this is a big problem. No one know about that and no one care about that.
What I think of the U.S. recognizing Israel, Jerusalem, that the capital of Israel.
هذا غلط كبير. ترامب ما له حق يعطي إسرائيل دولة.
Of course it doesn't, dude. It's so fucking weird. Trump has no right. Breaking. So this is from March 22nd still. The Bristol 7 walk free after being sentenced for smashing inside Albert Bristol HQ and costing the Israeli weapons maker over 100,000 euros in damages. Pound probably. They were giving suspended sentences, a fine, unpaid work for disrupting Israel's war machine. Okay. So these guys fucked up some sort of Israeli thing in Britain and they walked free, dude. I don't care about this, whatever, dude. Scenes of destruction of the Akkad Street in Khan Yunis.
هنا في شارع العقاد في خان يونس بعد انسحاب الجيش الإسرائيلي من المنطقة أتينا الآن نرصد حجم الدمار. حجم الدمار لا يمكن وصفه. حجم الدمار كبير جدا. لا يوجد في هذا الشارع هو شارع العقاد. لا يوجد أي بيت صالح للسكن. جميع البيوت كما يعني الصورة تشرح وتوضح تبين كمية هذه الدمار. لا يمكن وصف كمية هذا الدمار. يعني هي غزة.
Hey Hamdi, what's up? That's right, Foo Fighter. That's fucking right, dude. I only do good. And Foo Fighter watches me on all streams. I do want to create a, because I always do good, I want to create an account where I can do bad Foo Fighter. I'm scrolling through Russia retaliated for attacks on border. So again, this is from this is referring to the attacks between March 21st and 22nd. It must be. What's wrong with my fucking Chatterino, dude?
In response to the Ukrainian provocations on the Russian border, the Russian military resumed massive strikes on Ukrainian strategic infrastructure. On the morning of March 21st, at least 11 Russian strategic missile carriers launched strikes on Ukraine, including with hypersonic Kinzhal missiles. According to Ukrainian reports, the main target was the Ukrainian capital, where at least 3 series of explosions
Salty, did you Tao gifted a sub? Thank you, Tao. I couldn't tell because Chatavino was down, dude. Thank you.
Thundered. During the day, more Ukrainian military facilities were destroyed in the Kharkiv and Mykolaiv regions, as well as in the Donetsk People's Republic. For example, the Zadia plant, which is one of the key enterprises of the Ukrainian defense industrial complex, came under attack in Mykolaiv. The strikes were aimed at distracting the Ukrainian air defense. The main attack was launched on the night of March 22nd. The Russian military achieved strategic surprise thanks to the false strikes on Kiev and the preparation.
Is that you, Furnace? Thank you for the gifted, man. Thank you so much. 5 gifted. Thank you. You see how the other channels are fucked now, right? You see that, right? The other Twitch channels are fucked when you give subs. That's the best thing. Captain got a sub. He's here quite often. Good dude.
For the upcoming devastating attack remained unnoticed by Ukrainian forces. According to Zelensky, on March 22nd, about 90 Russian cruise and ballistic missiles and 60 kamikaze UAVs targeted Ukraine. The Ukrainian Air Defense Forces reportedly...
McDonald's here is expensive as fuck, dude. And you know, I went there a week ago. And it was disgusting. Which I'm so happy about. Because I don't want to go back.
Intercepted only 35 missiles. The footage of heavy damage throughout the country prevented the Kiev regime from hiding the truth. The Ukrainian air defense, reinforced by NATO systems, failed. The targets of the missile strikes included the largest facilities of Ukraine's energy infrastructure. One precision strike targeted the engine room of the Dnipro hydroelectric station in the Zaporozhye region. Another precision strike hit the Ladezhinskaya
Shell Bell. Thank you for the bits. Thank you so much, man.
TPP in the Vinnytsia region. In the Kharkiv region, the Zimyevskaya TPP and the CHP-3 were put out of operation. One of the strikes hit the largest power plant in western Ukraine, the Birshtyn TPP. Heavy damage to energy facilities in the Odessa region were also reported.
Don't do it, Turbo. It sucks, dude. Taste is bad. There's no reason to do it.
Together with the energy infrastructure, Russian forces struck Ukrainian military facilities. One of the facilities of the Ukrainian main intelligence directorate came under attack in Dnipro. An air defense system launcher was also reportedly destroyed in the city. Explosions thundered in Kremenchuk in the Poltava region and at Kanatova airfield in the Kirovograd region. A series of strikes destroyed locations of Ukrainian military personnel, headquarters and warehouses in Zaporozhye, Kharkiv, Kryvyi Rih, Cherkasy, and other cities. This was one of the largest Russian attacks in recent months. Single daily precision strikes on local energy facilities have been disrupting the operations of military enterprises, but there were no such heavy massive attacks on the Ukrainian energy infrastructure during the cold winter months. As another gesture of goodwill, Moscow allowed Kiev to provide its citizens with heat and electricity. In response, the Ukrainians launched attacks on Russian territory, killing Russian civilians in order to fulfill the wishes of their NATO patrons.
Very nice, dude. Very nice. Very nice, Thomas. Foo Fighter, thank you for the gifted. Tomati, nice dude. And train is still fucking going. I feel like it's annoying with stream elements. Posting the wrong name, dude. We are still at March, so this is footage from explosion and gunfire heard in the vicinity of the Al-Shifa medical complex in Gaza, which is still besieged today, by the way. Hey, Citizen X. So it's very bad at the Al Shifa. I told you earlier. There was civilians being kidnapped, doctors being kidnapped, patients being kidnapped. There's pictures of displaced patients who have been taken out of the hospital, who are in bandages, who have been driven over by tanks. So a lot of bad footage is coming from Al Shifa, dude. Like I told you. Patients being run over. We got Bill Gates here. Should we check this? What's this about, dude?
How did you feel? This came out particularly during COVID and the work you were doing on vaccines for that. How do you feel when you become part of this whole kind of conspiracy theory stuff going on? Does that bother you? Does it get to you at all?
Somebody coming up to me on the street, which is happens sometimes, and saying that I've chipped them and I'm following them around, as long as I'm safe, you almost have to laugh that, lady, why would I want to know where you are? I mean, really? Is that how I spend my time, is tracking you?
But how do you think this stuff happens? Because it became like a kind of running theme during the pandemic.
On a global basis, I either started it or was profiting from it and doing all sorts of strange things. That was completely unexpected, completely making up, like saying that I profit from vaccines, or that vaccines, instead of saving millions of lives, actually are bad for children. That's a total reversal. And the fact that people needed a simple explanation during the pandemic.
But in a way, you became victim there to something that's happening to a lot of people in politics now, which is the whole fake news thing and the power of a conspiracy theory to take hold. Do you have within the organization people who are actually thinking about how you deal with stuff like that? Or do you just accept it as part of the baggage of being a very wealthy, very powerful, well-known person?
Well, it's gone down somewhat with the end of the pandemic, but, like there were a few malaria cases that showed up in the U.S. and people were saying, okay, that's me doing that. Or, I own 1/4,000th of the farmland in the U.S. and people have some view that somehow connects that. Yeah, 1/4,000th.
People are saying that, yeah, it's true.
It's a big country of the farmland, but what can you do with 1/4,000th share? At least in my math, I have a hard time pulling off a conspiracy unless you get up to at least 2 or 3 4,000ths.
Yeah, but it's true, isn't it? Yeah, it's true. Nice going, Foo Fighter. All right, what is this? That's a shooting. I can't show that one. So what is this? No idea. Didn't take long until Mohammed Hijab tried justifying raping children to Sneeko. What?
At all. We think that it's just because we have a different idea of what it means to be a child, which can be tracked historically. But now, if the situation has changed, we'd say that the general principle in Islam is, you can do what you kind of want, so long as, I'm not going to say you can do what you want so long as you're harming. You can marry whomever you want to marry, so long as it doesn't cause them harm, physical and psychological. So, for example, if I marry a 100-year-old woman, or Sneeko, if you marry with your tank top a 100-year-old woman, and you get involved with her intimately, she might die. I mean, she might have some kind of health problem. So we would say that, well, if you were to be intimate with a 14-year-old or 13-year-old who's got huge hips and huge breasts and huge body, I mean, quite frankly, we would say it's not going to have the same effect medically. I mean, no one can make the argument. But in these countries where we live in now, one is legal and one is illegal. So, in other words, you can't marry a 100-year-old woman, but you can marry that girl that's you can't be. You're a pedophile if you go for the girl that's got the hips. And once again, pedophilia is very relative.
I don't understand this, dude.
Say that, well, if you were to be intimate with a 14-year-old or 13-year-old who's got huge hips and huge breasts and huge body, I mean, quite frankly, we would say it's not going to have the same effect medically. I mean, no one can make the argument. But in these countries where we live in now, one is legal and one is illegal. So, in other words, you can't marry a 100-year-old woman, but you can marry that girl that's you can't.
I don't understand this, dude.
If you go for the girl that's got the hips, and once again, pedophilia is very relative.
I don't understand, fellas. You cannot damage anyone when you're married. In the West, you can't marry a 14-year-old, but you can marry a 100-year-old. Just pointing out the hypocrisy. I still don't understand, dude. I don't fucking understand. I don't fucking understand, dude. Yeah, but I don't get what he's saying at all. Right. This is the Zaporozhye near the Dnipro hydroelectric power station. So I think this is that night after it was struck, dude. Don't see too much damage. Okay, whatever. I have to filter through the attack videos. It's an attack video, which we have seen, dude. Which obviously all of us have seen. That's all videos we have seen. We've seen these videos. We've seen that. We've seen that. This one we have not seen. This is a good video. Why Israel exists.
Why does Israel exist?
Solar defrag, I have no idea, dude. I didn't understand any of it.
Partition of Palestine. Jewish immigration adding steadily to the European element in the country.
And why is it so unconditionally supported by the West?
Here's a red line, but I'm never going to leave Israel.
The answer...
Israel could do whatever, dude. I'm back to no matter what.
Isn't as obvious as you might think.
Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel.
And definitely not what you've been told for decades.
Hey Fuad, what's up? There's gonna be a ceasefire, we hear. But Hamas is gonna have to release the hostages before the ceasefire happens. But then it's a permanent ceasefire. It's a doubt Israel will maintain anyway. Well, I don't know how to feel about that, dude.
If I told you that a forgotten Palestinian uprising in the 1930s...
Unrest in Palestine had incited Arab leaders to start a holy war against the British government.
Against the British might hold the answer. And can explain why Joe Biden today is willing to risk his presidential re-election.
Biden is navigating some complicated political cross-currents when it comes to his unwavering support for Israel.
To support a state that is committing unspeakable horrors. This is not a tale of morality, but of geopolitical chess. It will shed light on the past and help inform where we're heading in the future. But first, let's go back in time to the 1890s. This man, Theodor Herzl, put forward an ideology of political Zionism that promoted Jewish self-determination. His vision, European Jews would settle Palestine. This emerged against the backdrop of centuries of European Christian anti-Semitism and the rise of nationalism around the world. Zionist leaders understood that to fulfill their aspiration of a Jewish state, they needed a great imperialist power as a benefactor. And from their earliest writings, Zionists made clear that they would also need to remove the native population that lived there, the Palestinians. See, at the turn of the 20th century, the world looked very different than it does today, and little did the Zionists know the dominant powers would be a challenge to convince. As Palestine was under Ottoman rule at the time, Zionist leaders saw the Sultan as a critical actor. In 1896, they saw an opportunity to engage. With mounting financial debt, they offered the Sultan 20 million British pounds, the equivalent of $2.2 billion today, for a charter to colonize Palestine. Even though the sum would have alleviated 20% of Ottoman debt, the Sultan said, hell no. Zionist leaders tried Kaiser Wilhelm of Germany. He said no. They tried Tsarist Russia. They said no. They also went to France, and they also said no. With no success, the Zionist movement started to consider alternatives for Palestine, like Cyprus, Argentina, Mozambique, and the Sinai Peninsula. See, you can't separate the inception of Zionism from the European context it emerged from. Like other white Europeans, they felt an entitlement over the world, because it was like a box of chocolates. They can just pick any random country to colonize. Nothing captures this more than the surreal and farcical Uganda scheme. In 1903, Zionist leaders finally were able to convince the British of the importance of a Jewish state, and so the British offered them their colony in Uganda. This wasn't done altruistically. Fueled by their own anti-Semitism, the British didn't want Jewish refugees escaping pogroms, institutional racism, and violence driven by white Christian European anti-Semitism to come to the UK. So they thought, let's just send them to Africa. Sound familiar? The Uganda scheme ultimately failed because the British colonists already there didn't want other colonists to come and take their place. It was like a game of colonial monopoly. But World War I changed everything. The Ottoman Empire fell, and with it 600 years of Muslims, Christians, Jews, and other minorities living mostly harmoniously together across the region. European powers proceeded to carve up the Middle East, and the British took over Palestine. In 1917 came the most pivotal moment for the Zionist movement. British Foreign Secretary Lord Balfour gave British Zionists the imperialist patron they desperately needed. Through the stroke of his pen, he authored a one-page document that changed the course of history forever by promising the creation of a Jewish national home in Palestine. Was it his to give? Absolutely not, but his motivations weren't entirely altruistic. The British needed to create a buffer east of Egypt as a way to maintain control and protect the Suez Canal, an essential financial, trading, and transportation artery for the empire that connected them to India and other colonies in the east. Control over Palestine would also ensure a contiguous land route from the Gulf to the Mediterranean to exert influence and control over a region they now oversaw. And finally, establishing a Jewish homeland was an answer to the Jewish problem in Europe, because sending Jews to Palestine was better than having them come to the UK. British imperialist and Zionist objectives were one and the same: a Eurocentric, culturally aligned colonial entity in Palestine. Palestinians were not even acknowledged in the Balfour Declaration. They were referred to as non-Jewish inhabitants, seen only as what they were not. The British gave the Zionist movement special status under their mandate, allowing a Zionist shadow government, facilitating the flow of mass Jewish immigration in capital, and allowing the expropriation of Palestinian land. In every way, the Zionist project was an extension of British imperialism. This introduced transformative changes.
For the last few decades, Jewish immigration has been adding steadily to the European element in the country. Israelites are returning from practically every country in Europe, from England, from France and Belgium, from Germany, Poland, and Russia. At first, they exist as best they can under canvas. But then they begin to build their own houses. And one after the other, the new buildings rise till they form big colonies together. From
1918 to 1926, the Jewish population tripled from 6% to 18%, and then to 30% by 1939. With it came hundreds of millions of dollars worth of capital and assets that were invested in Palestine and changed it from an agrarian society to an industrial economy. But that economy wasn't for everyone. Zionism pushed the concept of Jewish-only labor and intentionally excluded Palestinians. On top of that, expropriation of Palestinian land by the Jewish Agency, with the blessing of the British, drove Palestinian peasants off their farms and into poverty and unemployment. 1/3 of Palestinian agricultural land was taken, and 20,000 families were evicted. These political, social, and economic upheavals, overseen by British colonialism, produced one of the greatest revolts against the British in history. Revisionist Zionist leader Jabotinsky wrote, "Every native population in the world resists colonists as long as it has the slightest hope of being able to rid itself of the danger of being colonized. That is what the Arabs in Palestine are doing, and what they will persist in doing as long as there remains a solitary spark of hope that they will be able to prevent the transformation of Palestine into the land of Israel." See, resistance to British colonialism started from the onset. Palestinians and Arabs rose up again and again through demonstrations, strikes, riots, and armed resistance, most famously through the leadership of religious scholar Izzeddin al-Qassam, who organized and mobilized the country's peasant class to pick up arms to fight the British and Zionists in Palestine, and even the French in Syria. If the name Qassam sounds familiar, he's the inspiration behind the name of Hamas's military wing.
Oh. The Arabs is against the British government's policy in Palestine. A policy which, if continued, will surely have as a result the replacement of the Arabs by the Jews. The Arabs who decided on a general and a complete strike.
Tensions in Palestine came to head in 1936, when the Palestinian elite leadership called for a strike and the country responded. Armed groups in the countryside also engaged in spontaneous guerrilla warfare against Zionist and British targets. It is during this time the kufiya became a symbol of Palestinian resistance to colonialism. Originally a headdress worn by Palestinian farmers toiling the land, now it was used to conceal the identity of Palestinian resistance fighters from authorities. The period also gave us many of Palestine's iconic folk songs that are imbued with the spirit of defiance and resistance. The strike ended after 6 months through promises of political concessions, pressure from Arab regimes who sought favor from the British, and the threat of martial law. A British commission looking into the revolt proposed the partition of Palestine into an Arab and Jewish state as a solution, failing to address colonialism as the root cause of what was happening in the country. After that, not much changed, and the second phase of the revolt began, this time led by peasants who engaged in full armed resistance. With mass popular support, they were able to liberate and govern different parts of Palestine, including the old city of Jerusalem.
But Jerusalem itself has troubles too. Riots are reported daily from various parts of the city.
The British responded with crushing force, bringing in special reinforcements from their colonial empire, including Ireland and India. They mobilized their air force and launched a counter-insurgency campaign across the entire country. The British also enlisted, trained, and armed Zionist militias to fight alongside them in crushing the Palestinian uprising. It took the British and the Zionists 2 years to gain control from the Palestinian resistance after fierce fighting. By 1939, 5,000 Palestinians were killed, 14,000 were injured, and many more imprisoned or forced into exile, including the Palestinian leadership. The most staggering number is that 10% of the adult male population was killed. These events are fundamental to understanding why Israel exists. The destruction of Palestinian society, its economy, its leadership, and its resistance from 1918 to 1947 by the British on behalf of the Zionist movement laid the foundation for the Israeli state and left Palestinians unable to fully stand up against the Zionist militias who perpetrated the Nakba. Meanwhile, in Europe, a genocide against Jews was taking place, leading to a huge increase in Jewish immigration and settlement in Palestine.
It is the tragedy that even here the wandering Jew can find no rest. For once peaceful Palestine is today a land of terror and bloodshed. From the virgin desert, under the protection of Britain, the Jew has built himself a modern home. Will he be allowed to keep it?
The new post-World War II order, led by the West, moved to create the State of Israel, and in 1948 voted to partition Palestine at the UN. Palestinians opposed partition and voted no, but as history has shown us time and time again, Palestinians were of no consequence to these great powers, and 52 years later, Herzl's dream of colonizing Palestine came true. As the British Empire was decomposing, a new liberal world order was taking shape, and Zionists recognized the need for a new imperialist patron.
We set up the Israeli government in Palestine, moved some of the Arabs out.
As a settler colony, Israel needed a metropole, and unlike other settler colonies, for Israel it wasn't one country, but the entirety of the West, led by the United States. The same way the Zionist movement was an extension of British imperialism in Palestine, Israel now served at the forefront of Western imperialism in the Middle East. It was part and parcel of the establishment and the New World Order, U.S. unipolarity and Western
5,000
hegemony.
times in my career, the Ironclad Commitment of the United States has to Israel, based on our principles, our ideas, our values. They're the same values.
Against the backdrop of the Cold War, oil extraction, and financial interests in the region, Israel served as an outpost of the US and the West to safeguard these interests. That is why Biden said this.
The best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region.
Israel is vital to their interests.
Satin, did you post that photo, dude?
At the same time, Israel and Jewish American communities built powerful lobbying, financial, and organizational power in the US that impacted and influenced US politics and foreign policy for decades. This special relationship has led to unconditional support from the US and the West, regardless of which party is in power. Israel has been the largest cumulative recipient of US foreign aid. Despite projections of power, Israel wouldn't survive without the US.
Tonight, the US military is now rushing military supplies and air defenses to Israel.
And it couldn't have carried out its genocide in Gaza without their support. When you analyze why Israel exists from the lens of colonization, imperial power, and Western hegemony, you fully understand why there's no accountability for its actions, and why Biden is willing to lose an election to Trump to maintain support for this project, because it transcends presidents.
Father pointed out to me I did not need to be a Jew to be a Zionist.
Send a photo, dude.
Deeply rooted institutional ideology. As the world changes, Western hegemony declines, and people around the world awaken, we are at the precipice of history where a new world order is being defined. The historic war in Palestine that started over 100 years ago is a reflection of the state of the world. The decolonization of Palestine comes hand in hand with a world order that is more just and equitable, and where the US and the West do not dominate. But what that looks like is not given. It requires the political participation of billions of people around the world to shape it, and avoid the mistakes of the last century. My name is Salim, and I tell stories that connect the unexpected. Follow for more, and to support our work, sign up to our Patreon.
Satin, send the thing, dude. Send the fucking thing, dude. We are going through videos from a few days back that I missed because of Moscow. Okay. Foo Fighters, something is gonna happen in Matt's Discord because of Satin. And Foo Fighter, you're supposed to witness it. Alright, ISIS was never an organic band of freedom fighters. They are mercenaries, bought and paid for. The reason why I'm showing this is because you got like half of Twitch entertaining the idea that ISIS attacked Moscow because they're like so much understanding of everything, dude.
Одной из угроз это ИГИЛ. Ну а кто помогал вооружать людей, которые в Сирии боролись с Асадом-то? Кто создавал благоприятный политический информационный климат? Кто подталкивал к поставкам оружия? А вы чего, разве вы не понимаете, кто там воюет? Там воюют наемники. В основном. Вы знаете, что там платят деньги? И они воюют там, где платят больше. Вот они вооружились, им платят определенную сумму.
That's right, Foo Fighter. People, I feel like people are voicing their opinion without knowing shit, dude. I might do it too. No, they only have the capacity to take the fall, dude. It's so dumb, soul, dude. What is this? An Israeli settler brags about trampling the flag of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with his feet, saying, I'm coming for you. Okay, dude.
Oh my god.
It's just cringe, dude. Just fucking cringe, dude. No, the initial ISIS claim didn't come from official sources. It also doesn't matter. These people obviously are not ISIS, dude. Obviously not, dude. They didn't want to die. There's literally nothing that ties them to fucking ISIS. The leader of ISIS-K was a contractor at a US base in Bagram. He worked as security for drug lord Rashid Dostum, a top CIA proxy. He later worked for Amrullah Saleh, a chief of the ADS, literally the CIA's right-hand man in Afghanistan. It's right there on the wiki page. Why doesn't ISIS-K target enemies of the US and Israel like Russia, Afghanistan and Iran? It's because ISIS-K leader was previously employed by CIA operatives in Afghanistan and spent time working at the US Bagram military base, despite the fact that Zionist-controlled media keeps complaining that it's a conspiracy theory to claim ISIS is a tool of Israel and America. Foo Fighter. Bum 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 bum. This is the fake that was spread initially on March 22nd, I think. I'm pretty sure that was fake. Should we check this, dude? It's a longer video. No, I don't think we can watch that. No, mind. We can watch it later. So we got a video of a test of the Sanyi electronic warfare system for FPV drones. Okay? I love watching videos about electronic warfare, dude. Is that the system mounted on a tank, dude? Good. Good. Oh, tanks don't work anymore. Yeah, why the fuck do we have drones then? Shelling of Belgravia. This is March 23rd. Rudy made comments about the terrorist. What did he say, Big Bad Boom? Belgravia is being shelled by terrorists. Alright? The Dnieper flotilla. Shoigu talked about recreating the Dnieper flotilla. Let me get back to Big Bad Boom. The terrorist attack in Crocus was committed by the hands of radical Islamists. Is Putin saying it's ISIS? The United States is trying to convince everyone through various channels that the banned ISIS was involved in the terrorist attack, but there is supposedly no clear trace in what happened. What? What, Big Bad Boom? We know by whose hands the terrorist act in Moscow region was committed. The customer is interested. The terrorist attack in Crocus is linked in a whole series of attempts by those who's been fighting Russia since 2014 at the hands of the neo-Nazi Kiev regime, America. America, dude. We need to answer the questions why the terrorists tried to go to Ukraine after committing a crime and who was waiting for them there. The terrorist attack on Crocus fits quite logically into the intimidation campaigns carried out by Kiev. He's not saying too much new though. He's saying that radical Muslims linked to ISIS because they swore an allegiance to ISIS, but that's anyone could do that. They did that on the fucking day. On behalf of Ukraine, on behalf of America, attack Crocus. I hate that name though. Isn't what a contradiction? Isn't what a contradiction, Turbo? Always so slow to respond, dude. The two statements, no? The terrorist attack in Crocus is linked to a whole series of attempts by those who have been fighting Russia since 2014. At the hands of the neo-Nazi Kiev regime, America. We'll get back to that, dude. We can see if we can do some Moscow stuff later. This is the Dnieper flotilla existed during World War II, as far as I know. And Shoigu want to recreate it. The new army units are supposed to be formed during this year. Okay. The Taliban strongly condemned the terrorist attack in Moscow. So did Hamas. So did Hezbollah. So did the Houthis. Okay. Scrolling. Now, March 2023. Pentagon clueless on how aid will be delivered from pier. It's pledged to be built. So this is about the pier next to Gaza that makes no fucking sense, dude. That's so fucking weird.
On the pier, the Benavides set sail today.
Yep.
So we've got the pier elements moving forward. You've got the sailors and soldiers that are starting to move forward.
Yep.
What's going to be the Pentagon's role in kind of that final mile? Are you letting contracts for contractors to then deliver that aid into Gaza? What's kind of the final piece looking like?
So that's still something that's being worked out right now. And in terms of the distribution, that's not something that the U.S. military will be involved in. We are, the logistics, setting up, coordinating, the movement of the humanitarian aid from either the floating pier or to that floating causeway. But that's something that, in terms of how the distribution of aid is going to happen once it gets into Gaza, that's not something that we're handling. In terms of contracts or
Salty, how they had a window. That's what they meant when they had contact inside Ukraine. Ukraine supposedly had prepared a corridor for them. Ukraine has been attacking Belgorod, right? So Ukraine has the possibility to create a corridor from Belgorod. Hey Terminator, what's up, dude? I'm doing good, thank you. Hey Billy.
or how that's going to be done, whether it's through partners and allies, NGOs. I just don't have that for you right now. We're going to get there though.
Okay. So just to be clear, but will the Pentagon actually?
That's what they meant with the fact that FSB said that the terrorists had contacts with people inside the border with Ukraine, and they wanted to create a corridor. That's what they meant by a window. That's a safe corridor.
Let the contracts that would distribute that final mile, or is that going to be state, or do we know actually who's going to be handling that?
There will be no U.S. military on the ground in Gaza. So again, who's handling that? I just don't have that for you.
Of the agencies, who's?
I didn't pay much attention to this, though. Whatever. ISIS working for Ukraine, filmed by AP in the Sun. Obviously, Western media can't go to Ukraine without filming fucking terrorists or Nazis or whatever, dude. Obviously. Member of the European Parliament from the Netherlands. Oh, we already covered that, dude. Never mind. I'm gonna delete this. Triple, did you do your thing? I cannot buy an egress through the most heavily fortified border of which both countries hate you. What do you mean, dude? We know exactly where they went. They are in one car, right? And Ukraine have been penetrating Belgorod partially the last 2 weeks, right? In some instances, not the last 2 weeks, but way before that, they actually penetrated that border way more and went into cities and were pushed back, but they actually came through the border. There is no one at the border. The border is not manned. That checkpoint at the border is not manned. It's just surveilled. And then it gets shelled when there's incursions by, for instance, a tank and armored vehicles. So the checkpoint there, Salty, is not manned by people. It's just surveilled. And when Ukraine sends in a group and tanks, they get shelled from a distance, Salty. Obviously, there would be no people there because they would get killed, dude. You do realize that, right? I've shown you the checkpoint. I've shown footage of the checkpoint being shelled. Obviously, there's no people there. There's no one at any checkpoint between Ukraine and Russia because they will get sniped and killed. Unless the buffer zone is deep enough. Which it is not in Belgorod. That's why Ukraine keeps pressing through Belgorod. Well, hey, Hebrew, what's up? We don't have concrete proof that it is ISIS. Putin made a statement saying that the terrorist attack in Kosovo was committed by the hands of radical Islamists. The United States is trying to convince everyone through various channels that the band ISIS was involved, but there's supposedly no Kiev trace. We know by whose hands the terrorist act in Moscow region was committed. The customer is interested. The terrorist attack in Kosovo is a link in a whole series of attempts by those who's been fighting Russia since 2014 at the hands of the neo-Nazi regime. In other words, America and Ukraine did it, Hibbing. Do you understand what I mean, Salty? Hey, Queenie Fred. You'll have me believe that this was an experienced planned attack? Yes. The terrorist was in the mall on March 7th. The terrorist knew exactly when to attack it, yes. It was a planned attack, without a fucking doubt, dude. Without a fucking doubt. Why would you say no? The timing was carefully planned. That exact mall was located. The safe corridor was planned in advance. Obviously, all these are facts. And one of the militants was in that exact mall on March 7th. It could have been that they wanted to do the attack then or earlier, but it was delayed. But obviously it wasn't like random. Fuck off, dude. How can you even think that? Give me a moment, dude. One of the who? Yeah, one of the terrorists. I'm not sure these terrorists are like meth head. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Salty. You're not making any sense, dude. One of the terrorists went into the mall on March 7th. I'm not sure if you care about which one. I'm not sure how relevant that is, dude. And meth head, what are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about, dude? You're not making any sense. They went there to scope out the place, dude. That was 2 weeks prior. That exact place. I mean, if you don't get it by now, you're not gonna get it, dude. Sorry. It's not that hard. I don't know what the issue is, dude. I really don't know what the issue is. It's not that difficult, dude. Do you know what happened? One of the terrorists, they dropped phone in the mall, and the FSB made a big fuss out of finding that phone. And why they supposedly did find the phone, and by finding the phone, they were able to locate further accomplices. This doesn't relate to Nord Stream whatsoever, dude. This does not relate to Nord Stream. There was no radical that was called up by phone, was given diver equipment and could dive down to Nord Stream, blow it up and run away, dude. I don't know how. Why do you mention Nord Stream now? It's completely, it's incomparable. Salty. There's few countries who can do what happened to Nord Stream, right? But any country could pay a fucking Islamist to do this. Anyone would, though. But you need like deep diver, specialized divers to do what happened with Nord Stream. Not even Ukraine has this. I'm not sure why you're mentioning that. Don't know about musicians, dude. I don't know. So I think I showed you this. Yeah, I did show you this. I did show you this as well. Palestinians try to secure their daily bread from the sea in the Gaza Strip in light of the risks of being targeted by the occupation gunboats. We have seen this happening so many times, dude, where they get mowed down. Putin find everything. I think so too, dude. I think so too. Think they will. Think Clicklock also pointed this out. Russia put all resources possible in finding these terrorists before they escape, dude. I'm pretty fucking certain. I'm pretty fucking certain. So, a journalist from Gaza documented his family and his perilous displacement journey out of their home amid the intense Israeli airstrikes. That's how you spell it in French. They're gonna have to fucking evacuate, dude. Very bad.
يا رب يا رب يا رب احفظ عيلتي يا الله احفظ عيلتي يا الله يلا بسرعة ندفع هدوء هدوء لا إله إلا الله يلا طولوا روحكم هانا وصلنا إن شاء الله يا رب ايش يا يوسف خايف؟ خايف؟ الحمد لله
Very bad, dude. Very fucking bad. Now, I'm not sure if I'm gonna show this picture really briefly. Okay? So what that picture was about is approaches of Egyptian security forces to some captured terrorist. We stripped the terrorist naked, tied him to the hood of the car and just left him in a desert area for a long period of time. And so when it was Allah's will for what will happen next. Egypt's wildlife includes, but it's not limited to, lizards, crows, wolves, snakes, camels and sheep. In addition, the terrorists may suffer from hypothermia, dehydration and heat sunstrokes. Some, however, survived but were broken. Let's take a go. Favorite maze. Of course I fucking stream tag. Which community are you from, dude? I'm the best source for anything related to the situation in Gaza, Israel, Palestine, Ukraine, Russia, Moscow. I'm doing good, Red Mace. I went to the gym today. I went early. I had a nap. I ate some Easter snacks. I work from home, so. Take a look at this. So fucking annoying, dude. Ursula von der Leyen. This is Christina something. She's part of digitalizing the European economy. And she openly admitted that was for control. Kallas, the Estonian. Lagarde, that's right, Billy. So super annoying. All these are annoying, dude. Kallas, the one who says, don't worry about the nukes. And she also says, don't worry about Russia. We can just attack them. That's fine, dude. People are just overestimating Russia. So all of these three people, they are part of the movement that's gonna start World War III. All of them has been paid to do this. Ursula von der Leyen made an order for 100 million euros for Pfizer vaccine that was never used or some bullshit. The one in the middle is the digital currency bullshitter. The one at the left is the one that's gonna drive Estonia into the ground with nuclear missiles, being hit by nuclear missiles, dude. Exactly, Hunter, man. Exactly, dude. It's so annoying, Satin. You had the one in Finland who essentially sold out Finland to join NATO, dude. And then she was immediately dismissed after that. Oh yeah, but I got my paycheck. So she's just gone, dude. Fucking gone, dude. Some of these women has been groomed since early. Angela Merkel. I forgot the two others, dude. There's a picture with them. They were chosen early on, dude. Remember, I'm just going to go through some of this again. So, the embassy in Ukraine and Tajikistan and other countries illegally recruits mercenaries on Facebook and also on the website. So, the Ukrainian embassy is recruiting soldiers for their foreign legion, i.e. terrorists. And these job advertisements were shut down after they were closed after the attack, which meant that they wanted to hide them. Right. Fucking typical, dude. Fucking typical. Did you see this one earlier?
Хостел к какому адресу, помните? Дмитриевка, что именно?
Natanian, what's up, dude? How are you doing? So there is a shit ton of stuff that happened today. So throughout the day, hospitals, kindergartens have been called with bomb threats by Ukrainians. But don't worry, Ukraine didn't do the terror attack. 700 people were evacuated from Moscow hospital, where victims of the Kokos terrorist attack were also being treated due to the threat of an explosion. A letter about possible explosion was sent to the post office of the Purogrov National Medical and Surgical Center. It's reported of a phosphorus IED with a 40-minute timer, which were located in 4 backpacks on several floors. So, and then Big Bad Boom sent me a lot of stuff, dude. Where is it? What's your click log? So take a look at this, Satin. This is an immigrant being arrested. He's gonna try to make it seem like he was being brutalized by the police officers, but he got caught on video. So take a look at this. So what we got here is calls coming from Ukraine. The Safe Internet League informs that the active recruitment of teenagers for terrorist attacks continues. It's reported that those who write messages often know the children's data. Apparently from leaked databases, the vast majority of accounts are new, created on the territory of Ukraine. Parents are asked to supervise their children. Children, please immediately block the unknown number. So what's happening is that people in Russia are being approached by contacts from Ukraine and attempted to do offer to do terrorist attacks. And then there's a lot of attacks like bomb threat warnings. Okay. An article that involves ISIS in Donbass from 2022. I've already showed you some of that. I'm gonna move on a bit quick, dude. Ukraine recruits mercenaries from Tajikistan, again from 2022. I'm moving on. This one we saw. The head of the GUR, so the head of SPU, Budanov, we killed Russians and we will kill all over the world until complete victory. So what he's doing here is that he is admitting that they killed Duyagina, Vladan Tatarsky, and that they're going to kill Russian civilians all over the world. And that's from 7th of May 2023. The head of the SBU is promoting or saying that. He's promoting himself, saying that he's going to kill Russians. Okay? Back to, Red Mace. And the Western media is just like, fine, here you go. Back to Gaza. Oh, they would be eating this food, honestly. They have no fucking food, dude.
في غزة نحن وقلب جنين
So many, dude.
لن تكبل فينا ورقة تين ما هان الحق عليك ولا خاف عودتنا إيمان لن نسكت لن نستسلم لا 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 لا.
They eat gross in Ramadan. Yes, it is sad, dude. It is sad. What's more sad is that they die of malnutrition and dehydration, dude. More than 30 infants have died of malnutrition. I'm moving on. I'm trying to take a look. Salty, are you here?
Hell no. Come on, wait to the no, no, no. Come on, come on.
Again, this page on the Ukrainian embassy in Tajikistan was removed after the attack, implying its complicity. You guys fucking understand this, right? You fucking understand this, right? Ukrainian embassy was recruiting for soldiers. They removed that, dude. You understand? It's because they're fucking complicit, boys. Come on. We spawned. You need to understand that this was fucking Ukraine in the end. Obviously. What are you two arguing about, though? I'm just scrolling back, scrolling to the newest. Hang on. Everything I could. So, Bradley. We got another Bradley here. That became a trophy. Okay. Belarus in solidarity. I don't think I actually showed you this. That was a few days ago. Same Belarus. Turbo. What? Moving on. Turbo, are you not here? Turbo. Can't post on your stream again. What the fuck, Turbo? Jesus Christ, dude. Did something happen to Turbo? Hey, Sword, how you doing? No, that's not Turbo. You're not fucking banned or anything. Alright. Before marching into Gaza, a settler from New York explains that she wants to live on the beach in Gaza after the Palestinians are expelled.
We love the Gaza Strip. We can't just take a whole strip of land and say Israelis can't live there. That doesn't make sense. This is our sovereign state.
Would you live there?
Of course.
By the beach?
Oh, for sure. Yes, my husband's also talking about building. He has a yeshiva, Talmudic Institute here, so building a branch in Gaza. We have lists already about 500 families that are willing, on the drop of a hat, to just move into. We have north, central, and south.
Look at these fucking evil settlers, dude.
Gaza, and people are going to start building towns. We have names of the towns. We have where we're building them. It's already being planned. And we have people signed up. You can't leave it without Jews in the Gaza Strip. It's too big a piece of land. It's too important for us to let it become Hamas town, as we call it, full of terrorists.
I don't even know what you're talking about in chat, dude. What's the issue? What's the issue in chat, dude? I don't want to follow that bullshit. What's the issue? Salty, can you describe the issue? Remember this one, boys? Blinken exposing America's involvement. I'm not gonna go through it again. Horrific and shocking testimonies about stories of occupation soldiers raping women in the vicinity of Al-Shifa hospital before killing them. Al-Shifa was besieged a few weeks ago. And now we're getting reports about women being raped before they get killed, dude. For fuck's sake, dude. Hey, CatCube, how you doing?
غزة مرحبا بك سيدة جميل لأنه حكينا كثير وحنانا الحلاش والمية أكلوا مي.
Okay, there's no translation there. Sorry. But what this video is about is that the IDF soldiers are raping the women in the vicinity of the Al-Shifa hospital, and then they are killing them. Guys, stop the discussion. It's fucking boring at this point, dude. Does Israel purposely target civilians? There's a video that I can't show you. So what happens is you got 4 Palestinian civilians walking completely without no weapons, and then they get targeted by a fucking drone, dude. A few of them survives, try to crawl away, and then they get targeted by another drone. But we can listen to Richard Medhurst talk about it.
What I'm about to show you is going to make your blood boil. Just watch what the Israelis did to these 4 Palestinian men.
So you got 4 Palestinian men walking, no weapons, anything, and then they're on the street, and then they get targeted by a fucking drone, just straight on, dude. There's no one else in the vicinity. I'm sure some of you have seen it.
How do you just
Yeah, I know some of you have seen it. It's very popular footage.
blow 4 people away like that? Who does that? How do you just extinguish 4 lives like that? These men were unarmed. They posed no danger to anyone. And look what happens next.
كل هذا والمسيرة لم تترك المكان وكل هذا والمسيرة ومن يشغلها.
Did you see that? Did you see how they just blew that person away?
تعود لهم لا تخطئ قوة الاحتلال أهدافها.
How can you murder 4 people like that for no reason? They're wounded and you just keep shooting. How can you do that to people? Who behaves like this? Who kills people like that for no reason?
Because it's fucking Israel, dude.
The families of these men. How will they find a trace, a smithereen, an iota, an atom of their loved ones after this? How will they even know? How could you know? Jesus. I swear to God, Israelis are Satanists. This is an evil cult. This is a death cult.
They are fucking bad, dude.
Cult. Hear me properly. Hear me again. Listen closely. A death cult. That's what the Israelis are. They are a death cult. That is what Zionism is. This is not normal. And the fact that politicians want to come and say that we have shared values with these scumbags. I mean, how dare you say that shit to me?
We can never let the crimes Russia's committing become our new normal.
You're way worse, dude. You're so much worse.
Is not normal.
Mariupol was Ukraine.
Is not normal.
All that is Ukraine, dude.
Bombing schools and hospitals and apartment buildings to rubble is not normal.
You, Mr. Blinken, are not normal. You are not normal. I want to know why America and Britain are supporting this genocide. That's what I care about. Do Israelis think it's brave to rain death on people from the skies? They think they're very tough? What is this army of thieves, this army of scoundrels, this army of murderers, of bastards, of child killers, of fucking rapists, of invaders, degenerates, terrorists, hooligans, barbarians, all of them? The fucking agents of evil itself. I swear to God, history will know no crueler bitch, no more wicked bitch than Israel. None. How many people have been murdered like this by the Israelis, but no one was there to capture it? Watch it again. They are wicked. They are truly wicked. They are cruel. They are agents of evil. Do you understand? This is not normal behavior. There is something abnormal, amoral about Israelis. To hell with them. To hell. They can go back to hell where they came from. These people are sick. They are indoctrinated with evil. Who behaves like this? How can you blow 4 people away like that for no reason?
Hey, Boomer Dan, what's up, dude?
They've destroyed humanity. Where is humanity? There's nothing left. There's nothing left.
He's right, dude. He's right. So this is a guy. What is this, dude? I vote for permanently move the entire genocidal project to the Gulf. Since they love each other so much, we'll take back our own people. What's this?
أهلا وسهلا شالوم تحية محملة بالسلام من مركز الأخبار في تلفزيون دبي إلى الزملاء في القناة 12 الإسرائيلية وتحية سلام إلى زميلي في تلفزيون البحرين. نرحب بكم في هذا الربط الأول من نوعه بيننا كإعلاميين من دولة الإمارات ومن إسرائيل ومن مملكة البحرين.
أهلا محمد شالوم يونت تحية سلام منا لكم من مركز الأخبار في تلفزيون البحرين. صفحة جديدة بين مملكة البحرين ودولة إسرائيل. نرحب بكم في هذا اللقاء بيننا كإعلاميين من البحرين وإسرائيل.
שלום רב לכם וערב טוב, רוחות של שלום בין מדשאת הבית הלבן למזרח התיכון, יום חשוב בהיסטוריה של הסכסוך הישראלי-ערבי. לראשונה, שידור משותף כאן מחדשות 12 ישראל ומתחנות הטלוויזיה הממלכתיות של איחוד האמירויות ובחריין.
Sell out. They're laughing. Hey, Ding Dangler, what's up? I don't know why I don't. Can the apps fucking fix this for 10, dude? What the shit, dude? So this is what Maddie wanted me to show you. So Ukraine made a map in Counter-Strike to mock the dead civilians like they always do. Being pro-Ukraine means being like. This is why I turned to like being pro-Russia, because you have the pro-Ukrainians being gleeful about the death of civilians, and you see this especially on Twitch. People on Twitch who stream, and also the audience on Twitch who are pro-Ukraine, are glad when people die, dude. They're glad when people die. And we saw that 2 days ago. You had a bunch of pro-Ukrainians being gleeful about the death of Russians. And these are innocent people. And that's essentially why I fucking turned pro-Russia, dude. Just get rid of that fucking evil shit, dude. Fuck off. I fucking hate it, dude. I fucking hate evil. And it's so obviously evil that I just can't do it, dude. I just can't do it. This is an attack south of Lviv. I'm not sure what was attacked. It looks big. We will come back to that later. Is it ammo depot? Something there as well, dude? Is that the sun? I don't know what we're looking at. Is that the sun? Is that an ammo depot? Is that the sun? And an ammo depot here? I think that's it too. Thought that was the fucking thing that blew up right there. Okay, that makes more sense. So something was hit in south of Lviv, which we will go through. Okay, I will go through that because I think I saved some details about it. This is where it was hit. You got Lviv here. You got Lviv here, and right below here, and Poland next to it. Look at the town. So, Western Ukraine, Lviv region, the town of Stream. Tonight, Russia carried out the most massive rocket attack. The Ukrainian side counted 7 ground UAVs and 20 missiles. There are several variants of such interesting Russian forces in their loyalty. Syria is one of the main transshipment points through which NATO supplies Ukraine with weapons, equipment, and probably soldiers. The town has an airfield where the notorious F-16 fighter jets could have been stationed. Near the airfield there was some sort of training center where foreign instructors were based. NATO was very stressed today, and the town is on the border with Poland. Missiles and UAVs were maneuvering very close to EU airspace, so Poland and NATO allies were forced to scramble aircraft. The Poles say that one of the Russian missiles did fly into the vicinity of the town of Osadov, but stayed in Polish airspace for only 39 seconds before continuing onto its target. So the Poles said that a cruise missile went into Polish airspace, but they haven't provided proof of that. This is also Stry. It's the same arrival from a different angle, obviously. Then we got a drone here. So what is this? Israel's military claims it's found a drone manufacturing lab in central Gaza. Can we see the lab, dude? Can we see the lab instead of one drone? If you say you found the lab, I would love to see the lab, dude. So we got the sound of a KH or X-101 cruise missile flying into Rivne. This is near Lviv. Hey, see that. alone. So in Greece, a train with American tanks turned around the port of Alexandroupolis. The train loaded with American tanks was heading to Bulgaria. People shouted slogans. Alexandroupolis is a port of the people, not a stronghold of imperialists.
Το σιδηροδρομικό και το οδικό δίκτυο της περιοχής μας. Καμία εμπλοκή, καμιά συμμετοχή στον πόλεμο. Καμία εμπλοκή, καμιά συμμετοχή. Έξω το ΝΑΤΟ.
Give me a moment, boys. But nice one though. Nice one. In Greece. Again, evidence around Tajikistan, Ukrainian embassy being involved in the attack. Is that from yesterday? I think it is. Take a look at this. Is that you, Salty? Minnesota. Alrighty. We got something here about NATO and Yugoslavia. On March 24th, 1999, 25 years ago, NATO began bombing Yugoslavia and the capital of Belgrade under the pretext of protecting Kosovars. So that was from yesterday. I didn't show you that because you were so busy, dude. War crimes were committed here. No NATO commander or American general were reprimanded, dude. What did he say, Hamdi? Yeah, they used depleted uranium, that's right, dude. NATO did a bunch of war crimes here, dude. So did America. Very fucking bad, dude. Macron says Islamists who hit Russia had tried to attack France, right? Yeah, that does he provide any evidence? I feel like it's so dumb at this point, dude. I feel like it's so dumb. I feel like it's dumb just saying shit. I mean, attack France, what, when? What? They're just saying shit. But Putin said that essentially America did it via Ukraine. Are the people in that balloon? Yes, CatQ. Yes. When I think better, Russia and Palestine have the most normal people on the planet. I think so too, dude. I think so too. I think so. Ukrainian, I'm gonna drop this. Uranium UAVs flying to Dnipropetrovsk region. The morning to yesterday. The Russians are the most friendly people I've come across too. Still have that fucking sound, dude. I know that France raised the terror alert, but that's just coping, dude. That's just coping. We haven't, so they have done this many times, dude. Dude. Again, Yugoslavia. A video about Yugoslavia.
4 марта 1999 года войска 14 стран НАТО без одобрения Совбеза ООН начали бомбардировки Югославии. Косово, бывшая частью Югославии, требовала независимости. Косовские албанцы нападали на сербов. В ответ Белград ввел туда свою армию и отказался пустить в край подразделения НАТО. За почти 3 месяца бомбардировок силы НАТО выпустили по стране в центре Европы 3000 крылатых ракет и сбросили на военные объекты и населенные пункты Югославии около 80 тысяч тонн бомб, в том числе кассетных и объединенных ураном. Поэтому, по официальным данным, погибли около 1700 человек, включая 400 детей во время бомбежек и 1000 после от их последствий. В июне югославская армия сдалась. Контролировать Косово стали войска НАТО. Спустя почти 9 лет Косово в одностороннем порядке провозгласило независимость. 60 стран, включая Россию, ее не признали.
You from ex-Yugoslavia? Humanity has hijacked CDF, and we are to blame, dude. We are to blame. That war shouldn't have happened. No, it should not. Definitely not, dude. This is again a video from Lviv, sorry, south of Lviv, Struy. Hello from Donbass. I don't speak English well, so I use Google Translator. I'm glad that there are people in the West who understand what's really going on. Big Bad Boom, say something in Russian. Hey, Tuku. Привет. We need Big Bad Boom to say something. I love having people from Donbass, dude. Weird. Cube, the people in the balloon, they're burned, dude. No, I don't know. Okay. Russia is gonna be tacky with Ukraine, Thomas. Not gonna be emotional. I got a video here about the lockdowns in 2020.
Economics is now playing the role of Catholic theology in medieval Europe. It has become an ideology that tells people that the world is what it is because it has to be. However unjust, wasteful, and inefficient it may look. I mean, this market-based valuation of human activities has also led to an absurd situation during the pandemic. During the pandemic, many countries designated healthcare workers, school teachers, people working in the supermarkets, people producing food, people delivering food and other essentials as key workers, as they were called in Britain, or essential employees, as they were called in America. So the societies are declaring that these are the most important people for our survival. However, according to the market, these people, except a handful of the top medical doctors, are actually not very valuable people. because they are all kind of poorly paid people. Yeah? This fundamental contradiction. Yeah? On the one hand, you say that these are the most important people. On the other hand, because you rely solely on market, you are also saying that you are worthless. Yeah? You are the least necessary people. Yeah?
Now it's going too old. Now it's going too old, dude. This is one of my favorite films. Good movie. I don't know which movie you're talking about, though. But I know that Ukraine is fucked. Did we see this?
Террористическая
We
деятельность.
saw that. We saw that. We saw that. We saw that. We didn't see that, but we don't want to. We saw Putin. We saw that, dude. So, the leaked DIA documents demonstrate that the Ukraine and GUR was looking to ally with ISIS and Al-Qaeda linked groups to strike Russia. That was the Pentagon leaked documents. Hey, Siberia. What does that mean? Healthy. Al Jazeera spoke to one of the survivors on Saturday who was able to escape execution carried out by the Israeli forces at Al-Shifa medical complex in Gaza City. The teenager said that all of those who were with him were killed by snipers despite being told that they were safe. We don't need to watch the video, I just described what happened in the video. Now I want to show you a thriving Christian community of Palestine during Palm Sunday of 1940, 8 years before the Zionist war that expelled hundreds of thousands of Palestinians. Remember this, Satin. Hey, Huggy. Sibirushk, nice one, dude. We've been waiting for you for 2 fucking hours. This is the Christian community in Palestine in 1940, 8 years before the expulsion. Hey, mate, Mr. David, what's up? I don't know which city. Somewhere in Palestine. It's Palm Sunday, 1940. And it just said a thriving Christian community. That's it, dude. I wanted to show you that. 1940. I can send you this. I can send you this, dude. Then I can also translate it because I got the translator already. And me too, listen. Human rights attorney Noura Erakat dismantles the Zionist narrative, accusing the Palestinian resistance militants of raping Israeli women.
Hi, my name is Marina. I'm a freshman in the School of Foreign Service. And I'm wondering, based on your contention that Palestinian militants are fighting for their freedom, and also as a human rights lawyer, do you consider rape of the sort that was clearly documented in the New York Times reports on the Hamas attacks on October 7th?
Clearly documented? What?
And then celebrated or entirely dismissed all over social media to be a legitimate form of resistance?
So
a little bit on what you said, that same New York Times report and article has been debunked, and the family of the woman, I don't want to, wait, no, really. Let's just take this seriously. So it doesn't feel like we can't talk about it. I'm not trying to score a point with you. I'd like you to revisit that New York Times article. It has been debunked. And in fact, what we're finding is that we want to believe survivors, but there actually are no survivors who have told us that they've been raped. And that the evidence that we have had available to us has been not at all what you say as irrefutable. Otherwise, it would have been more.
Yeah, but you can believe the New York Times, but then you have to follow up once it gets debunked, dude. That's the problem with the Americans, is that they read the headline and then they don't know when it gets debunked like a week later because they're fucked in the head, dude.
More clear to us. I've read the Physicians for Human Rights Israel report, and there's not a single case. In fact, it's all conjecture that they're giving us, kind of like the conjecture I gave you at the start of my talk, right? And that the families of those who said that they were raped said, no, they weren't. So and then even the stories, the women, the hostages that were released all said they were afraid of being raped, but none of them were. They would have told us. So of course I wouldn't celebrate it.
Yeah, clearly documented. Did you see how she put that forward, dude?
And I don't celebrate it. And no one is celebrating it. There is a pushback and an ask for thorough investigations because we've seen two trends very clearly. We've seen the demonization of Palestinians and the mobilization of disinformation used that's proven false later in order to justify more killing of Palestinians, including the fact that there were no 40 babies beheaded.
There's no pregnant women being opened up, dude.
Including the fact
hey, Svenki, what's up?
That there wasn't a command and control center under the Shifa hospital.
Yep, that's right, dude. Even Israel admitted that was false.
And yet, based on that false information that our president repeated, thousands of Palestinian children have been killed. So it is incumbent upon us to be thorough and scrutinizing. And the second is, if we are serious about sexual violence in the context of armed conflict, then we must take seriously the sexual violence endured by Palestinian women, men, and children in Israeli captivity that has been well documented. And so I'm with you. I'm with you.
But the woman who asked this question, she doesn't give a shit about the truth. She's just for Israel no matter what. That's why she said clearly documented New York Times article, because she doesn't give a shit about the truth.
But we have to be clear across of what we're dealing with.
And I just know that person asking that question doesn't give a shit about the truth, though. I want to show you this, dude. So what we got here is an AFU helicopter being taken down in Kherson Oblast. The first video, taken from the ground, shows the man-pad shot taken down presumably on an AFU Mi-8, okay? But it's already been hit here, right? Yes. So the helicopter was already hit at this point. It looked like it was hit way earlier. It's giving smoke all the way to the right, dude. So, was this recovered footage? Look how low it flies, dude. Oi! Was that another helicopter? Holy shit, dude. There it is. Think he survived? I don't think so, dude. gunshots? The crackling, I don't know. Jesus, dude. This footage is from 2022, by the way, but it was first released now. Hey, Mr. I. We got some info about what was hit in Lviv. Training ground. Okay. Another target hit in Lviv region during the massive attack on the territory of the Kosovo training area. The facility has been targeted by Russian forces on several occasions, with at least 2 successful hits on 13th of March 2022 and 3rd November 2023. The attack on the Kosovo range took place on the several stages. First, strategic cruise missiles were launched, at least three of them made to the target. 2 hours after the end of the attack, when the enemy lost vigilance, several MiG-31K launched hypersonic Kinzhal missiles, which made a controlled defeat of the object. According to the available data, the cruise missile damaged exclusively to the equipment located on the territory of the range, among with most of them with NATO models. At least 15 armored vehicles and other equipment were damaged. The main damage was inflicted by Kinzhal missiles, which hit position at night. At the time of the controlled attack, enemy soldiers were busy cleaning up after the defeat. Around 100 people are known to have been killed or wounded as a result of the attack. Some of them, at least 30, were foreign mercenaries from France, Poland, Germany, and Britain. So you got cruise missiles coming in, damaging NATO equipment, and then you got the cleanup operation that gets targeted by Kinzhal dagger missiles. Okay. Then we got this guy, MMA fighter Jeff Munson. I think he's going to talk about the terrorist attack.
Hello. I come with a message from my Russian brothers.
Sometimes I get a little of a cringe feeling from him, but I think I'm wrong.
I am angry. We are all angry, and we should be. The terrorist attack in Moscow has left us all shocked and dismayed. When I visit Krasnogorsk, I often bring my young daughter to the aquarium that's located in the same building as the theater where the terrorists attacked. However, my message is not a message of revenge or hate. Instead, it is a message of unity. Our country has survived and prospered over centuries because of the strength and will of the Russian people, but most of all because of solidarity, because we have stood together hand in hand and refused to let invading Asian countries and Germany take Russia during the First World War. We refuse to let fascists destroy us during the Great Patriotic War, despite them killing 27 million of our comrades. And now America, NATO, Ukraine, and terrorists threaten us again and attack us from all sides. Believe me when I say Russia's existence and our way of life and our values are under an existential threat. Our enemies know they cannot invade and take our motherland. Their plan is to destroy Russia from the inside by dividing us. When I look at America now, I see a country on a spiral of destruction. Black people fighting white people, police fighting protesters, Christians against Muslims, gay people fighting straight people, government officials being attacked on the street by angry mobs. America is rotten from the inside and its society is quickly decaying, and the whole world can see this. We cannot let this happen to us. The sanctions by America, NATO's continued support of Ukraine killing our soldiers and civilians in Donbass, and now these terrorist attacks on innocent people are designed to weaken and divide Russians. They understand they cannot defeat us, so their plan is for us to fight each other and destroy ourselves. Russia's strength is our diversity and our ability to work together. We have used our differences as an advantage instead as a deterrent. 190 ethnic groups call Russia home. Slavs, Tatars, Chechens, Avars, Bashkirs, Kazakhs, we are all Russian. I know better than anyone the generosity, the kindness, and acceptance of the Russian people. Why did I become a Russian citizen? Close my American passport, come to live in Russia, make a family home in Russia? Because Russia has soul. I've said this many times. I have traveled the world and visited many different countries. During my fighting career, I have never experienced anything like this in any other place except Russia. The generosity, the care, the love of the Russian people. I do not have the words to adequately describe this feeling. It must be experienced to be understood. We must use this terrible tragedy as an opportunity to unite us even stronger. Let our enemies watch in dismay as they cannot divide us. We control our own destiny. We will decide our future. Now is the time to take your brother's hand. We will support each other. We will help each other. We will have compassion for each other. We will stand united as our forefathers have before us. We are Russian.
I like him, dude. He seems okay. I think he's training Russians in MMA, dude, which is great. But that's great, dude. What is this? You wanna have a look? I hope not, Quinnifer. I think I'm gonna look exactly like me in 10 years, dude. Here's the greatest criminal conspiracy and a co-op ever devised to overthrow the United States government. Satin
had over 1.5 million fraudulent votes counted, and the spread is less than 82,000 votes. These fraudulent votes come from dead voters, ballots that were received before they were supposedly mailed out, and over 330,000 electronic spikes from the voting machine. 205,000 overvotes, meaning there were 205,000 more votes than registered voters.
Mason.
And 682,000 ballots that were illegally processed without any oversight whatsoever. More than 1.5 million votes in Pennsylvania is apparently what it took for Joe Biden to steal the state. Georgia has a similar phenomenon that Democrats are failing to account for. 66,248 underage voters voted in Georgia. 10,315 dead people voted. 2,500 convicted felons voted. Nearly 200,000 votes were fraudulently inserted into the vote count instantaneously. 4,500 votes come from unregistered voters. These numbers show a clear pattern that a variety of types of fraud occurred in this election and that Democrats are desperately trying to cover it up. They're going to great lengths to change the narrative of the election fraud in an effort to run out the clock to January 20th, 2020. In addition to President Trump's team, many independent groups have completed research on the fraud, and the results are staggering. Totaling across the country, millions of votes were fraudulently covered up, changed, or deleted.
I just checked, dude. ON seems fine.
In favor of Joe Biden. The governors and secretaries of state have actively participated in the cover-up, removing information from their website that is normally easily accessible to the public and depriving conservatives a chance to audit or review the results are just some of their tactics. In Arizona, the final result is only a difference of 10,457.
None of them said him. That's the point, dude.
400 non-citizens voted in the state. Arizona also experienced phantom spikes from the voting machines to the tune of roughly 50,000 additional votes going to Joe Biden. These numbers come from information that is publicly available.
I thought it was an AI voice, dude.
Whether from the Secretary of State's website before the content was removed, or from the raw data that was pushed out on election night.
Good night, Tuku. Good night. So what I think happened here is they're probably telling the truth, dude. They are probably telling the truth. We got again Joe Rogan asking about Jesus. I kind of want to watch this because I'm curious, dude, because he does have some interesting guests. If it's not interesting, we'll just close it. I don't think that guest is interesting, dude.
Real Jesus? Mm-hmm. Definitely.
That's that guy, Kid Rock or whatever his name is.
1000%. What makes you convinced?
I think that's that fucking musician. Fuck that guy, dude. I'll take a look. This is Israeli soldiers strip a Palestinian child of his shirt and assault him, terrorizing him and his family while shopping in the city of Hebron, occupied West Bank. Some of you have seen this from yesterday. ON was right, dude. Smack is Hunterman. I saw Kid Rock saying some bullshit things when Kiev. I think he was begging Israel, doing a bunch of bullshit. He just seemed like another paid, willing to sell his soul for whatever. This is typical treatment by the Israelis towards the Palestinians. Could you imagine you and your family being treated like this, dude? Look, he's just, hey, I'm gonna ruin this. I know this is yours, I'm gonna ruin it. I'm also gonna ruin it. I'm also part of it. Just fucking dumbasses, dude. You know what has happened recently? You got the Palestinian children being stripped naked and forced to run through the town naked, dude. I don't know if they were raped or whatever, but I wouldn't be fucking surprised, dude. Yeah, I saw Kid Rock saying some weird shit, dude. Spain. Judge orders Telegram to be blocked nationwide. That's bad. That's fucking bad, dude. Moving on. Bassem Youssef on propaganda.
Propaganda is not just about lies, it's about distraction.
Remember, they think that America got information and Russia got propaganda. That's not exactly the case. Right? Russian propaganda and American propaganda is more correct. But again, the Americans don't realize this because they're being conditioned not to realize it.
Take a small sample of the cliches they use in order to divert the conversation. I'm sure you heard these one after the other. What is a proportionate response? Does Israel have the right to defend itself? Do you condemn Hamas? Does Israel have the right to exist? October 7th, decapitated babies. Women were raped. Babies were put in the oven. They are killing babies. October 7th. Why don't the Arab take in the Palestinians? Where is the outrage when...
Yeah, the uptick in Palestinians. We're not killing them because there's an uptick, so we're not killing them. Meanwhile, there's like footage coming of them dying in mass, dude.
Why don't you talk about Syria, Libya, Sudan, Yemen? October 7th, you are anti-Semitic. You are a Jew hater. You are a terrorist sympathizer. Do you condemn Hamas? October 7th. We will talk about everything except the killing that is happening every day as we sit here discussing bullshit.
Remember what the Human Rights Watch said on October 6th, 2023. They said that 2023 was the worst year for the Palestinian children. That was the day before October 7th.
Talking points. This style of distraction is...
It is possible to block Telegram. Telegram is already partially blocked in the West. Certain channels are blocked. If you use Telegram via your mobile, then it's blocked. And a whole country can easily block Telegram as a whole. That's easy.
Inspired by a very old debating trick called gish galloping. Gish galloping is a way where one side throws distraction, lies, and half-truth at you in order to confuse you, distract you away from the real issues. We have seen this on display every day since the war started. History only started on October 7th. We are not allowed to talk about what came before. You criticize Israel, you want ceasefire, you hate the Jews. What about the decapitated babies? So now they shut down the conversation. They turn it emotional, visceral, but I don't blame them. They do what other countries do. They lie. They lie and they lie and
They're
they
just
lie.
bad at lying, dude.
And when you think they are done, they go like DJ Khaled, another one. No, I don't blame them. I blame the Western media, the same media that gave us lectures and history lessons about transparency, honesty, journalistic integrity, and holding people accountable.
It's right, dude. All countries does this. Hey, Velvet Chess, what's up? I thought it only works like that for copyright stuff or terrorist channels. Yeah, but these terrorist channels are designated by the government. That's the point. It could be any channel. And they're not like terrorist channels. I don't think that exists, dude. It was pro-Palestine channels that was banned in Europe or the West. I stop annoying Tiger Girl. Tiger Girl, what's the issue, dude? I'm not following the chat. What's the fucking issue? Mark Rublev, what's up? I went into his stream yesterday. He's a Russian who can speak English. So that was nice. In Russia, we tried to block Telegram one time, almost killed everything. Did Russia try to block Telegram, dude? I can't imagine that because it's so widespread in Russia. Ukraine wants to block Telegram. I'm not sure if they want to block all of it. I think they just want to block some of it. But they passed a bill recently. So Ukraine is going to block some of it. But you can only block channels if the app is downloaded via App Store or Play Store, whatever the fuck it's called. You can still access the channels if you download Telegram without the app, without the fucking store, sorry, which is possible. It was banned for like 4 or 5 years and got unbanned because government officials liked it so much. I had no idea, dude. We got an attempted shoot down of a cruise missile by an AA, anti-air defense team here. Is that that's a fucking pickup truck. What are we looking at? A cruise missile is gonna enter. Come on.
Я снимаю камеру.
Okay. If they were gonna hit that, that would be impressive, dude. That would be impressive. You can ban applications. You can do it via banning the services that they access. An application that doesn't talk to the internet is useless. And all of them typically talks to the internet, and you can ban that communication. Which is what they do. Obviously you can get the app, but the app won't be able to communicate with the services because they have been blocked at the internet provider. It's a common tactic, dude. That's how they censored RT in the West. Salty, I've been in IT for over 25 years, dude. Yeah, but that's what they refer to when you ban an app. That's what they refer to, dude. So for public consumption, you ban an app by not allowing it to communicate. And I just explained that. You don't say to the public, we prevented it from passing through the firewall at the ISP because they won't understand what that matters, dude. And this is a dumb conversation. This is a dumb conversation. Several years ago, tried to block Telegram. Telegram started to use automatic changing VPNs, sockets, etc. So a lot of services stopped to work, but Telegram was okay. Okay. Soldiers who were captured terrorists are given medals. So take a look at this. Chechnya Republic had Kadyrov. So we got the Akhmat unit who was awarded medals. I think we saw some of these in the forest, dude. They do look like Ahmed. For Kokos, a shell. Children from the vicinity of the Al-Shifa medical complex in northern Gaza share their traumatic encounter with the occupation soldiers.
أول ما جو قاعد يزعقوا على الدرج بعدين طلع الضرب طوف الكشاف على وجوهنا بعدين قاعد يطخ علينا ندعى بن عمي نستويته وقاعد يطخ بعدين قاعد يطخ على الحيطة وأنا رفع يدي لو طخ علي بعدين نزلونا تحت عند سيفتي مع عمي نصور زقوا حبوا ادينا لهم بس نلبس الشبشب خليني زينا ما خلوكم ما خليناش نلبس شيء ولا ناخذ شيء لقينا واحد
We got more. I think I have more for medals, Siberia. So I think there's some more medals being left out, dude. But back to Gaza. This is the beach. This is before the besiegement. This
By
before
God,
it was.
We are human, just like you. If this description
I bet this is a poem from that guy who was killed, dude.
doesn't bother you, we are human. We breathe, eat, and drink. All our lives we eat the best and cleanest food in our homes and restaurants. We only wear international brands, and it's impossible for us, whether men, women, or children, to accept just any clothing. We put all our money into our homes, decorations, gardens, the most beautiful rooms, and modern furnishings. We drive cars and jeeps, possibly with prices that are the highest in the world. We love and adore a joy and occasions so we can dance, debke, sing, and live the good times. Our lives are work during the day, and gatherings with family and friends at night, in a cafeteria by the sea, or a fancy restaurant, or even a popular one. We love falafel, shawarma, and nabulsi nafe, and ice cream and slushies as we stroll in our beautiful streets. We are the people of Gaza. Do you know us? We were not created for destruction and death as Israel wants. We were created to live like the rest of the world. Be one in the midst of this silent world. Your voice and actions, even if simple, will help us.
Very cute video, dude. You got a bunch of services that actually utilizes UDP as well, something. So this is one of the guys. Did we show this yesterday? I think we must have. Yeah, we went through this yesterday, dude. I'm badly beaten terrorist. So we went through this yesterday. They were in the trial center until May 22nd. 2 months from now. UDP is also good for streaming. So what do we got here? Satellite pic shows the head of a building in Sevastopol. Sevastopol, we showed you this one, boys. There was a hit on Sevastopol also yesterday. Let's have a look. So, fuck off, dude. Satellite pic showing a hit on building in Sevastopol during yesterday's missile attack. The Ukraine says the communication center for the BSF, I don't know what that is, though. They also said they targeted 2X landing ships in the harbor. There's no visible damage to the ships. So people call bullshit, dude, because I saw today that there were satellite images of the harbor and there was no damage. So there's no damage to the ships that Ukraine said they damaged in the harbor in Sevastopol. They used Scalp, so storm shadow missiles, and modified S-200s. That's very interesting, dude. Velvet, are you still here? Velvet. Welcome back, boss. Sorry for the false info. What false info? The UN did say it's a ceasefire for Ramadan only. Really? Okay. I wanted to ask him, Salty, because he had criticism for... Salty, go get him. He had criticism for Putin. He should address that to Big Bad Boom and Clicklock and Unova. That would be very funny. To have two Russians discussing Putin bad, Putin good. I don't know. So, moving on. So, we got George Galloway here criticizing Israel.
Mr. Netanyahu announced that this port that's being built in Gaza, with the rubble of the homes destroyed in the bombing, including the skulls and the bones of the people destroyed with the houses and lying unburied under the rubble, that according to Netanyahu, this port is being built for the deportation of millions of Palestinians from the territory, an act of ethnic cleansing of the foulest kind. We would have expected a statement from the Foreign Secretary.
There's another video with George Galloway that I kind of want to play to you. Furnace had this one. Let me find it. So much bullshit in Discord, dude. Here we go. You'll just be listening.
The US and the UK and others swiftly tried to reassure me that it was only ISIS that carried out this mass murder in Moscow. I knew automatically that they were lying. And here's what I'm finding. I'm finding, first of all, that no one has explained the unannounced visit of President Barack Obama to meet British political and security officials in 10 Downing Street 3 days before this terrorist crime was carried out. Working further back, I discovered that Victoria Newland, that harbinger of death, that angel of death, who, if she comes anywhere near you, be sure a civil war is coming in your country. I saw her with my own eyes, promised the Russians some nasty surprises in the next few weeks and months. I'm working further back, and I discover that the White House spokesman, John Kirby, announced that American citizens had been warned to stay away from crowded places, including shopping malls and theaters. And so I have 4 pieces of evidence in my mind that leads me to believe that the United States, that the NATO allies, and their proxy servant, the state of Ukraine, the remaining state of Ukraine, were in fact responsible for this mass murder.
What did you think of that, dude? I agree with him. Thomas, good night. Good night, man. I'm not gonna do a cooking stream because I just cooked some bullshit. And it's embarrassing, dude. Salty would understand. Salty, do you disagree with the Kairos? Good. Good. What did he say? The conflict originated after the end of the First World War. The victorious powers divided the vast possession into a sphere of influence. Great Britain, France, and Russia signed the secret Sykes-Picot Agreement in 1916, delimiting their interest in the Middle East, apart from their ancient hatred of one another. Okay. So, Sevastopol. Yeah, no visible damage. ISIS. So let's go through this. When the West claims that ISIS did the Kogo City Hall attack, do not forget which side ISIS is on in Ukraine. Pictures is Daniel Mujahid Lyushuk, a former officer of the Tornado. Tornado is a Nazi battalion in Ukraine, an admitted member of ISIS. He was also convicted of terrorism of Ukrainian courts, where they found him guilty of several rape, including rape of babies. What the shit, dude? So he was also convicted of terrorist in Ukrainian courts, where they found him guilty of serial rape, including rape of babies, torturing POWs, looting, murder, and more. Zelensky pardoned him. When he died, the Ukrainian government called him a hero. What the shit, dude? Unsurprisingly, he was also a neo-Nazi. Unfortunately, the scumbag was killed last year, but he was far from the only Ukrainian who idealizes ISIS. Boss, Ukraine won't surrender, no. Where did you see that? That won't happen, though. America won't allow that. Veteran pilots shed a light on the important role of the Russian Aerospace Forces navigators. Okay, so the role of navigators. The Air Force Navigation Service did and observed annually in Russia on March 24, the anniversary of the creation of the first Central Air Navigation Station in Russia's empire in 1916. While aircraft systems have become much more sophisticated since the days of the World War I and are considerably boon for air pilots and navigators today, the importance of the human factor cannot be ignored, says veteran Russian combat aircraft pilot. A lot depends on navigators, professionalism and efficiency, the ability to react in various navigational and flight tasks. Okay, I thought we were going to get some insight to what they're going to do. So there might be abnormal situation that does not fit into algorithms on board systems. Okay. I don't think Siberia is as power, dude. I don't think so. He's Russian. Why would he be quoting his power bullshit? I haven't seen him do that. He'd probably just have a Russian opinion of the situation. I don't think so, Billy. What did he say, dude? You guys need to be more inviteful and accommodating. Because just ask him instead of going after him. He showed himself as a Russian earlier. Why would you think that a Russian has power? Guys, come on, dude. Yeah, but he's a Russian. He's not repeating Twitter. The Russians don't use Twitter. The Russians don't use Wiki. You understand that, right? I am out of power on one of my phones. This one. So be nice to the fucking people in the chat, dude. Be nice. I lost where I was. I clicked on something and fucking lost my position in my queue. Oh, here we go. No. Cursed Moon, that's right. Twitter is banned in Russia. Wiki is banned in Russia. Not everyone is like an expert on fucking Palestine and Gaza, dude. The only reason why you know is because of October 7th. Otherwise, you wouldn't be giving a fuck. Oh, okay, here we go. Good. So we got a video from a few days ago, but now I got it with subtitles. This is from the terrorist attack, okay?
Находились на минус первом этаже в кабинете врача.
These people survived the terror attack.
Расставляли оборудование, там ЭКГ, укладки, травма, спортивная терапия, то есть вот. И они услышали выстрелы. Администратор, который находился рядом с ними, они ее начали прикрывать. Он сказал, что на глазах, он когда вышел из этого кабинета, на глазах застрелили 10-летнюю девочку прям.
They shot a 10-year-old girl in the head, dude.
В голову выстрелили, говорит это. Ну, это страшные слова, ну, то, что... Вот. Потом они начали оказывать первую помощь. Сбежать они потом вывели, получается, 11 человек или 13 через подземный паркинг, получается. Я не знаю, как они там пробрались, он говорит, в темноте. Потом они вернулись туда и уже с сотрудниками пожарных служб и спецназа пытались прорваться к туалету. Но туда возможности не было пройти, потому что шло огромное пламя, то есть возможности вообще не было.
Very fucking bad, dude. Very fucking bad, dude. The only thing Siberia is talking about is when it started, dude. I don't feel like he's trying to talk that, Israel did nothing, Palestine did nothing. It doesn't look like that at all, dude. It looks like nothing like a Hezbollah to me, dude. You guys need to phrase your conversation in a bit more friendly manner, dude. And I'm referring mostly to Salty, because he can take it. Did I show you this video? It was posted a bit late yesterday. It's one of the terrorists coming down from the tree. I'm assuming this is the Ahmad unit, catching him. Well, I stop it right there. I think that's gonna be some bullshit, dude. I think that's gonna be bullshit. So people continue to bring flowers to the memorial at night. That's right, Salty. You have big shoulders, dude. You can take it. The others are... I'm afraid they're just gonna be super sensitive, dude. Guys, be nice to people in the chat. Be nice to each other as well. Hey, Slav. They are insane, dude. You know what? I was in Kairos, and there was some pro-Ukrainians in there, like always. And I just came, dude, and I said, the reason why I am pro-Russia is because of people like you guys. So I just came. I had not seen what they wrote. I said, you guys are happy about the death of civilians. You are gleeful about it. And Kyle said, yeah, actually they are. Mag is, yes, go ahead, dude. But be nice about it. Otherwise he's not going to read it, dude. So when you give people information, give it in a way that they want to read it, dude. Internet says 2, what chant? Lalepo, you are super late today. Guys, be nice to each other. There's no point in trying to educate each other if the other person won't absorb it, dude. Any infrastructure is damaged in... This is from today. Any infrastructure is damaged in Odessa and Kiev. There's no electricity in some areas in the city. This is announced by the head of Odessa. Earlier, there was announced that there was explosions in Odessa, and nevertheless was blah, blah, blah. Okay. We will never join NATO.
Spreman sam, pošto i čekam sad. Danas su primili Prištinu u pridruženi član parlamentarne skupštine NATO-a. Hvala vam, tek da znamo da nećemo u NATO nikada, da ćemo da čuvamo i štitimo svoju vojnu neutralnost. I kad ih primite u Savet Evrope, i na to ćemo da imamo odgovor. Toliko o vašim lažima, o sankcijama, Prištini i o svemu drugom. Nema čime ih niste nagradili, nema čime Srbiju niste kaznili. Ali ne možete da nam otmete pravo da živimo za svoju zemlju. Pravo da volimo slobodu više od bilo čega. I ovde na trgu Topličkih junaka, a Toplica je deo junačke Srbije, deo sa kojim ni jedan drugi deo Srbije ne može da se poredi, jer je uvek dala najviše junaka. Jedino ovde u Toplici nikada niko nije pitao kolika je cena slobode. Ovde su nam najveći junaci, ovde vam danas kažem.
Yes, Salman, in America. That was a war crime.
Borit će se istinom, čašću, znanjem, svim što ima i svim čime raspolaže da sačuva svoju teritoriju, da sačuva svoj narod i da sačuva svoju budućnost. Rezervnu otadžbinu nemamo i baš kao što ova pesma rekla, volimo te otadžbino naša, nikome te nećemo dati, neka živi naša Srbija.
Guys, Busik, I think his name. What is this click look? There was no participation of Ukraine in the terrorist attack. And that's the official position of the US.
In early March, the United States, this government shared information with Russia about a planned terror attack in Moscow. We were very clear about that. On March 7th, we actually informed Americans in Russia did a public advisory, to be more specific. And, ISIS bears the sole responsibility here. The sole
responsibility. It's so dumb, dude.
With their government. And so there is no evidence, absolutely no evidence that Ukraine was involved here.
How did you go about sharing that information? Was it through the State Department, U.S. Embassy?
I'm just not going to get into...
It's definitely not us in Ukraine.
Share that with Russian authorities, and I'll just leave it.
So remember, these people have no data. They say this is only ISIS and no one else. What about Al-Qaeda? No, only ISIS. It's so pathetic, dude. It's so fucking pathetic. It's so fucking pathetic, dude. It's only them. Always with their... You know what? Russia knows exactly who it is, dude. America knows that Russia knows. So I feel like sometimes, Salty, that America is just trying to piss on Russia on purpose. They're trying to mock Russia. They're trying to like tease them and annoy them. Because they didn't have to say this solely. They can just say ISIS did it. But instead they're saying solely ISIS. On purpose. On purpose, dude. They don't have to say that. They never have to say that, dude. We got people in who's coping for Ukraine. That guy's not in Ukraine. Jay in Kiev, he's complaining about these people being tortured. Right. He's complaining about that. So then we got this is one of the terrorists who was caught 2 days ago. This guy was in that same mall on March 7th. But these pictures I'm showing you here is his Instagram, I fucking guess. And he's in Istanbul. So this is confirmation that he was in Turkey in February. This is confirmation that he was in Turkey in February. Obviously, they could be fake, dude, but it doesn't matter too much. I don't believe so. We got children ombudsman Maria Belova awarded Young Heroesman to Islam Khalilov. This is the guy who saved some other children. What is the other name, dude? Artem Donskov for saving people. I don't know the second one.
Благодарность за самоотверженность, смелость и личное мужество, проявленное при оказании помощи пострадавшим.
Exactly, Siberia. Exactly.
Донскому Артему Александровичу.
Where is he? Okay. Is that not Islam? That's the Islam guy. No. That's the other guy. That's his. Okay. I think I confused these two people, dude. Honestly. Guys, be nice to each other. I feel like you're being super annoying. All my Ukrainian friends in Ireland were in awe today, and no one was gloating. On the contrary, everyone said kind words and asked if everything was okay with my mother in Moscow. Then the Ukrainians. These are not Ukrainians. I'm not surprised, dude. I'm not fucking surprised, dude. Hey, Uppsala. What's up? How you doing? The chat is way too aggressive today, Uppsala. This is outside the mall. We got heated tents. Because people keep coming, dude. Very cool. Just being nice to the new people in here, Radin. I'm fine with you fighting Salty, because he can take it. Not everyone can, though. So this is in Odessa. Electric buses stop working because they have no power. I don't know what she said, but it was about everyone can come in for warm up and drink hot tea. Our hearts are with the Russian people. China, just normal, dude. China, just fucking normal. Fucking stay on the screen, dude. So take a look at this. This is an article from 2019. According to Lysenko, Tadyev was detained by Interpol at Moscow's request. In his account, police also found the bomb instructions and photographs of dead bodies on his mobile phone. Despite that, Tadyev was never extradited to Russia. A bribe is one of the alleged reasons why he was never instead allowed to travel home to Georgia. So this is then there's an independent article here that you guys can take a look at, dude. This is an article from 2019. It is interesting today, isn't it? ISIS leaders were hiding out in Ukraine for years and working with the SBU. Even after that, they were caught. Ukraine allowed them to go back home instead of extraditing them to Russia. Where was home? Georgia, of course. Home of the other major CIA operation in that region. What is the Russian hard sword? Daniel keeps like polluting my Discord. Just random shit everywhere. Hey Eldegrum. I have not seen that, Eldegrum. We can take a look. Uppsala probably knows what this is, dude. You got Millie, some ISIS bullshit. I don't know what it is though. 2018. Okay, moving on. We know America is deep embedded with ISIS. We fucking know it, dude. Klitschko confirmed the explosions in Kiev. There was major explosions in Kiev, dude. Ubitsa, what's up? Negotiations with Taliban, I don't know. I thought it was had to do with ISIS, dude. Maybe, I don't know. Hey, Panamera. This article is about Yuri Lutsenko. He's the speaker of Ukraine Ministry of the Interior. Maybe. Kiev. Oh, I fucking forgot, dude. So, today, Zircon missiles. These are ground-launched hypersonic missiles that were launched towards Kiev, to my knowledge, for the first time ever. Russia have the Dagger missile, which is launched from air, and then they achieve hypersonic speed as they go. But they also have Zircon missiles, which are launched from the ground, and Russia used them today, dude. Zircon strike on Kiev reported. A missile attack was carried out on the center of Kiev. One of the decision-making centers, SBU office, was hit. By the way, the SBU confirms this hit. Preliminary, the army used Zircon missiles. The missile reached the target in 2 minutes. Air defense did not react and fired late after the passage of the missiles. It's reported that the 3 M22 Zircon missile launched from the ground launchers in Crimea were used only in Kiev. Zircony is the version where already used for purpose of the Ukrainian capital due to the speed of the flight. Missile, the Ukrainian air defense simply does not have time to react. Okay, so the Ukrainian air defense doesn't have time to react because how quick it is, dude. I don't know what that is. Obviously, this is not. So it's 9.5 meters long. Obviously, this is not to scale. The Zircon have a very distinct look. It looks very much like it's what was used as inspiration for the BrahMos hypersonic missile in India, and the same one that the Houthis and Iran is using. It looks like it's a Zircon blueprint, dude. You can see it here. That looks exactly like a Zircon, dude. With the fucking head. Very revealing. The Houthis hit Israeli ground earlier today. I don't think it was like a massive one. You have a question. Do you believe that after Ukraine, the Russian Federation will attack the NATO bloc? No. No, Siberia. Why would Russia attack a NATO bloc? Russia just wants security on their border. They don't want further escalations. There's nothing points to this. Everything we've seen points to Russia just wanting security on their border, Siberia. I'm fucking certain, dude. Smoke in Kiev. We're gonna get very poor footage from Kiev because people are not allowed to film in Kiev. There's reprisals for people who film in Kiev. I'm gonna get back to that. Don't believe the Kremlin over the attack. Putin is the prime suspect. The Australian. Salty. It's Putin who did it, dude. Putin may have ties to Russia. So the death toll was increased to 182. Yes, Shelbel. There's people under the rubble, shit like that. People who died from smoke inhalation. So this is from Sweden, a Swedish newspaper. It says our politicians are like children. They live in a bubble, disconnected from reality. I love this, dude. I love this. Nice. Yes, I don't know. Oh, I closed it. So. Baltic leaders urged NATO members to bring back conscription. So this is preparation and coordinated by the West, America, obviously. So you got many NATO countries talking about war with Russia, removing social spending in favor of NATO's military spending, and people talking about conscription and conscription of women and war with Russia. And that's a good thing. And don't worry about the nukes. Don't worry about them. Putin is just bluffing. That's literally what they're saying. They're just bluffing, dude. Then we got Klitschko taking selfies of the arrivals. This is one of the civil defense or SBU buildings in Kiev. Remember, they said they intercepted all of them. And what is this? He was always a criminal, though. Klitschko was always a criminal. He was part of gangs when he was younger. So was his brother. They're all fucking criminals, dude. We got Jeffrey Sachs. The US is trying to maintain its hegemony and does not accept multipolarity.
We know that the trade tensions really result from the US side trying to slow China's economic progress. This is part of the overall US attempt to maintain hegemony or unipolarity in a world where multipolarity is already the reality. So the same kind of tensions that led to the Ukraine war are reflected in the tensions between the United States and China. Ultimately, the solution is that the United States accepts.
Be nice to that Siberian guy, dude.
Multipolarity. Right now, the American political class is still.
I like Sachs Subitsa.
Out of touch.
What don't you like about him?
Of the world. The U.S. still thinks that it runs the world. Of course, this is extremely naive and extremely dangerous, and it's leading to tensions everywhere. I'm hoping that the United States can learn soon that what it needs is cooperation with Russia, cooperation with China, cooperation with other major powers in a multipolar, multilateral world. And when it does that, we're going to have a new era of peaceful cooperation. So I believe a lot depends on the American policy coming to understand the new realities of the world economy and world politics.
It's very tough to listen to what he was saying, dude. I couldn't understand much of that. Too much background noise, dude. Prince Charles and the British royal family is still related to the flat. An impaler. I saw something, Uppsala. Want to see if I can find it. I have a channel that posted something about the royal family. And now I'm trying to find it. Mark. Here we go, maybe. Where is it, dude? You. I can't find him. It's too far back, I think. It shouldn't be that far back, dude. I can't find it. It's way too far back, dude. There was a good series about the royal family. People were like doing testimonies and shit. There was a kid who was, the remains was found on the Queen's ground. Eventually just nothing came out of it, dude. This one is quite funny.
Pakistan, Yemen, Iraq. Afghanistan, Pakistan, Yemen, Iraq. I don't care if I ever come back. I don't care if I ever come back. From
Maze, there is a link. I can show you. I'm pretty sure I know what they're talking about, dude. I sent that link to Salty earlier, dude. Fuck off, Salty. And it's this one. Red Maze, try that one. I'm pretty sure they're talking about this.
poor families, how far we roam. From poor families, how far we roam. So the rich kids can just stay at home. So the rich kids can just stay at home. When I come home with PTSD. When I come home with PTSD. The VA hospital won't care for me. The VA hospital won't care for me. I'll probably end up homeless out in the dark. I'll probably end up homeless out in the dark. To get laid on screen by Marky Mark.
Cat Cube, I wouldn't be surprised, dude. I wouldn't be surprised. Like date and rituals is everything for these people, dude. Everything.
But
Boss, thank you for the sub, dude. Thank you so much. I wish we could see the entire thing, dude. I can't find the video, Chillon. There was something, but whatever. We need to get moving. So we got this video. Thank you so much, boss. Survivor of the terrorist attack on March 22nd, along with 1,000 of people from all over Moscow and the region, came yesterday to a spontaneous memorial near the Kosovo City Hall. They laid flowers, toys, and candles in memory of those who were unable to escape from the concert hall seized by militants. We spoke to some of them and recorded their stories. This is for the Russians, okay?
Которые практически, наверное, все приняли за какие-то петарды, фейерверки, какой-то флешмоб. Потом...
Good night, Lalapo. Good night, dude. Lalapo, you are further east than I thought.
Через какие-то секунды это сменилось.
Are you leaving too, boss? Good night, dude.
Мне тяжело, правда, говорить автоматные очереди, и стало понятно, что происходит что-то страшное. Я находилась в зале в тот момент, и вот эта как бы неизвестность, куда идти, что делать, она пугала больше всего. Соседями слева.
All that thing about the war against terrorists is just fake, Maddie.
Проползли к проходу, к выходу из билетажа, выбежали из зала. И сотрудники Крокуса, вот за что им просто огромное спасибо всем ребятам, которые там в этот день, в этот вечер были. Они просто показывали, координировали. И вот просто каждому огромное спасибо.
На 5 минут примерно пропала связь с ней. Это казалось вечностью. И где-то 20:04 она уже прислала запись, что она бежит по каким-то этажам. Когда выбежала на улицу, они пробежали колесо обозрения. Оттуда она уже мне позвонила. Хотела бежать к машине, которая на наземной парковке была. Сказала, что... Я ей сказал, что...
Putin made a speech, which I can tell you after. Thank you.
В коем случае никуда не надо. Беги дальше. Можно.
Сидели в зале на втором этаже, там где балкона, услышали какие-то звуки. Сначала думали, что это начало представления, или просто хлопают кто-то в ладоши, вообще ничего не понятно. Сидели дальше, раздался второй звонок, думали, сейчас начнется уже концерт. Хлопки начали все ближе. Увидели, что начал бегать обслуживающий персонал, кто проверяет билеты. Начались сильные выстрелы, люди начали убегать. Не успели выиграть первую волну. Легли на пол, потому что открыли стрельбу с женой, да, жена испугалась.
Obviously. Okay, we can do it now. Hang on, 30 seconds.
Решила даже сегодня не играть сюда обратно. Большой шок.
У сестры сегодня узнали 34 года, осветитель. Молодой человек, работал здесь в Крокусе.
So, very good video. Hey, no serious, Maximus, what's up? So, Svenky, with everyone in the chat, what we know is that the Ukrainian embassy in Tajikistan was recruiting soldiers for the Foreign Legion, and that recruitment ad was closed and deleted after this attack. That's very revealing. We know that the 4 people who were directly involved were from Tajikistan. Okay? We know that some of them, at least one of them, had been in Turkey in February. We know some of them has been living in Moscow as barbers and whatever. Okay? They claim to have been paid $500,000 in advance and another $500,000 on completion rubles. And that was for the entire group. They got weapons in a cache somewhere. I'm not exactly sure where. I'm gonna guess it was near the border with Ukraine. They got a weapons cache. So Ukraine can push weapons in for the money. Not yet titanium. Not yet. Yeah, that's nothing. It's nothing. The people did not seem radical. They were radical, but they were not radical enough to die for the cause. That is very obvious. You saw that they went in, killed a bunch of people, they left early. The entire attack was like below 10 minutes. And I think it was 6 minutes, I forgot. And then $250,000. Then what we know as well is that they were caught living to the border to Ukraine, and the FSB said that on their devices there was contact to the Ukrainian that was intended to arrange a safe corridor into Ukraine. Okay? Ubitsa, these people didn't seem like super intelligent, honestly. I'm sure you can convince some guy in America to do the same for 5K, dude. And remember, I don't think we're not exactly sure whether or not that that is true. That is the initial story, though. So I'm not saying that's a fact that happened. When you look at the reaction from the terrorists when they were caught, they seem scared. They don't want to die, and that is very obvious. They don't want to die. And when you see them being interrogated, they spill the beans. To the extent that they are capable of talking. I get that they're in shock and have a hard time talking, but it seems like they're spilling the beans and will say everything that they are going to say. They were very afraid of dying, dude. Mark, you can get 800,000 Russian rubles for just signing up as a contract for the SMO. So obviously, I think that these people were already inclined. They had hatred for the Russians. That's why they were so easily convinced. They were so easily convinced of doing this because they were like, there was a prejudice to hate the Russians. And they were not super smart. They were easy to fool. We also know that a lot of evidence was lying around everywhere. It was not very well coordinated inside of that circle that did it. Okay, but there's more to that. So the car, the people who sold them the car, that was like a family. A dad and the 2 brothers has been arrested. By the way, so the 4 people who did the attack has been arrested, but 6 people beyond that who was accomplice, assistant in some way or another has also been arrested. That happened on 2 days ago. We don't know the roles of these people and who they are yet. We don't know them. But then today, 3 other people were arrested, and their role was in connection with the car. The insurance of that car was still in the name of those people, and that's all too convenient. It's not convenient, but it's all too fucking lazy. Because obviously these people are gonna get caught. This just means that they don't give a shit about them, right? So I do believe that these people were recruited. This is what I believe. Can't prove this yet, but that's the reason why I'm saying it. I believe that these people were recruited through the Ukrainian embassy in Tajikistan. They were inclined to hate. They were tested. They were inclined to hate Russia. Hate Russia a lot, too. Which many people do. They were paid. They were already engaged with this organization in one way or another, and then they were paid to do this attack. And when you look at the videos, the body cam footage, they don't look professional. They look clumsy. That's my impression. They look rather clumsy in every way, shape, and form. They don't look like radicals either in that video. There is a picture of them swearing allegiance to ISIS. That picture is bogus. They're using the left hand, which is haram. They use the hand of defecation or something like that. That's not. They wouldn't be doing that. And they swore an allegiance on that same day. That's the same. Because they were in the same clothes as they do when they did the attack. So they swear allegiance to ISIS on that same day. Completely bullshit, dude. That's obviously completely bullshit. It seems to me like ISIS was a prepared scapegoat for the public. So Russia is well aware that America did this, but the public are going to be convinced that ISIS did this. There's nothing related to ISIS. These were not like radical ISIS members, because then they would have killed way more people and died killing people. They could have done that, by the way. One of the terrorists was in a mall on March 7th. That's the same day as the US and UK embassy made the warning. There's a picture of him. Good night, Chicane. Thank you for being here, dude. Thank you for being here. These were disposable mercs. They didn't know too much. They were not expensive. They did the job. In fact, they probably overdid it. You saw America. You saw America completely, almost panicking, dude. Yeah, if they were ISIS, they wouldn't have run away. I think they would have stayed and died. I agree, dude. I agree. But they don't seem, and you can also see when they were caught, they didn't seem that they were worried about their life, dude. That's pretty obvious. That's very apparent, dude. They almost seem like children in that body cam footage. Some childish is a better word, dude. So Putin made a statement saying that the terrorist attack in Kosovo was committed by hands of radical Islamists. The United States is trying to convince everyone through various channels that the banned ISIS were involved in the terrorist attack, but there's supposedly no key trace in what happened. We know whose hand the terrorist act in Moscow region was committed. The customer is interested, the customer being Ukraine and America. The terrorist attack in Kosovo is a link in a whole series of attempts by those who have been fighting Russia since 2014 at the hands of the neo-Nazi Kiev regime. We need to answer the question, why do the terrorists try to get to Ukraine after committing the attack? And who was waiting for them there? You can't just randomly go to fucking Ukraine, dude. You can't like randomly go to Ukraine. So, the entire ISIS thing seems like a scapegoat. And it was prepared that way. The body cam footage was filmed by one of the guys doing the attack. He didn't have a weapon, he just had the body cam. And then when the attack was over, he sent that to an outside contact before they got apprehended. And then they got apprehended like 3 hours later. Do you think that if Russia wins the war, they will stop in Ukraine? Russia is just concerned about security on their borders. Obviously. It could be Russia itself who paid them at the end. That does make no sense, dude. Jehoto, that's illogical. It might as well just be something with the moon and butterflies and green December. It makes no sense to entertain an idea that has no motive, rationale, or logic, and so we won't do that. That's why I find it annoying when people keep talking about is ISIS, is it not ISIS? Because first and foremost, if it's ISIS, it's still America. So it just shows you how disconnected they are from reality. What is annoying, Soldier? The whole action was aimed at introducing aggression within a multinational country. People of Russia do not believe that the US did this. I think Russia is convinced that Ukraine did this, Serbia. My impression of the Russians is that they are convinced that Ukraine did it. But you're right, the customer have achieved the opposite result. But what they really wanted to achieve was to maybe create ethnic. They wanted to make a small. What they wanted to do, Siberia, is to make it seem like for the rest of the world that a small ethnic minority was against Russia inside Russia. And they wanted to make it seem like that for the point of view of the Westerners. I don't think so, Redmates, that they wanted to. I don't think America wanted to weaken support for Putin and scare the Russian people. I don't think so. The reason why they did it is exactly what I said. They wanted to make it seem like minorities in Russia was against Putin. And that was for the point of view of the Westerners. We can go through that if you guys want, because Politico did an article about this. And we can go through that. Some of it. Okay? I think it's this one. So, waging psychological warfare against Russia. Politico did an article. And for all those young Tajik concerned readers, David R. Shedd, former acting director of US Defense Intelligence Agency, is here. That's right, clearly. how to fry Russia in all holes with the help of our own nationalists and the narrative. And it's time we being humiliated. We read the article of Politico in September 2022, waging psychological warfare against Russia. A couple of quotes from those who know English were translated by Google. Instead of touting the benefits of Levi's and Hollywood, US information operations should use Russian nationalism to turn the table on the Kremlin by highlighting the damage the war has done to Russia, exposing government corruption and inequality within Russia, and exploding discontent among Russians' ethnic minorities. Effective information operations could show Russia how the country has gone from enjoying international respect and prestige to becoming a global pariah. Rather than rejecting nationalist tendencies, such efforts would play into the desire of how many Russians to regain the lost glory of the country. It is a pity that Russian nationalists can't read. Okay. It's part of creating a spectacle for the Western audience to make Russia look bad because America is essentially losing on the front, dude. America is losing. They resort to the last option they have, terrorism. Yeah, we know this is from a Russian. We know CIA didn't. So I also asked the Russians, what do you think about what happened? And they say this, America did it. So who is the terrorist? Those who commit terrorist attacks. For the most part, no one believes the ISIS version. If there's a connection, it is only the performers. And then everyone understands that these performers are disposable. A lot of people see the connection with Ukraine. They understand that Ukraine is not independent. The trail leads further. So if you go to a village in Siberia where there's no internet, they will know that America is behind Ukraine. They will know it, dude. Thomas is highlighting that America and Britain government released in coordination statements accusing China of hacking, and they were hacking election data. Thomas, they want to use this for something upcoming, dude. They want to install some sort of digitalized system regarding the election that they can abuse. It's clearly coordinated, but what I'm wondering about is how they're going to use it, dude. So we're going to move on. So this is a hospital that was treating the wounded from the Kokos terrorist attack, and 700 people was evacuated because of terror threats bombs. So what's happening is that Ukraine launched a major attack on Russia by calling hospitals, kindergartens, and getting them to evacuate. Yeah, so look at this. Why are almost all of the Ukrainian vehicles we see in Balkans super high-end, like Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Range Rovers, Bentleys, etc.? Oh, good question, dude. Question. Elite cars with Ukrainian plates on the streets of Europe raise questions amongst American travelers. With some pictures from the concert hall that was burned down, dude. You can see how people got trapped in here, died of smoke inhalation. That's why the number goes up. Sometimes there's probably gonna be a chance to hit some of the decision makers that are Western, so French, British, American in Ukraine. Since the beginning of the Russian-Ukrainian conflict in 2022, Russia has consistently insisted that the SMO be conducted in Ukraine. Now Russian officials, including President Putin and his press secretary Dmitry Peskov, have gradually begun to use the word war in connection with the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. This is coming from a Chinese blogger. They are angry boys. Australia, salty. Australian armed forces took part of a NATO exercise in Europe for the first time. Take a look at this. So we got an armored truck here. The photos of a brutal armored car, Centurion, were published for the first time. The newest Russian armored car, the Centurion, have appeared on social networks painted black. Very impressive, brutal appearance. The location of the front armored glass viewing panels is immediately noticeable. Again, flowers. I thought so, Ursula. Mike Millie. Wages are growing almost twice as fast as prices. In Russia, obviously. Lol, Satin. I'm gonna move fast, boys. The military personnel who distinguished themselves in detaining the terrorists who attacked Crocus were presented with the state awards. So are these the Ahmad unit again, dude? What does it say? There's a tank on there.
Спасибо за службу. Служу России. Спасибо за службу. Служу России. Спасибо. Молодец. Поздравляю. Спасибо.
Cool. Draft dodging plagues Ukraine as Kiev faces acute soldiers. Moldova would help Ukraine catch draft dodgers. What's this, dude? So, terrorists were trained for 2 months for terrorist attacks in Istanbul, according to sources in the security forces. All 4 terrorists were trained in one of the camps in Turkey, namely in Istanbul. So, this thing about Istanbul might be more, might be reliable information considering the pictures we have from the terrorists in where they are in Turkey, dude. And that the source of this is War Gonzo. I'm trying to translate something, but it's slow. We got an American blogger here. I'm not sure if you want to watch this. It's so annoying.
Jack, here's the question. This situation in Ukraine is spinning more and more out of control and sucking America more and more into a direct war with the Russian people that we have never, we are not at war with the Russian people. The American people are not at war with the Russian people. And yet our leaders and what's happening in Ukraine and driven by the Victoria Nulands of the world and the intelligence agencies and the special forces guys over the Special Projects Division at the Pentagon are going to continue to drag us in here until we can't get out. Walk us through what happened, who these quote unquote ISIS are heading back to Ukraine, sir.
Yeah, Steve, it's very interesting. Thanks so much for having me on. Thanks so much for being here doing War Room today. This situation, number one, this is the worst terror attack in Russia since the Beslan school massacre all the way back 2004. That was Chechen members of Al-Qaeda, aligned with Al-Qaeda, that perpetuated that attack.
America.
Now, today, or I guess last night, I should say, what we get out of Russia, this concert hall that's attacked within a 2-week window after the U.S. State Department specifically put out a cable to Americans residing not just across Russia, but in Moscow, where they directly stated extremists are planning to attack a concert hall. They specifically use that. Usually the State Department, when they put out warnings, it doesn't have that level of specificity. And so my question is, did the U.S. State Department share whatever intelligence they had at the time with Russian officials if this truly was just an attack on civilians and the U.S. didn't have any information of that? Surely you would share that off. I'm not sure. But we do know, Steve, that over the past few weeks, I've been coming on War Room. I've been saying this on Human Events Daily. I've been going on Alex Jones and saying this, that I believe that Ukraine is moving into a period of a new phase of the war, the insurgency phase. And I said specifically that we are going to see terrorist attacks and insurgent attacks using false flag provocations, blame them on somebody else, say this wasn't us, we don't have any fingerprints on this, and that you would see those attacks taking place not just in Ukraine, but certainly in the Donbas region and then further back afield in Russia. Zelensky just said a couple of days ago that the Russian people need to feel the brunt of this. And Victoria Nuland, in her exit interview from the U.S. State Department, came out and went to CSIS. She was at the CSIS summit saying, with this money, this is just a couple of weeks ago, with this money, Ukraine will be able to accelerate the asymmetric warfare that has been the most effective. This supplemental funding will ensure Putin faces some nasty surprises. That's Victoria Nuland. And when Victoria Nuland promises nasty surprises, you get stuff like this just a couple of weeks later. Though I will say, Steve, and if you've looked at any of these interrogation videos, I know you played some there. We posted some up on my Twitter. We posted some up on my Telegram. These are very graphic. There's a couple of things that are striking at me, and I say this as a guy who did a tour down at Guantanamo Bay in the interrogation cell as an intelligence officer, that these, number one, you don't usually see ISIS jihadis fleeing from the scene of a terror attack. Usually they want to go down as martyrs. That's number one.
Yes, an excellent point there. They want to go down as martyrs. They want to go down, dude. They didn't. They didn't. Did I not cover all this? I got a bunch of people here. Thought I fucking covered this, dude. It admit that, dude. Huh? I remember people talking about what's his name, dude? Fucking Florida guy. Ron DeSantis. He went to Guantanamo and he pretended to be good with the guys, but then the people came out there and admitted that DeSantis was part of the people who made it worse. So you literally got a guy running for president who was making it worse for the people in Guantanamo Bay.
What the fuck is going on in the world, man? This is not the handprint of ISIS. How can people not see that? ISIS explodes, they don't shoot. They want their 72 hot virgins, they don't run away.
I don't know that was 4:30. We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. I got a bunch of shit here, dude. The battlefield, blah, 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 blah. What's this? I don't want to read it. It's about ISIS. But I suspect none of you is buying the ISIS story. I'm not going to bother. There's a bunch of text. Australian protesters attempt to prevent the unloading of the cargo of an Israeli ship in Sydney. Hey Arsene. Hey Fish Manure. You don't need to see all of that, dude. The US Air Force has confirmed that an enemy in a MiG-31 fighter jet of the Russian Air Force conducted a safe and professional interception of 2 B-1B Lancer heavy bombers earlier today in international airspace over the Barents Sea. The 2 B-1 bombers with the 9th Bomb Squadron of the 7th Bomb Wing from the US Air Force Base in Texas were on routine deployments to Moron Air Base in southern Spain, where they were intercepted near the Russian Kola Peninsula, with them being escorted until they reached Norwegian airspace. Bad, dude. Just give me a moment. Can I hear your opinion on air and phone situation? Arsene, I am torn on the ear and phone situation. I think Russia should do the right thing, dude. I think Russia should do the right thing. But at the same time, I think Russia should do everything they can to get all the information they can regarding this attack. But I'm not sure if there's better ways than the phone issue. What is a better way? I thought there were better ways too. Hey, come back. This is somewhere. This is a destroyed building in Kiev. So it says civil defense headquarters. Destroyed last night. Arsene, I don't know if there's better ways of dealing with this than using a phone. If there is, do that. I showed you this earlier. We got a Ukrainian helicopter being shot down. It's kind of cool though. Where is it? There it is. It's shot right there, dude. Tough. So start drifting. Yeah, we saw this earlier. Meanwhile, in Russia, all over Russia, you can do this. Oh, I didn't see this. The fucking dog, dude. Doesn't give a fuck. We got, didn't we talk about this? I don't think we did. George Galloway criticizing Israel. We did see this. I'm moving on. This guy, a man shielded his wife and daughter in the Crocus and was wounded. The family hasn't yet been able to find him. Okay? As Galina told RT, her husband is not on the list of the dead or the list of wounded. They went to the concert as a family along with their 19-year-old daughter. She was also seriously wounded and only came to the senses today. When the shooting started, Galina and her husband and daughter ran to the concert hall to the lobby. The terrorists burst in there. He ran behind us, covering us. He fell on us. We fell too. He was lying on us, covering us with his blood. There's a lot of it. The terrorists, when they walked around and finished people off, thought that we were dead. Because of the blood, I whispered to my daughter, stay and don't move. According to the woman, she had to make the most terrible choice of her life. They left. Everything was on fire. The roof, the ceiling, people shouted, whoever can leave, leave. I understood that I wouldn't be able to get Oleg out. And I tried to pull out my wounded daughter and pull her out over the bodies of dead people. Jesus, dude. Now I have a hearing problem due to the shots of my husband's blood, which flowed into my ears when we were lying there. I imagine Schultz in superhero costume should stop a nuclear attack in Ukraine. We should be grateful to the Chancellor Schultz. Because his visit to China, he helped prevent a possible nuclear strike by Russian army. Very tough story, dude. During the attack on Sevastopol, American Navy aircraft were spotted over the Black Sea. It did not correct the attack, but recorded its results. This is a Poseidon, dude. Recording the attacks on Sevastopol. Take a look at this. Kamala Harris claps along as man in Puerto Rico sings in Spanish, only to realize when he was protesting her. I think that's when she realized it, though. But you can't help. Maybe. Lol, dude. Lol, dude. France raises terror threat level in light of Moscow attack.
And let's bring you some breaking news now coming out of France from the Twitter account of the French Prime Minister Gabriel Attal, saying that following the attack in Moscow, a Defense and National Security Council was convened this evening at the Elysee by the President of the Republic. And given the Islamic State's claim of responsibility for the attack in Moscow and threats weighing on our country, we have decided to raise the Vigiparate posture, which is basically their threat level.
They're raising the threat level because of Moscow. It's just fucking bullshit. I don't want to. This is from Ukraine. AP interviewing ISIS fighting for Ukraine. You can't go to Ukraine without catching a fucking terrorist or ISIS. It's pathetic, dude. It's fucking pathetic. That is, dude. Look, we're strong, dude. And the Western media went to Ukraine. Look at these bad people. Look at the terrorists. Look at the Nazis. These are the good guys. They tried to fucking hide them. Fucking dumb, dude. So this is information that was scrubbed earlier on Wiki. So this is Afghan journalists and other journalists obtained ID cards that show that reputed leader of ISIS-K was a security contractor for the US client state in Afghanistan. His license to deal weapons was issued by NATO. Yeah. Terrorist attack in Russia exposed vulnerabilities of Putin's regime. What? What, dude? But how so, dude? The evil mouthpiece of the Washington Post is firing itself to the target of the terrorist attack carried out by Crocus. There's nothing to analyze in the article, so it's better to quote. The terrorist attack in Russia exposed the vulnerabilities of Putin's regime. When Putin finally spoke about the terrorist attack in Russia in 20 years, he remained silent about the blatant failure of his security services to prevent the attack that killed 133 people, despite a clear warning from the United States on March 7th that the strike through the concert hall may be inevitable. The warning that they put forward on October was on March 7th, and it said within 48 hours there's going to be a terror attack. Yes, Panamera, yes. Siberia, good night, dude. Good night, sleep well. ISIS fights against the enemy of Israel and America, yes. It's not too relevant though. You can't expect to secure an entire country against terrorists, dude. America can't do that. FAB 1500. This is for you, Muchabolos. Why would ISIS be friends with Russia? They're friends with America, NATO, Israel. That's the opposite of Russia. Did not hear what I just said, though? This ID card showed the reputed leader of ISIS-K was a security contractor for US client state in Afghanistan. His license to deal weapons was issued by NATO. Yeah, you've been fighting with ISIS. You also fight with Al-Qaeda. You don't fight against them, you fight with them. Israel also does the same, dude. No, you're just saying that, but that's not reality. We're talking about reality, combat. We're talking about reality, dude. No, we're not. We just ate a lie, dude. We are not misinformed. We looked into this, you didn't. I just told you. I just showed you evidence. You're just ignoring everything, dude. I feel like you're just ignoring everything that has been said on the stream, dude. Taliban, Hezbollah, Houthi, Hamas condemned the attack on Moscow, which is not an ISIS attack. Israel worked with ISIS. Israel worked with ISIS, and Israel also saved some of the people in their hospitals. You just do your due diligence, combat. I'm not gonna go into this in too much. Everyone knows this. You're just a major cobra if you don't know this, dude. Israel is working with Israel. ISIS is working with Israel, yes. And they've been working with America forever. That's why ISIS is always attacking the enemy of America, because they work with America. How is that hard to believe, dude? Combat. You just admitted that ISIS was attacking the enemies of America. Why would they be doing that if they don't work with America, dude? Why would ISIS attack the enemy of America if they don't work with America? And we saw what Jake Sullivan said, right? Jake Sullivan said Al-Qaeda is on our side in Syria. What do you mean attack us? When did ISIS attack you? The first hour of the terrorist attack on Kokomo City, all through the eyes of a doctor. An anesthetics story, okay?
Ну, когда мы с коллегами подъезжали...
Back to the terror attack, dude. Back to the terror attack. So a doctor is going to tell us how he saw it. I'm just going to check something. Hang on, dude.
Мы ехали со стороны Волоколамского шоссе, ехали по МКАДу. уже было понятно, что там далеко все непросто. Люди бежали по МКАДу вдоль, перебегали Москва-реку через мост. Когда мы подъехали к самому Крокусу, там основная въездная стела, там уже работали экипажи, ну, они работали в разбросанном порядке, то есть как бы, ну, потому что очень много было пострадавших. Пострадавшие были разбросаны по территории парковки от Вегаса до Москвы-реки. Нашей бригадой было принято решение брать распределение, сортировку пациентов на себя. Пациенты бежали к нам, они нас видели. Я попросил сотрудников полиции и ГИБДД, которые были рядом, направлять бригады скорой к нам. И уже от нас мы направляли бригады дальше, где находились пострадавшие. Да, правда, правильно говорите, первого мужчину принесли к нам с ранениями. К сожалению, правда, там кто-то перепутал где-то. Ранения были не огнестрельные, а ножевые, их было очень много.
There's one guy with a knife, the rest had weapons, guns, I'm pretty sure.
Вот. Мужчина был средней степени тяжести, ему оказали помощь и перегрузили в бригаду, подъехавшей скорой помощи с Химкинской подстанции. Потом была девочка, ее принес мужчина на руках с огнестрельным ранением в плечо. Девочка была тяжелая достаточно, оказали помощь, поставили капельницу, обезболили. Вот. Я с ней был рядом, общался. Девочка очень сильная, волевая. В процессе общения понял, что у нее погибли родители. Вот. За судьбой ее как бы следил, смотрел, спрашивал. Говорят, вроде как папа выжил. Ну, не знаю. Обратился, говорит, что папа объявился. Ну, это будет хорошо, что кто-то из родителей все-таки жив. Потому что, как она сказала, что вся семья погибла. Она взяла меня за руку, потому что мы ввели обезболивающее внутривенно. И она сказала, мне уже не больно. Вот. И она взяла меня за руку и спросила, говорит, а вы всех спасете? Я говорю, да, всех, кого сможем, мы спасем. У нас нет другого пути, будем спасать. Да, и она, скажем так, больше, наверное, меня мотивировала именно вот в этот момент именно спасать, потому что людей было очень много пострадавших, и бригады только подъезжали и подъезжали. Там и стрельба была, и ножевые. И мужчина нам рассказывал, что там не только они использовали огнестрельное оружие, они использовали и холодное оружие. То есть, как бы то, что нам рассказывал пострадавший. То есть последнего пациента, которого мы вывозили, он вообще был с ожогами 2-3 степени, относительно тяжелый. То есть там не было там только огнестрельного оружия. То есть они действительно резали, они стреляли, резали людей. Ну, я не знаю. Все было настолько сумбурно, сложно было понять, откуда это все. Но это были именно ножевые ранения. Я был на улице в момент, что коллеги были в машине, я взял на себя именно сортировку. То есть оказывал помощь на месте, там кому-то сказал держать руку затянутой курткой, кому-то дал бинт прижать, огнестрельное ранение. Подъезжали бригады, счета не было. Просто выбирали, кто более тяжелый, кто средней степени тяжести, у кого легкие травмы, кому на данный момент не была нужна прям экстренная помощь, чтобы его...
I haven't seen any videos where they cut people that are alive. I've seen them like cutting dead people. I haven't, but I can imagine now that they were like one of the guys was like cutting people, but they were fucking close to them. Then that's insane.
Скажем, спасать, откачивать. Нас к этому готовят, нам проводят тематические курсы, подготовку массовости. Когда проходил чемпионат 2018 года, бригады Московской областной скорой помощи готовили к разным ЧП, поэтому в целом мы были подготовлены. Вот. Но к такому нельзя подготовиться, от слова совсем нельзя. Когда ты приезжаешь один пациент, это один пациент, а когда даже двое, но когда там их десятки, и всем им нужна помощь, хорошо, что я горжусь нашими коллегами, что областной станции скорой помощи, что московской скорой помощи, частные скорые организации приезжали, ФМБА России, Центр Спас Москвы, МЧС, все свою работу выполняли на ура, все работали слаженно. Никто никому не мешал, все вот четко, слаженно. И благодаря, наверное, нашей работе, вот всех в связке, действительно жертв могло, если бы, как бы говорится, не мы, наверное, жертв было бы больше намного. Шока, наверное, не было. Тут в таком состоянии отключается головной мозг, и работают инстинкты, которые...
Come back. the history of ISIS is to fight the enemy of America and Israel. And that gives away who ISIS is. That's all you need to know. And that's all that you also acknowledge that.
Заслуженные уже профессии годами. Вот.
No. This is something we've dug into very deep, dude. You just buy the propaganda bullshit that Trump's just laid out to you.
Первая цель — спасти как можно больше людей. Вот. То есть, да, шок, может быть, и есть. Осознание пришло потом. Не в момент, когда нужно было спасать. Осознание было, когда мы уже госпитализировали вот мужчину с ожогами, понимали, что там. А в тот момент инстинктивно, по стандартам выполнения оказания помощи. Все, больше... Мы ни о чем там в тот момент не думали. Тогда мы не было вам возможности думать. Там нужно было спасать. Все. Я так думаю, у всех моих коллег именно так же. И когда мы туда ехали, как вы говорите, я вам честно скажу, что вот именно оказаться с старшей бригадой для распределения пострадавших, это честно страшно. Потому что, психологически очень тяжело. Но мы справились, и коллеги все наши справились. Поэтому будем и дальше свою работу выполнять и нести, как говорится, свой красный крест.
It's very old information that America, the CIA is controlling, created ISIS and Al Qaeda and controlling their movements. That's old data, combat. You can look it up yourself in your spare time, dude. But this is something that is common knowledge at this point. Combat, do you want me to send you links about this? Are you gonna read them if I do? I have this feeling that you won't read it, dude. But Red Maze, thank you for the sub, dude. Thank you so much, man. I'm always happy when I get the sub from you, because that's one less sub from unelectable. Come back, I'm gonna give you some links. I missed one. It's the same thing with Al Qaeda. Where is the Al Qaeda thing, dude? I can show you what he said. There is WikiLeaks exposed America for working with ISIS and Al Qaeda. WikiLeaks has literally exposed that, dude, right? Where is it? Big Bad Boom. Click log. One of you sent me this recently. Where the fuck is it, dude? I can Google it. I can fucking Google it, dude. Jake Sullivan, Al Qaeda is on our side in Syria. So what we got here is an email from WikiLeaks. This is Jake Sullivan saying that they are working with Al Qaeda, that they also created in Syria. CIA created ISIS, says Julian Assange, as WikiLeaks released 500k US cables. You just educate yourself, dude. Just educate yourself, dude. This is something that's been very well known for a long fucking time, dude. They are literally working with America. It's not like that, combat. What they tell you and what's happening is two various different things. I have this feeling you won't be able to absorb what's actually happening, so you just believe whatever, dude. But in reality, I can't show the picture. In reality, I know you just covered them. I send you a bunch of links. I'll send you a bunch of links too. America didn't abuse or hire or like interject himself with these terrorist organizations. They created them. They didn't create them circumstantially. They did this by design purposefully. And do you see, we know America has engaged with wars against terrorism in Syria. Have they defeated them? If not, what do you think that is? Israel agrees to terms to proposed by the US to exchange of Palestinian prisoners for Israeli hostages held by Palestinians. So, Thomas, what is this, dude? All that thing with the murders and rapes have been debunked way next. That's been debunked. It's been debunked a long time ago. No one on the planet believes that at this point. Only fucking dumbasses. So we don't need to worry about lies and debunkable information. It's so dumb, dude. Israel agrees to the terms proposed by the US for the exchange of Palestinian prisoners for Israeli hostages held by Palestinian movement Hamas. Thomas, it sounds like this that both of them needs to release, dude. That both of them needs to be released, Thomas. So Ukraine's claim about them hitting patrol boats seems unlikely because this is satellite images from recent. There's nothing, dude. Nothing. We saw that already. Look at this. Rishi Sunak. To thunderous applause tuning into a standing ovation, proudly announced that the UK would no longer depend on Russian energy and, with camera flashes, sign a contract with a French energy company that imports LNG from Russia. My take on ISIS is when US took over Iraq leadership and put in the puppet that was weak as fuck, our leaders took over with forces. I don't know about that. There's just some disinformation. I'm pretty sure. An example of disinformation and misrepresentation is how to say what motivated Orsi Kozak to write this post. But it raises eyebrows for several reasons. At best, it might be a desire for sensationalism, at worst, some darker motives. Firstly, the post lies about the actual letter of the law. Second, while appearing to be innocently flattering, it casts the Russian leader in an image of bloodthirsty monster, and the Western mainstream media like it so much. In fact, Russian soldiers are not exempt from a legal responsibility while serving. That's Article 80.3. Click look. Thirdly, it insinuates connection between two unrelated events. An incident during the apprehension of terrorists and signing into law the document that was prepared in advance. So this is bullshit, dude. Yeah, but it's misinformation with Mace. It's not true. The guy who cut off his ear, he was supposed to get punished. But when they asked who it was, all of them said it was them. So they couldn't figure out who it was. And all of them were wearing masks when they did it. So they don't know who did it. But the Russians wanted to follow the law, it seems like. Didn't Trump pardon people who were involved in 9/11, dude? It's fucking insane. If I was Mark, I would just be, what the shit, dude? So one of the terrorists, and this is the one, the fee of 500,000 rubles, which one of the terrorists announced during the interrogation, is money promised not to each member, but to everyone together. I'm not sure if that's 4 people or 11 people. Welcome back, Sibusk. Sibusk also always comes back with a bam, dude. FSB Reserve Colonel Andrei Pisagin talks about the oddities of the perpetrators of the terrorist attack on Kokos. Based on international and personal experience, I will say that a large team worked, 20 to 25 people, was involved in this operation. Preparation for the terrorist attack was thorough and took place in advance. Surely additional flammable materials were placed in the premises, and arson occurred in different parts of the building. What the shit, dude? Remember you salty. Oh, this is just random. Did you hear this, dude? Surely additional flammable materials were placed in a premise in advance. Salty. The performers had preparation. Perhaps they had already participated in some kind of hostilities from scratch, not fired at, cannot behave so calmly, even while under the influence of some psychotropic drug. I felt like when I watched the video that they looked super weird, dude. I felt like they looked super weird, dude. Salty, did you collapse, dude? It seems to me that the goal was to have as many victims as possible and a worse terrorist attack to make the whole world shake. The style does not match ISIS. They act differently. Suicide belts, explosive, hostage taking. They also immediately admit their involvement. I think the terrorist was developed, sponsored, carried out for one of the Western intelligence services. The goal is to split society from within. So I feel like this is a very enlightening, dude. Especially about the flammable material that might have been placed there beforehand, which makes sense. Once you're ballers, if you go to a mall in the UK and you throw 2 Molotov cocktails, does the entire fucking roof collapse, dude? How many do you need to throw? Who are you dissatisfied with, dude? What's the problem? God damn it, Turbo. I don't know where that clip is, dude. There was a clip with fucking Sneeko, but it's so far back. Ah, for fuck's sake, Turbo. God damn it, dude. Turbo wants me to send him a link, but like always, Turbo is being Turbo. Kasmool, what's up? Cursed Moon, are you also from Russia? I'm looking for a link again. And Turbo is just annoying, dude. Turbo is just fucking annoying. This link is so far back. I don't even know if that link is from today, dude. I don't even fucking know. Fuck you, Turbo. I can't fucking find it, dude. America. Okay. Moving on. So I showed you this. This is one of the terrorists, dude. His Instagram from Turkey. Obviously, they could have been planned there, but that's from February. I'm not really thinking that. I'm not really thinking that they are planned there, dude. I don't think so. I think he legit went to Turkey. And also the FSB fucking said, dude, that they were trained in Turkey. All of them went to Turkey. I forgot. The FSB said that all of them were trained in Turkey. Moscow. Okay. I hope everything is okay with you, Cursed Moon. Everything is great, dude. Our condolences. Based on viewing his personal page on Instagram, one of those who swore allegiance to the Islamic State and subsequently committed a terrorist attack in the Moscow Kokos City Hall, Shamsuddin Faridin was in Turkey exactly a month before the terrorist attack. He posted several photographs from Istanbul, Turkey. It was taken no later than February 23rd, which includes Istanbul Fate Mosque. Also attached a geolocation marked by the southwestern Istanbul district, Aksaray. This is no longer fits into the initial public version that was presented to the public, that the terrorists flew to Turkey literally one day before, literally one day. Based on that words on the initial survey, he arrived from Turkey on March 4th. And since last time he was in February 23, he was also in Turkey. So this guy was also at the mall on March 7th. So he came from Turkey. He arrived in Moscow March 4th, and he was in the mall March 7th. He committed the attack March 22nd. You understand, assholes? You understand? So in the city of Mukachevo, Transcarpathian region, Ukrainian women blocked the road due to massive illegal mobilization. Kiev intercept the boys. Trump's did it. The atmosphere in Kiev during the attack by hypersonic missile.
What?
I'm not sure if this is payback, dude. I'm not sure. It's very hard to figure out how far ahead these attacks are planned, dude. The same attack. So it's an SBU building, a civil defense building. I'm not sure if it's one and the same. I'm not quite sure, dude. Yes, Billy. So they say there's two versions, but I think it's one and the same. They say civil defense headquarters and SBU headquarters. I think there's only one building that was hit. This was hit during the day? This attack was done during the day, dude. That means that they wanted to get the fucking soldiers in there. This was not about equipment. This was about troops. This is the building. You got some military personnel at the building inspecting it. So this is the building from above. This is Security Service of Ukraine. SBU confirms that that building was targeted, and that's the Kiev Post that they confirm it. Back to this. The route of the terrorist Tajiks to Germany. I think this is an old one, dude. Back in January, the German newspaper Bild wrote about Tajiks linked to the Islamic State of the ISIS-K group heading to Europe from Ukraine. Bild reported that these were citizens of Tajikistan who posed as Ukrainian refugees. Now in connection with the terrorist attack in Kosovo, the Australian newspaper report the same. Heute stated that it's unlikely that the Ukrainian intelligence service was behind this, as they certainly wouldn't plan attacks in Europe. Based on these reports, there may be individuals on Ukrainian territory who could be associated with ISIS. Did you see this, Tom's very suspicious, dude? So this one is planned in already January. About those individuals, the Austrian newspaper Heute mentions. It's almost like they're doing it on fucking purpose, dude. They're doing it on fucking purpose, food for. Ubitsa. You know, this case has already been very much more public than I expected. You saw the interrogation fucking exposed to everyone. I have a feeling that the Russians want to show this to all the Russians. Not to us, but to the Russians, so they get satisfaction from the situation. That is my impression. Normally, I don't think we would know shit, dude. For instance, with Prigozhin's, the Russian investigation, Putin did say what it was like, but we didn't see the details. But I am pretty sure, dude, Ubetsa, that we are gonna get what's happening here. I'm pretty sure, dude. I don't see anyone in the chat being toxic, but I'm not following too much, dude. Who's toxic? Who's toxic, dude? Billy, who's toxic? Who, Billy? I don't know what you're talking about, dude. What? What's the issue? What's the fucking issue? Yeah, who's the troll? I'm asking who's the troll, dude? I need an example. The exact example, dude. Combat comes in here from time to time, and he's super not ready. I know, man. Combat is combat. He's been here for a year, and he's always been super fucking dense, dude. Just let him be combat, dude. Always dense. He can be fixed. Let him be combat, dude. Just let him be. Can't fix everyone. I don't see combat as being toxic, honestly. He has an opinion and it's different from ours, but I don't see him as being toxic. So the SBU confirmed this. So Zelensky, I'm grateful to Ukraine's state emergency service, rescuers, police, utility workers, and also he's like copying what Russia. I'm also grateful for the same things, by the way. Dumb dude. Putin called to form a global anti-ISIS coalition nearly a decade ago.
На основе международного права объединить усилия для решения стоящих перед нами новых проблем и создать по-настоящему широкую международную антитеррористическую коалицию, как и антигитлеровская коалиция.
No, combat just thinks something else than we do, but I don't see him as being toxic now.
Могла бы сплотить в своих рядах самые разные силы, готовые решительно противостоять тем, кто, как и нацисты, сеет зло и человеконенавистничество.
Sibirusk, you go fix that cursed moon. He's a Muscovite who wants to be Canadian. Get him, Sibirusk. I don't mind people in here with different opinions. Billy, that's a good thing. I would welcome people with different opinions. We even got an Israeli in here. But people who are bad faith, we get rid of. Yeah, agreed, Billy. But I don't see combat as being a troll.
Не просто недальновидными, а пожароопасными. В результате глобальная террористическая угроза может критически возрасти. Охватить...
Putin is saying we should get rid of these groups that America created. And America and the West is just like, oh shit, dude. If we say no to this, how are we going to look like?
новые регионы планеты. Тем более, что в лагерях исламского государства проходят обкатку боевики из многих стран, в том числе из европейских. К сожалению, должен сказать об этом прямо, уважаемые коллеги, и Россия не является здесь исключением. Нельзя допустить, чтобы эти головорезы, которые уже почувствовали запах крови, потом вернулись к себе домой и там продолжили свое черное дело. Мы этого не хотим, ведь этого никто не хочет, не так ли? Россия всегда твердо и последовательно выступала против терроризма во всех его формах. Сегодня мы оказываем военно-техническую помощь и Ираку, и Сирии, другим странам региона, которые ведут борьбу с террористическими группировками. Считаем огромной ошибкой отказ от сотрудничества с сирийскими властями, правительственной армией, с теми, кто мужественно лицом к лицу сражается с террором. Надо, наконец, признать, что кроме правительственных войск президента Асада, а также курдского ополчения в Сирии с исламским государством и другими террористическими организациями, реально никто не борется. Мы знаем все проблемы региона, все противоречия, но нужно все-таки исходить из реалий. Уважаемые коллеги, вынужден заметить, что такой наш честный и прямой подход в последнее время используется как предлог, чтобы обвинить Россию в растущих амбициях. Как будто у тех, кто говорит об этом, нет вообще никаких амбиций. Но суть не в амбициях России, уважаемые коллеги, а в том, что терпеть складывающееся в мире положение уже невозможно. В действительности же мы предлагаем руководствоваться не амбициями, а общими ценностями и общими интересами. На основе международного права объединить усилия для решения стоящих перед нами новых проблем и создать по-настоящему широкую международную антитеррористическую коалицию. Как и антигитлеровская коалиция, она могла бы сплотить в своих рядах самые разные силы, готовые решительно противостоять тем, кто, как и нацисты, сеет зло и человеконенавистничество.
Holy shit, dude. Exposed America. What messed up the US plan was Russia agreeing to help Assad. Trump's imagine if that didn't happen, dude. I feel like that's just a step to take Russia, Syria. Shame on you, Trudeau. Come back.
Justin Trudeau, the blood of thousands of Palestinian children is on your hands. How do you answer for that? You are complicit in genocide, Justin Trudeau. Shame on you. You do not dare show your face in our home. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you, Justin Trudeau. You are complicit in genocide. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine.
He doesn't give a fuck, dude, but I'm glad that she's ruining this fucking thing.
Now. Free, free Palestine. Justice now. Free, free Palestine.
The guy you wanted instead combat is also bad, dude.
Blood is on your hands, Justin Trudeau.
The guy you wanted instead said Iran is a terrorist state, dude. I forgot the name of the one you wanted, but it's the same bullshit, dude. Same bullshit. Medvedev. Everyone's asking me what we do. They've been caught. Well done, everyone who caught them. Should we kill them? We have to kill them, and we will. But it's more important to kill everyone involved. All of them who paid, who sympathized, who helped. Kill all of them. Nuke America. Dmitry Medvedev. Risk. God damn it, serious. Take a look, dude. Down dagger missiles by Ukraine. Not the artificial self-docked by Ukrainians themselves. This is a natural cradle. Click lock big pad boom. Look at this cradle.
Ну, розмір ось Ігор.
I didn't see your new video yet, Sirius. I'm streaming. I saw the link. Yes. Rothschild's family post. The biggest tool against fascism is communism. I don't know what this is. Looks like some fucking water tank or some bullshit, dude. Don't know what the fuck it is. Also такая она. Looks like plastic. Tonight, the FSB working in liaison with the Turkish special forces passed information to Istanbul about the existence of a terrorist training camp on the outskirts of the city. After the Turkish special forces early in the morning conducted a special operation to eliminate the terrorist cell and instructors in two close military camps in the vicinity of Istanbul. I thought they arrested 40 people here. Yeah, combat is a product of some weird shit, dude. Nice one. IMF Executive Board completes the third review of the extended fund facility arrangement for Ukraine. Fuck off. I don't care. I'm moving on. We don't have too much time. I've been doing this for fucking 4 hours at this point. I'm fucking knackered. Law enforcement officers are checking about 10 shopping centers in Moscow after messages with bomb threats. Also, sabotage were called to McDonald's because of object was looking like a grenade. It turned out that was just a piece of metal. So, Ukraine has been conducting bomb threats all over Russia today. But I have this feeling that Combat will never change his mind, dude. He is automatically attracted to the wrong information. Anubis, how are you doing?
Акция «Город». Акция в Ашане. Интересно.
This is Auken, right?
Очередь куда-то.
Is that not Auken? That's Auken.
Акция.
I used to go to Auken, dude. You made money from Twitter? No, I do not, Anubis. I don't have enough on Twitter. I tried posting on Twitter, but I got censored and banned for posting pro-Russian information. Twitch, I do earn a bit from Twitch, but it's nothing. It's fucking nothing, dude. Yeah, is ISIS making bomb threats? That's so weird, dude. All these threats is being sourced from Ukraine already. I work normally. I have a work besides this. Software engineer. Yeah. All 4 perpetrators of the terrorist attack on Crocus are being defended by 3 government lawyers as assigned. According to our information, at the moment all private traders refuse to represent the interests of the accused. According to the president of the National Association of Lawyers, Ruslan Agiev, he was a lawyer, blah, 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 blah. None of the lawyers he knows want to represent terrorists in court, but he clarified that he and his colleagues are ready to provide free legal assistance to all victims and their families. He is confident that not a single private lawyer in the country will voluntarily work for the terrorist, no matter what money. I feel like someone should do this too. Thank you, Anubis.
И наказаны по всей строгости закона. Меня вообще спрашивали, будете ли, готовы ли вы за деньги на договорной основе защищать обвиняемых. Для меня вина данных граждан задержанных очевидна. Я считаю, что их преступлению нет оправдания, и ни за какие деньги мы не намерены защищать даже этих людей. С профессиональной точки зрения, это наемники, террористы. Ни в коем случае не надо никак проводить какие-то параллели с исламом. Почему? Потому что это все произошло в священный месяц для мусульман. Рамадан, и пойти на такое преступление, поэтому это шайтаны и место им вот.
I feel like they should have legal representation in Russia. Somehow, right? Somehow. Dmitry Analotovich, Kremlin is letting off steam. Yes, I just read that. Did you post something on Twitter, Maddie? What did you post? What did you post? I'm not sure how to easy find it. I never fucking go to Twitter, dude. Maddie, did you create a new account? You got this one.
Qui condamne avec fermeté les attentats en Russie, donc c'est-à-dire qui condamne des gens qui tuent des Russes pour rien, mais qui en même temps donne des milliards d'euros à Zelensky pour aller tuer des Russes. Je suis perdu.
I don't know what he's saying, Maddie. I don't know what he's saying. I don't know friends, dude. It always amazes me how people can have such hatred for socialism and communism, when you can tell they literally know nothing about the theory or ideas. It's based purely on their propaganda indoctrination by fascists in the West. We can test that. Combat. Tell us something bad about communism. About the theory itself, though. It's not this, Maddie. Is that an old video? I don't think so. Sean Diddy IT investigated with sex trafficking. No, I did not see that. Nobody's. But all Americans does sex child trafficking. All Americans. Ukraine women blocked the Kiev Chop highway because of mobilization and against mobilization officer methods. Kidnappings. Combat, you need to criticize something that's part of the communism theory. You don't need to give us ideas about what you think is good and bad about the moon.
Пакують насильно, наша поліція доблесна.
Що ви знімаєте на телефон? Ваші документи можна? Я вас не кину. Ваші документи можна.
Мене можуть повіряти.
It's nothing to do with communism, Combat. It's nothing to do with communism, dude. Hey, bad boys, how are you doing?
Мало повної правди.
Same.
Так що прийшли? На, я ти покажу. Що ти показати? Ти прийшов лишити. Чекай в нього тут. Не бабати, я вас дорожу.
You are late, bad boys. What have you been doing?
Тихо, пошли. Пошли. Тихо, лиши.
На яких забрали з дорог? Які? Так вони на пішоході ходять спокійно. То твій командир?
Okay, I'm glad that the Ukrainians are standing up, dude. I'm glad. The terrorist incident in Russia is one of the consequences of the assassination of General Soleimani. Soleimani was one of the leaders of the fight of ISIS. I'm not sure, Halo Cortana, if that makes sense, dude, because Trump assassinated Soleimani. And there was Soleimani's funeral was bombed by ISIS-K, but that was essentially Daesh on behalf of America. That has nothing to do with Russia. Nothing to do with Russia. I can't see why assassinating an Iranian general by America has an outcome that ISIS is bombing Russia, attacking Russia. That makes no sense. Then Moscow's shopping centers was checked by police after bomb threats. 2 naps. That's a bit too much. I do 1 very quick nap, dude. Otherwise I won't be able to sleep too. ISIS was told about that. There was Soleimani's funeral. There was like a ceremony or anniversary for that, and there was people there, and there was 2 explosions there, and they blamed ISIS-K for that. But obviously, it was America. That's why we keep saying ISIS is attacking America's enemies. Could be Mossad, but that's details. We got Norm Finkelstein about Gaza.
Israel, in its creation, ethnically cleansed the indigenous population. It was about 750,000 Palestinian Arabs were expelled. Of those 750,000, 300,000 were expelled to Gaza. Okay? The bottom line is Gaza's overwhelmingly a refugee population or descendants of refugees.
It's like 70% are refugees, dude.
Number 2, Gaza's overwhelmingly a child population. So if I were to ask Eli, how old are you? He would respond.
22.
And if I were to ask, your name is?
Weston.
Weston, how old are you?
22.
And if I were to ask Dana, how old are you?
25.
And if I were to ask, how old are you?
22.
22. Your name is?
Alden.
Alden. So, believe it or not, half the population of Gaza is younger than all of you. So when you hear about mass famine, half the people are younger than you. If you have kid brothers or sisters, they're the age of your kid brother or sister.
Gaza is overwhelmingly a child population. True. They're getting genocided too. Yeah, he's a good soldier. Salty, I showed you something earlier, but you were not here. I think you just came back too. Israel and America are behind all attacks. ISIS is only a puppet, nothing more. In the attack we saw on 2 days ago, ISIS were not even the perpetrator. I think they were just a scapegoat, honestly. I don't think ISIS had anything to do with it. I think ISIS is probably non-existent at this point. Combat, were you able to criticize communism, dude? Censorship is not anything to do with communism. In fact, you got censorship in the capitalistic states right now. You got more censorship in Britain than you have in Russia. You got 10 times more people in Britain are being arrested for social media posts than in the entirety of Russia. And the population is bigger in Russia. Russia is not communism, but I'm just saying there's nothing that ties censorship with communism. So you're just making shit up, dude. So this is some news from earlier today, 5 hours ago, something, 6 hours ago. These 3 people were arrested, a dad and their 2 sons. This is a family, obviously. They were arrested because they are connected to the terrorist via the car. The dad, as I understand it, is still on the insurance register as the car owner. He sold a car to one of the terrorists a few months ago. And one of the sons is also charged to be involved in planning the terrorist attack. Okay? I'll come back to these people. Take a look at this. I don't know where it is, dude. But obviously we need our own streaming headquarters in this place, dude. Click Lock, you set it up. I think Click Lock is sleeping. You know what else they had? They had free medicine, free healthcare, free housing, dude. Nice one, Sibusk. Nice one. You got bullshit, come on. You got fucking bullshit. NATO Reaper drone doing reconnaissance under Sevastopol, dude. NATO's heavy power in Ukraine missile raid on Sevastopol. The recent tragedy on the Krokus City Hall has overshadowed by the most massive missile strike on the Russian port of Sevastopol taking place on March 23rd. According to various sources, the Russian air defense system has shot down between 19 and 35 missiles. A woman and child has suffered a shrapnel injury. Infrastructure was damaged, including an office building and a gas line. Communism makes no distinction between propaganda and education. That's American schools. That's the American schools you're talking about, Campbell. Right now, that's being taught in American schools is propaganda. The history of World War II was literally the history of America. In World War II is literally a propaganda version. There's nothing in the theory of communism that is adhering to what you're saying, dude. Yeah, is that a copy paste? Salty, we had a lot of things you missed out, dude. There was a lot of things you missed out, dude. Obviously, Putin was not behind the attack. Obviously, dude. You don't need to listen to America. That would give you false information. Yeah, you really described America, and that's the state above. You don't need to listen to American combat. You're referencing American propaganda about communism, and it's oxymoronic at this point, dude. It's really oxymoronic, dude. I'm surprised you don't see it. Fucking surprised, too. This is the area that was hit in Kiev. I showed you this already. Kiev. Why don't you refer to something that's part of the communism theory instead of what you hear from America? It's so dumb, dude. Where's the Patreon? Where's the Patreon, dude? So, these guys, this is the dad. He was in court today. I assume he was detained today. I think they are out of AA. Yes, I'm pretty fucking sure they are generally out of AA. Might be a few here and there, dude. So let me just check. 3 more defendants in the Crocus terrorist attack were brought to court. These are 2 brothers and their father. It was Islamovs who sold the white Renault to the perpetrators of the terrorist attack. So it's the family who sold the white Renault. The son, the other son. The son. No, they also say that. Let me just read what we got here, dude. 3 more suspect was detained today, it says. They were brought to the court today, okay. The detainees are suspect in complicity in the attack. The meeting is being held behind closed doors. The investigation is asked for their arrest. One of them is accused of aiding the terrorists and that he was ultimate owner of the white Renault. The other detainee, the dad, and the other one is 33 years old. They do not admit guilt. The investigation believes that one of them were involved in a criminal group. Okay. In Kiev, the recruitment officers keep snatching people for cannon fodder.
Короче, прикиньте, набирают ТЦК, а говорят, мы под подъездом. Блять, ну я шо, дурак выходить? На что они вообще рассчитывают? Нахер, блять, пацаны, все, пока.
They have 11, they detained 11 plus these 3. So I'm not sure if these 3 I showed you right now. I think they are new detainees. I think so. So I'm suspecting they're up to 14. It could be that these 3 that I showed you now, they're part of the 11. I don't know. Here we got George Galloway.
The US and the UK and others
Spot on, dude.
tried to
Solid.
reassure me that it was only ISIS that carried out this mass murder in Moscow. I knew automatically that they were lying. And here's what I'm finding. I'm finding, first of all, that no one has explained the unannounced visit of President Barack Obama to meet British political and security officials in 10 Downing Street 3 days before this terrorist crime was carried out. Working further back, I discovered that Victoria Newland, that harbinger of death, that angel of death, who, if she comes anywhere near you, be sure a civil war is coming in your country. I saw her with my own eyes, promised the Russians some nasty surprises in the next few weeks and months. I'm working further back, and I discover that the White House spokesman, John Kirby, announced that American citizens had been warned to stay away from crowded places, including shopping malls and theaters. And so I have 4 pieces. of evidence in my mind that leads me to believe that the United States, that the NATO allies and their proxy servant, the state of Ukraine, the remaining state of Ukraine, were in fact responsible for this mass murder.
Always really good, George Galloway, dude. Always really fucking good. Why is he shouting? That's how he speaks, dude. That's how he speaks. Yeah. I'm used to that at this point, too. I'm used to that. Ukrainian politician Dmitry Gordon reveals to her inside information about the ISIS terrorist activities in Russia. Semi-classified or classified that I have allowed me to draw the following conclusion. I have these details. They will focus on Moscow, St. Petersburg, especially Moscow. Moscow will be drowned in blood. I'm not a prophet. I just know something. I say Moscow will be drowned in blood. How is it that US and Ukrainian authorities have so much inside information about the terrorist attack, raise concerns about their direct involvement in the killings?
Полузакрытые или закрытые, которые есть у меня, чтобы сделать следующие выводы. ИГИЛ рвет Россию, уже начал рвать Россию. ИГИЛ будет проводить множество террористических актов против России в разных городах, но сосредоточиться, я сразу говорю, я эти данные имею, сосредоточиться на Москве и Санкт-Петербурге, особенно на Москве. Я бы, кстати, на месте русских отменял бы все массовые мероприятия, все отменял бы к черту, потому что люди будут гибнуть невинные. Москву утопят в крови. Я не пророк, я просто что-то знаю. Я говорю, Москву утопят в крови. Путина и Медведева убьют. Просто убьют.
They fucking knew because they are responsible, dude. No, it wasn't ISIS. This is Earl Grey. Thomas, ready?
Welcome everyone to Moscow in Russia, a united country as it was before, but now united in grief. For reasons I'm sure you already know, I'm not gonna backtrack over events. I'd actually like to cover some of the follow-up stuff that's been going on. When the attack took place, I was actually on a flight to St. Petersburg in the evening when it all took place, and then there were subsequently warnings in St. Petersburg and metro and the usual places, because it won't surprise you to know this is not the first time Russia has been subjected to terrorist attacks, which lends in to these Western claims that ISIS was involved. And I'm sure none of you buy that claptrap. Just like the Russians, they don't buy it.
Of course not, too.
Islamist attacks during the Chechen wars, and there was very much an MO.
That's Al Qaeda, dude. Again, America.
Operandi with Islamists. They do not let themselves be taken alive. They go and join their 72 virgins. And despite claims of some explosive device being found on one of the terrorists, that doesn't hold water. The other ones, almost in a very amateurish way, allowing themselves to be captured. One claim being that it was their speed, simply their speed, that gave them away. I mean, that's amateurish stuff. I think you'll agree. It's like the number one piece of advice, even if you rob a bank.
I think when they're driving that white Renault Logan, dude, they're gonna be fucking pulled over.
You don't go speeding hell for leather. That gives you away. You don't run. You walk calmly away from the crime scene. These guys did not follow that. Yet they were trained. They did receive some level of training, but they weren't experienced. So these were just mercenaries that were involved, allegedly trained in Istanbul. and reportedly said training areas already destroyed by Turkish and Russian special forces. I'm just telling you the reports that I'm reading on Telegram. With the perpetrators, I read that President Putin has passed sort of amnesty on the soldiers because, well, they committed crimes in the capture of the...
Yes, but it's a shame.
Hasn't been passed, which sort of leads me also to what I'm surprised I haven't read it already, but I'm sure there will be wailing and gnashing of teeth in the West about Russia, Putin's brutal regime in handling these prisoners. Ears cut off, eyes popped out.
Remember how America doing Iraq dealt with their fucking prisoners, dude? Which was essentially just fucking civilians. These are fucking terrorists, dude.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we can argue about human rights, but look at Julian Assange. I don't want to get into whataboutism, but the West certainly is not in a position to preach to Russia about how it should handle terrorists. These terrorists are looking to face life imprisonment. It was discussed in the State Duma about reintroducing the death penalty for terrorism. I doubt there'd be much against that. However, the latest that I've read on that proposal is it's not possible. It's not really a realistic outcome. But keeping with these scumbags, Tajiks. It's very difficult for Tajiks now, of course. People cancelling Tajik drivers. That's to be understood. That's to be expected following this. We saw similar in the West following 9/11. It's sad, but it's just what happens, sadly. This utter rubbish from Kamala Harris about no evidence whatsoever that Ukraine was involved. Utter.
That's so dumb, dude. They literally drove to fucking Ukraine. That is the most damning evidence that exists of who ordered this, dude. They drove to fucking Ukraine. And the fact that they expected that they could drive to Ukraine is also very fucking damning, dude. So dumb. There's no evidence that it's fucking ISIS.
Claptrap. At least if you believe the Russian sources, where they have communications from the Ukrainian embassy in Tajikistan recruiting these mercenaries.
That's right, I showed you that evidence. The Ukrainian embassy in Tajikistan, I showed you that evidence.
Tajikistan is not the most affluent of countries. Whilst you and I may balk at the idea of accepting roughly $5,000, between $5,000 and $6,000, they were promised, I believe, more, over $10,000. They accepted half up front from the testimony of one of those captured to kill innocent civilians. Wow, the price of human life, eh? And if you divide that by what is now claimed to be 144 victims.
It's 183, dude.
What a world we live in. What a world indeed. But yeah, there are some serious, credible and solid claims and evidence to support this idea that Ukraine was very much behind it. A US proxy. So for me, the claim by the Western media that ISIS perpetrated this, oh great, yeah, another US proxy. CIA constructed, funded, backed proxy that's fighting against Russia in Syria.
Everyone knows this combat. Everyone fucking knows this, except you. I'm not surprised, dude.
Syria. And they even make claims that ISIS is upset about Chechnya. Really? So these Islamists are still butthurt about the Chechen war? Yeah, Russians aren't buying it. I'm not buying it. Going back to these suspects, one of them was wheeled into the courtroom. Forgive the traffic noise, it's business as usual. That was a police car, actually. In a vegetative state.
Oh shit, I didn't realize.
Minus part of his ear. The Islamic Ahmad forces tried to feed it to him. And forgive my laugh, but I've got no sympathy. And I have no sympathy because there has been a swath of, again, reportedly Ukrainian-linked Telegram channels trying to recruit teenagers in St. Petersburg to carry out copycat attacks. Now, the price of human life, I think, just increased dramatically because of this unashamedly, unabashed, unconcealed treatment of these terrorists. Of course, it could be argued that it's been a breach of human rights, that these people have not had judgment passed upon them. Technically, they're not guilty of anything, although the evidence is very much stacked against them. But what, you want Russia to go easy on them? Give them a hotel room, effectively a hotel room with a PS5, like in Norway? Ain't gonna happen. So they're gonna struggle now, recruiting further, when it's quite obvious, if you mess around, if you play stupid games, you're gonna win stupid prizes, and you're gonna have to get very comfortable in an ICU. You're gonna have to get very familiar with the prison hospital staff. Because I don't think these guys, I think they'll be kept alive for their trials, of course, as they should be. Once they hit the penal colonies, I don't think they'll be killed off. No. Better that they die 1,000 deaths. And whilst that may be my personal opinion, I think it's an opinion shared by Russian people as well. Not to say they're bloodthirsty, but how would you react? Do you want the terrorists mollycoddled if it was your country, your countrymen? You're already in this fight for your existence, existential crisis. Throw in Newland's nasty surprises speech before her resignation. Again, now it seems very, very convenient that she's resigned. She said,
yes, it does, dude.
Of course, we know the truth and the difference. The CIA mouthpiece, the New York Times, has gone to great lengths and pains to stress that, and they claim, the US warned the Russians publicly and intelligence services. Maria Zakharova, shortly after the British and US embassies publicly said, hey, by the way, guys, maybe just avoid concerts for the next couple of days, 48 hours. Maria Zakharova claimed that no specific intelligence had been communicated. And this was either on the 7th of March or roughly the 8th, because I shared it and because I agreed with her sentiments. If they knew something, why weren't they saying more about it? Why weren't they giving all the details? They were just saying to their own citizens, hey, by the way, stay away from concerts, shortly after Newland's nasty surprises threat. So Russia was on alert. They did know that something was going down. We all did. But it was eerie how specific it was. I do believe that perhaps the Shaman concert was targeted, given that one of the terrorists was photographed on the 7th of March at the Crocus City Centre. And that probably was thwarted by a heavy security presence. However, of course, it seems that security was lacking on this picnic concert. I can tell you today, I've just been to a shopping centre. I'm not stupid enough to bust out my camera, especially being a British citizen wearing combat trousers and military boots. I'm not about to snap security services doing their job. But the police now, 6 or 7 outside the main entrance of the Columbus shopping centre in the south of Moscow, all armed with AK carbines. Don't know the exact model. But all of them are armed because the security guys at the...
This is I. Earl Grey, also called Foreign Agent. He doesn't make videos on YouTube anymore. He moved from UK to St. Petersburg. He used to make videos. He has been in Donetsk, and he made a few videos from Mariupol and Donetsk and Bakhmut, I believe. But his channel got taken down on YouTube.
Crocus one, I don't believe they had firearms. They were just your sort of shopping mall security guys. They went...
I don't think he's on Rumble. He has a Telegram channel, and I look at it, there's nothing there.
They weren't equipped to deal with this sort of threat.
He makes videos like this once a month, and I show it.
So yeah, that's kind of a wrap-up of pretty much sentiment, reaction.
Yes,
the state of
Mike,
play
I can do that.
Here in Russia, no one, as I say, no one's buying this ISIS rubbish. Very easy. It's the West's go-to scapegoat, isn't it? We'll just blame jihadists. Despite, I don't know
you link it, Billy?
Specific beef that Islam or even ISIS may have with Russia. Russia, multicultural country, since the Chechen wars, Islam is quite normal here, tolerated, even respected. I did when I went to Grozny. I loved the mosques there, the self-discipline, self-respect that the Muslims and the Islamic culture promotes. No drinking, no smoking, no layabouts on the streets. There's none of that division, and that's what I think is another aim and target of the West: create division in Russia. Of course, it has been their stated aim and intention from the start. And I can't tell you how refreshing it was to see a government leader praying for the victims. President Putin lighting a candle. They're not ashamed of God, of religion.
Shut up, Sally.
Sharing those prayers. As I said, the billboards, all adverts taken down, a single candle flame being shown in a message of memory and commiseration and sympathy from each city. Very much a war now from the West on Russia. And that's kind of, we've known about the CIA trying to stir up trouble in the former Soviet republics, Kazakhstan being another one. We've smelt Newland's cookies there. So no doubt the West has been shopping around these other places. I'm sure they'd love to drag Georgia into this somehow.
No, Salty.
Stir up the pot and really try and break apart the Russian Federation, it's not going to work in their methods because it all backfires. How pleased do you think US taxpayers are going to be that...
I don't know who that is, 61. Someone else in the chat wrote about it, but I don't know who it is.
Even though Newland herself said 60 billion will go towards asymmetric warfare and allowing Ukraine to, use unconventional means to scale the war.
Yeah, that's very fucking revealing, dude.
It's not a coincidence either that then Sevastopol, Belgorod were heavily targeted by Ukrainian missiles and artillery within, 24 hours, like a follow-up attack. Of course, Russia has launched retaliatory strikes against decision-making centers in Kiev. They absolutely have no choice, do they? They've really got to show a strong response to this. And then also the Western media acknowledging, Britain in particular, fearful that Russia could intensify. So they're admitting that Russia's holding back. It's not actually brought out all the big guns yet. And that leads me to today's report that...
You realize how revealing it is that America publicly admitting a few months before they start that they're going to commit terrorist attacks against Russia. You realize how revealing that is, right?
The first time, I believe, is Zircon missiles have been used. Reportedly,
a Zircon was used, yep.
9.4, 11,600 meters a second, kilometers a second, something insane. Again, forgive me not knowing the details. So we are in for a very bumpy ride, certainly this week, but definitely this year, I suspect. But yeah, I wanted to bring you that little update here from Moscow, and I'll leave it there for now. I've got quite a few interviews, as you can imagine, to do this week, so get on Telegram, t.me/foreign agent intel to keep abreast of all those updates that are...
Jealous of his fucking name? You're jealous of his name, though? It's good he's been exposed, but there's many more who gave him money, power in the first place. He's just a symptom of something larger. He's probably exposed because he didn't do something Uppsala. He didn't do something right, dude. You know what, Uppsala? I think CatCube was talking earlier about something. I noticed something weird. The Skull and Bone Society is also known as Order 322. 3 March 22nd, the date of the Moscow attack. 322 is a significant number for the CIA. The son being arrested in court, the dad. So what do they say here? So according to our information, the last owner of the Renault in which the terrorist tried to escape, his relatives claimed that the man voluntarily went to the police when he started looking for him. I heard about that too, actually. That he went there voluntarily. So these people might have been detained 2 days ago. This is the other son. Three alleged accomplices of the terrorist were taken to the Basmani court. There were fuck his name, dude. 25-year-old Dilova is in the courtroom. He has Russian citizenship. Okay. This guy. Good night, cursed moon. Good night. Thank you for being here. Otikel, I don't know what that link is, dude. Otikel, I have no idea what that link is. Dilova Islamov was arrested for 1 month and 29 days. He'll remain in pre-trial detention center until May 22nd, just like all the others. One of the terrorists, Shamsuddin, involved Dilova in organizing the terrorist attack in early March 2024, as follows from the new investigation materials. Presumably, they were responsible for transport and logistics. The attackers purchased a white Renault. So I think these people were detained together with the others on 2 days ago. This is the other son. Salty, you don't know about these things. I'm well aware, dude. 34-year-old Amikon Islamov will also remain in predetermined center. He is the last today is accused in the case of the terrorist attack. It's known that he worked driver and together with his brother had Russian citizenship. None of them admitted guilt. Okay. The dad. Okay. The investigative committee of the Russian Federation has announced that it's requested the arrest of a number of other defendants, which is these people do. They have determined the roles of a number of other defendants according to the investigation with the aim of committing a terrorist act. Shamsuddin involved Amikon in the organized group no later than January 2024 and Dilawar Islamov no later than March 1st. So January, that's after Victoria Nuland, dude. We know this was arranged that early. Salty, this was not arranged early. God damn it, Salty. God damn it, Salty. Sometimes you're wrong as fuck, dude. Salty, there was something else, dude. It looks like flammable material was installed in the at the place before they broke in, dude. So it burned easy. Yeah, wrong as fuck. Sorry. Always wrong as fuck, dude. Materials on 3 family members involved in the terrorist attack in Kosovo were transferred to the Basbani court. These are fathers Israel and his 2 sons. The Basbani court said that 3 more materials have been received regarding the accused. It's reported that the detained family members, father and 2 brothers in the photo, okay, whatever, dude. Judging by their pages and social network, they live in Tver region. And Dilawar is a fan of MMA. And also OSA Go data. Okay, according to OSA Go data. He's a citizen of Russia. Okay. Hey Sugi, what's up? Yes, definitely mercenaries. King, I don't think they were ISIS or ISIS-K. I don't think so, dude. I think they were meant to look like ISIS. There is a picture of them swearing an oath to ISIS. That picture, they're using the wrong hand to swear allegiance. That allegiance was sworn on the day of the attack. So it was made to look like it's ISIS. That's very fucking revealing. There's literally no evidence to point to that the ISIS other than evidence that is staged. The ISIS taking responsibility was not from official channels. America, without knowing anything, said it's ISIS. In fact, it's only ISIS. It's no one else. The left, yes, exactly. That's right, King. That's right, dude. They use the left hand. You know about this. ISIS, talking about whether it's ISIS or not, are pretty mute because ISIS is just an actor of America at this point. They are essentially a mercenary group that acts on behalf of America, but it's irrelevant. They also didn't behave like they were ready to kill themselves and get martyred. They could have killed way more people if they did that. They did not. They chose to live. They had an escape route planned to Ukraine. There was a safe corridor to Ukraine. So this looks like this was planned by Victoria Nuland, Ukraine, greenlighted by America, intel by the CIA, and it was the beginning of this plan was in January. That's when the earliest planning has been documented right now is happening. That's January. When they surrendered to the police, they were very afraid of death. They did not want to die, dude. They definitely did not want to die. They wanted to survive, and they also spilled the beans pretty desperately. So I'm pretty sure what they said during interrogation, these interrogation videos that everyone has seen, I'm pretty sure what they said was actually the truth. Yes, when we saw the initial videos, I just like, okay, maybe they're lying, shit like that. But now I'm pretty sure they said the fucking truth, dude. The footage of the ISIS attack is pretty fucking bad, dude. The assailants look childish and amateurish, kind of bit foolish. Obviously, the attack is ugly, dude. Very ugly. I'm talking, what looks childish is when the guy walks into the fucking toilet and turns around like a fucking kid, dude. It's all super fucking weird. It's all super fucking weird. And what's also on that footage is the voices are voiced over, and the faces are blurred. ISIS wouldn't do that because they just fucking die anyway. I don't think Mali 2, I don't think I saw that, dude. The beheaded stuff, I don't think I fucking saw that. I saw someone cutting a guy who was already dead, but I don't think the head went off. But I didn't watch the video in that much detail. I didn't want to fucking watch it, if I'm honest with you. I'm convinced ISIS is a CIA so ISIS, that's pretty well known at this point, that ISIS is a group that was invented by America in Iraq or Afghanistan, or whatever the fuck it was, to do the dirty work of America, or to act as a terrorist group to benefit America. So they essentially use ISIS as a mercenary group to do the dirty bidding of America. They also use ISIS to go into areas like Syria and have a presence, and then America can go in and invade Syria under the guise of dealing with terrorism. But when you ask these places, when America goes in and fight terrorism, the terrorism is never fought. It's always gotten worse. So it's pretty well known that both Al-Qaeda and ISIS is a tool of America. That's pretty well known, dude. And Jake Sullivan admitted as much. That's pretty well known. The mention of visiting an MMA club is not accidental. Click like I know, dude. I've seen the Russians. They write about these immigrants being crazed with MMA. I know, Clickling. I've seen the Russians, dude. But so let's imagine, for the sake of argument, let's just imagine that it was ISIS. If it's ISIS, then it's America. But it's not ISIS. America is just saying it's ISIS so they can try and use that as a scapegoat for the public, the Western audience, so it doesn't look like it's Ukraine, because that would have bad look, dude. That's just such a bad look. But obviously Ukraine and America did this. Russia is well aware of this. America is also well aware that Russia is aware. So when America goes out and says, it's only ISIS, they're kind of mocking Russia, dude. Kind of mocking Russia. Putin made a statement. It was pretty brazen, dude. He said the terrorist attack on Kosovo was committed by the hands of radical Islamists. The United States is trying to convince everyone through various channels that the banned ISIS was involved in the terrorist attack. But there's supposedly no key trace in what happened. Okay. We know whose hands the terrorist act. The Moscow region was committed. The customer is interested. The terrorist attack in Kosovo is linked to a whole series of attempts by those who have been fighting Russia since 2014 at the hands of the neo-Nazi Kiev regime. We need to answer the question why the terrorist tries to go to Ukraine after committing a crime, and who was waiting for them there. The terrorist attack on Kosovo fits quite logically into the intimidation campaign carried out by Kiev. Yes, it does, dude. Yes, it does. And obviously, Ukraine has a history of doing terrorist attack inside Russia. The St. Petersburg cafe and shit like that, dude. It's so dumb. That the smoke alarm was turned off shortly before the attack. I don't think so, Silla. I think so. But I haven't seen these reports myself. I know there is a lot of Western conspiracies around the situation, such as Russia allowed it to happen, and the counter-terrorist unit was like 5 minutes away. I haven't seen any of these reports on the Russian network, so that's why I'm just fucking ignoring it, honestly. I don't give a shit about the Western conspiracies. if I wanna look at conspiracies, honestly, I wanna look at it. But then I wanna look at the Russian ones. They have them, and they are way more viable. But I haven't seen anyone reporting about the smoke alarms. Click look. Maybe I missed it because half of what I look at is in Russian, and I don't decide to translate all of it. So it's very easy for me to fucking miss it. Click look. Have you seen anything about that the smoke alarms were turned off? But you know what we have seen? There is a guy who has experience who said that it looks like people had prepared for the attack by having flammable material in the building. This could be the same terrorist. Remember that one of the terrorists, they went there on March 7th, which is the same day as John Kirby and the US Embassy put out their warning. No, this is just curious. If the smoke alarm is disabled, then maybe the fucking, what's it called? The water thing, salty. Maybe they don't work. Maybe the fire alarm is not calling the firefighters automatically. Shit like that, dude. There's an automatic system that doesn't get triggered. The hydrants, I don't know what they're called, dude. Sprinklers, cat cube. Because I'm surprised that the mall burned down because of a few Molotov cocktails, right? That's very surprising. But I don't know, maybe they had like 10 of them. We don't really know that. I just saw a few. Maybe they have, because all of them had bags, dude. And maybe they had like 10 Molotov cocktails. And sure, maybe that theater, the concert hall, maybe that burns fucking easy. It's fucking fabric and shit. Yeah, people are more outraged the Russian cutting the ears off. And that's just, they're doing that because they want to smear the Russians as much as possible. They are artificially outraged, dude. Yeah, you also have Americans saying, yeah, that's fine, fucking do it. Instead of giving them like food and good place. And there was a good point as well. I'm not sure if it was Tom's or Furnace. There was a guy in the chat that said, if you give them proper treatment, how likely is it that they will give you information? And what is necessary right now is information. We also saw them using the Russians using a battery and charging their balls with the battery, and that happened that same day, that maybe the day after. But it was they got caught 11 o'clock at night, right? And then they literally got interrogated on the spot. And what was surprising is that interrogation video was published to the entire world to see. That was very surprising, dude. Normally all this is very closed doors. But I think a lot of people, they wanted retribution. That's why they published all this. So, but then the following morning, you can see that they also continued interrogation. And they used that thing with the electricity on the balls. There's even an audio of it. I'm not gonna... Can we find that somewhere? I'm a bit nervous too. Remember this? I was thinking more of a West collaborators, not so much of Russia was involved. Okay, I see what you mean, but I would still expect that information to be on the network. Let me see what you can find, Upsilon. I'm curious though. But the thing about it is, the man who owns the mall is a Russian. And he's gonna get fucked, dude. He's gonna get fucked. Yes, it is, hippie. You ready, boys? Hey, Kirill, what's up? That's very bad, dude. I do feel fucking bad when I hear that, dude. But then you look at the body cam video and just like, ah, shit. Privet, Kirill. Ex-employees of one of the bastards says he speaks good Russian. I think there's only one that doesn't really speak Russian. I think the others speak Russian. And there's one of them who worked as a barber. He worked as a fucking barber in Russia. He probably had been for a while. And all 4 of them had been in Turkey for training missions. And some of them was in Russia on January, where planning started, same time as Victoria Nuland. And another one arrived March 4th. Another one, as I said, went to that exact same mall March 7th, the same date as the US Embassy released the warning. Welcome back, Big Bad Boom. So I'm pretty certain that ISIS didn't do this. It was meant to look like ISIS as a scapegoat for the West. Russia is well aware it's not ISIS. But for the public, it was meant to make it look like ISIS. And the reason for this is also laid out in a political article that talks about psychological warfare in Russia. And it talks about using minority groups inside Russia to instill conflict and make it look like Putin is unstable. So this obviously doesn't work for anyone inside Russia. It's just going to unite them, but it's not intended to. It's just going to intend to be a Western PR victory. Information attack. Yeah, Sean. And then I noticed that you got a lot of people on Twitch. They are still entertaining that ISIS bullshit, and it's infuriating, dude, because it's so fucking dumb. Because even if it's true, they don't realize it, dude. I don't know. I think ISIS was created accidentally. It's just like I remember Kairos who was saying that maybe ISIS was created by America. Maybe they did it by accident. He just made stuff up, dude. Just made stuff up. I fucking can't deal with people just blabbing, dude. The most talkative of the terrorists, 25-year-old Faduni Shamsidin, was registered in the village of Tilkovo near Moscow. He lived there as well, probably with his wife and children. After the terrorist attack in Kokos, searches were carried out in his home. We saw this the other day, but we're gonna watch it again, dude. This is one of the homes. This guy had a wife and a kid. But it looks like the wife and the kid are completely gone. Yeah, Hamdi, but what's more infuriating is that they pretend like they know. They don't say, I don't know. They make up an opinion here and there, and then that's it. And no one else is correct, dude. I've noticed that his chat said, no, you're wrong about ISIS. Just like, no. And he even went out of his way to make it seem like America didn't invent ISIS. He said, maybe they did it by accident. What are you talking about, dude? Why would you say that? Is that based on information? I don't think ISIS, official channels from ISIS didn't claim it. But I think there was an official ISIS channel that released a video combat. That was done later, dude. That was done later. But obviously, that's organized via America, considering ISIS is America. Is that proven that they had training in camp in Istanbul? So I'm gonna go with yes. Because the FSB said that there was training camp in Istanbul, and all 4 of them went there. There's pictures of Instagram there. These could be fake. But the FSB and the Turkish security forces went to that camp and took it down and arrested 40 people, which I showed earlier. Combat, I don't need that. That's just like you can't get America to agree that there's Nazis in Ukraine. And even when they see videos of Nazis in Ukraine, they're just like, yes, but there's also Nazis in Canada. So I don't care, dude. Yeah, when we say America created ISIS, what we mean is CIA. But Jake Sullivan publicly admitted that. Not publicly. He admitted that in an email that was exposed. I don't care if there's Nazis in Canada. They're not killing Russians. America funded extremist madrasas during their war in Afghanistan and Iraq to bolster opposition to the government of those countries. Yeah, it's very normal, dude. America, they fund opposition groups in Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq to attack the government and do dirty work. They are paid mercenaries. America do this. ISIS, Al-Qaeda is one of these groups, of two of these groups. Sorry. It's normal. And Combat, I already gave you links earlier. Did you note these links? I know Combat is one of these people who doesn't believe that ISIS is against America, or is with America. But it's funny, right? Because ISIS is always attacking the enemies of America. And Combat admitted that. And he hasn't addressed that point yet. It's on the CIA budget. The enemy of America is Russia. That means ISIS is fighting Russia. Yeah, it's just coincidence. It's just coincidence that ISIS is fighting the enemy of America. And remember, the enemy of America is Muslims. Don't you find that weird, Combat? Don't you find that weird, dude? That ISIS is attacking Muslims. Syria. Why would ISIS do that, dude? They should be with Syria against America, but that's not happening. Why is that, dude? Why? Inconsistencies in statements by American officials. The Islamic State does not threaten American soil, the White House said today. And on March 22nd, the head of the US Army Central Command stated that the Islamic State in Afghanistan has the desire and ability to attack America within 6 months without a warning. The collective enemy of Muslims is America. That's why a lot of them has it in their slogan, in their flags, and shit like that. So what it says about this dad who was caught today, the case of the elder will also be considered a closed session. So there won't be any representative of the media in the hearing. Hey Kiwi, what's up? This guy, supposedly he's suspected of being involved in organizing the terrorist attack. There it is. Okay. This is a French journalist. When you hear Mr. Zelensky's explanation that Russian special services did it, it's very stupid. And then when he claims that Ukraine has never resorted to terrorism, he makes a mockery of the world. Because even without talking about Nord Stream, we are waiting for the official truth about the car bomb murder of the intellectual Dugin near Moscow, or rather his daughter, who was killed when she started the car. Then there's the murder of anti-Ukrainian military blogger Vladimir Tatarsky, and with the attack on the cafe in St. Petersburg. These are attacks that were claimed by the Ukrainian Secret Service. What's that, Smaggis? Didn't, after it happened, they said they had no idea what? You got member of the Israeli Knesset. It is impossible to let a terrorist organization continue shooting and attacking us, no matter what price we charge them. It's time to show Nasrallah that we are turning Lebanon into Gaza.
אני חושב שכבר הקו האדום גם של שר הביטחון עצמו כבר חלף מזמן, כבר עברנו אותו, צריך כבר לפתור את הבעיה הזו בצפון, לא ייתכן ש...
How much money has the US military industrial complex made by inflating the prices of weapons sent to Ukraine? A Javelin was 40k before the war in Ukraine. When the Ukraine war started, it was 400,000, dude. That's how insane the American MIC is.
Hey everyone, it's Nika, Sputnik's AI correspondent. Let me start off by saying I've crunched up some jaw-dropping numbers for you today. Ha! I bet that got your attention.
TV, Combat doesn't know what's going on, dude. And you got everyone on Twitch doesn't understand what ISIS is. So they are entertaining the idea that ISIS did this in Moscow. And so Kiwi, you got like 90% of the world around us. They don't know what's happening, dude.
Today, we're going to talk about how U.S. defense contractors are lining their pockets while sending weapons to Ukraine. Yes, those same weapons that the Russian military is turning into scrap metal. You probably know that more military aid for Kiev has been a tough sell of late. President Biden's $60 billion package for Ukraine is still stuck in Congress, right? Well, hoping to get reelected, Biden has a new gig. He's now pitching that money for Ukraine actually stays in the U.S. You might ask, how is that possible? Simple. It's all about out with the old and in with the new. Washington sends Kiev whatever weapons are dusting in its stockpiles, and then Ukraine aid funds help replenish U.S. stores with new equipment. The proxy war in Ukraine has been a bonanza for weapons makers. Just look at how U.S. defense stocks are thriving. All these weapons giants, Raytheon, Lockheed, BAE Systems, General Dynamics, have jacked up prices. Time to look at some numbers, okay?
This is not about money, smackers. It's about control. What this is about separating Europe from Russia and preparing for multipolarity and having Europe on the side of the West. That was the main goal of all this.
A Stinger surface-to-air missile cost $25,000 in 1991.
This AI.
It was a mind-boggling $400,000 by last year. A Javelin anti-tank guided missile was priced at $126,000 for the launcher and $78,000 per missile in 2002. By 2021, the launcher cost $249,700, and a missile was all of $216,717. An M777 155mm towed howitzer price was jacked up from $3.73 million in 2017 to $4 million by last year. M142 HIMARS rocket artillery cost $3.5 million in 2014, but you needed to fork out $4.3 million for it in 2022. A Switchblade 300 loitering munition was $45,000 apiece in 2018. But had skyrocketed to $56,063 plus $30,000 in fielding costs by 2023. A Bradley fighting vehicle was priced at $1.84 million in 2016, but was already a mammoth. An M1 Abrams tank that fetched $4.3 million in 1989 became worth $10.66 million in 2023.
Wow.
An Oshkosh M-ATV mine-resistant ambush protected armored vehicle sold for $385,000 in 2017, but it was going for $470,000 in 2023. A Patriot missile system would set someone back $225 million per battery in 2003 and $2 million per missile. It was going for a whopping $1.09 billion per battery in 2022, with missiles valued at $4.1 million each. Even Ukraine proxy war fan Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders has shredded U.S. defense contractors lately, accusing them of price gouging. Such war profiteering shows the deep rot in the U.S. defense establishment. Michael Maloof, ex-senior security policy analyst at the Pentagon, told Sputnik, "Endless wars driven by Washington's neocons don't benefit anyone but the military contractors," Maloof said. But hey, look at what's been happening to the pricey weapons that NATO sends to Ukraine. Not even a month after the first U.S.-made Patriot missile system reached the battle zone, the Russian military made quick work of it. As for tanks, British Challenger 2S started to get knocked out right after they were thrown into the mix. It didn't take long for NATO's top main battle tank, the M1 Abrams, to join the list. So whatever else NATO plans to send to fuel the proxy war, Russia will smash or capture much of it on the battlefield. Can't wait to hear what you think of this exciting stuff. Let me know.
Maddie, this video is too big to upload anywhere. This video is too big, Maddie. But maybe I can find... Maybe it's on the web somewhere. Nope. Sputnik. It's from Sputnik. That's all I got, dude. No. If you really want it, Maddie, you're gonna have to join my Telegram, which obviously you can do. Go see if you can jump in the Wick Goof panel. How do I join in, dude? Are they online now? I don't know. Who's organizing? All of them are fucked. There's the guy with the wife beater. I don't have patience for that, dude. It's fucking 12 o'clock. It's fucking 12 o'clock, dude. These guys are fucked. I would love to be part of it, Turbo, but it's 12 o'clock, dude. I'm preparing for bed. And everything's fucked. It was just to get some fucking viewers, more viewers. So steal their audience, dude. What is fucked? Time is fucked, Hippie. Time is fucked, dude. What are you doing up so late, Hippie? Don't you got work tomorrow? I was wrong. It was the metal detectors, but it could also be a coincidence. Negligence. Before they attacked the entrance of the Cook City Hall, the frame of the metal detectors did not work, and the guards did not check the bags from the building. So that doesn't actually matter. I'm not sure if that could matter, but let me explain what happened. The terrorists arrived in the car. They get out of the car, 4 of them. The 5th stays where he is. I'm not sure what he does. 4 of them, 3 of them have automatic machine guns. They started shooting people outside the mall. Then they walk in. So at this point, the guards are dead. And at this point, the metal detectors don't matter. At this point, the metal detectors do not matter. But if the metal detectors were disabled, and that's was done without it should have been done, maybe they thought, Upsilla, that the people who were going to do this just wanted to smuggle the weapons in and start shooting inside. So it could still be relevant. Do you see what I mean? It could still be that the guy doing this is part of something. They have caught the people responsible. I'm working home office tomorrow. Me too, Hippie. They caught all 4 of the shooters. That's the most important thing. They caught all 5 of them. And I haven't seen the 5th one, though. The 5th is a weird one. So they can get information and figure out as much as possible. But like I said, Upsilla, it's still very possible that it has relevance. Yes, they fucking do. But Turbo, not always, dude. I got skinny working from home by going to the gym every morning. They have found anyone, just anyone who was a part of it at this point in time. I got a bunch of shit here. I don't want to go through Telegram now, dude. There's like, how many? There's like a few hundred updates, and I don't want to go through them. I want to wait with that. How long till they start talking? So they started talking straight away 2 days ago. When they were caught, they started talking. And I saw the interrogation. And from what I can tell, the interrogation looks sincere, dude. I'm sure Salty will be like, nah, they're grifting. But the interrogation, they look afraid. They don't want to die. They look sincere. They look like they're telling the truth. And when they did surrender, they did not want to die. They didn't go out shooting. Turbo, you need to get me on these panels, dude, but I don't know these people. And if I do, they fucking hate me, dude. I would like fucking hate it because my stance with Russia. And like you said, these are like leftists begging for war, dude. No, they haven't said who. They said someone who called a preacher paid them. And it was they were taking lessons. And someone with a guy called Preacher and his assistant got in touch with them. That's very blurry for me, and it doesn't make too much sense. I'm assuming that the FSB will have way more sensible information at this point that we don't fucking know about. But they will get that information. If you haven't seen, I can see if I can find like a bit of the interrogation. Remember this, by the way. So this is interrogation of one of them.
В аэропорту дали? Да. А насколько дали время?
He doesn't say anything that's relevant, dude. But that part is the least, and that's the least one we want to look at. The other interrogated ones look way more believable. Some.
Мне написали.
А почему они именно тебе написали?
Не знаю, я слушал там уроки.
Ну как так? Тебе взяли, предложили просто так убивать людей? Просто так не предлагают никому убивать людей.
He obviously wanna survive. There's a better video with his interrogation with subtitles. I'm not sure where it is, dude. Not sure where it is. I'm just scrolling through really fast. So here's another one.
4 марта? Да.
Что в Турции делал?
Там ради документов закончился здесь граница Персика.
Да, еще раз давай фамилию, имя, отчество.
Фаридун
Some brands of ISIS.
1998 году.
900, молодец. Так, в Крокусе что делал вчера?
В Крокусе застрелили.
Что делал в Крокусе?
Застрелил.
Что? Застрелил?
Да.
Кого?
Почему наказание? Людей.
Зачем?
Поставьте, пожалуйста, его. За деньги.
За деньги?
Да.
За сколько денег?
Где-то 500 000.
500 000 чего?
500 000.
They did not want to die. I got video of one of them being found in the tree, dude. But it's hard finding.
От кого получал?
Еще не получал, половину получал.
Где получал?
По карту.
На карту переводил?
Да.
Где карта?
Карта бросали за все одежды, не успели влезть, да.
Где оружие брали?
Оружие они сам доставили.
Кто они?
Не знаю, по телеграмм написали без имя, без фамилии, без ничего.
А как тебя нашли? Ты сам их искал или они тебя нашли?
Нет, они мне написали.
А почему они именно тебе написали?
So, this is what makes the least sense to me. The thing with the lessons, I listen to lessons, and the thing with the preacher, it makes no sense to me. Like I told you about, the Ukrainian embassy in Tajikistan most likely recruited these folks.
Не знаю, я слушал там уроки.
No, it's not. This is not the guy who lost the ear.
Как так? Тебе взяли, предложили просто так убивать людей?
The guy who lost the ear is the one who did the stabbing bullshit. ISIS-K is a branch of ISIS, maybe.
Просто так не предлагают никому убивать людей.
Нет, я телеграмме.
I think they are transparent in the initial one. I suspect there's going to be a bit more close information now. So these terrorists has been interrogated for 2 days now, and we haven't really heard them that much more. He's afraid, and I can understand that. I think he's afraid. It could also be like a nervous breakdown. It could be the drugs, if he is on drugs, which we don't know.
Проповедника слушал? Да. И он на тебе написал?
Его помощник мне написал.
Как помощника зовут?
Не знаю, без имя, без фамилии, без ничего мне написал, только...
Когда он тебе написал?
Он где-то месяц назад.
Что написал конкретно?
So the attack was planned out. We know the earliest date we have from the planning of the attack is January.
Он написал, короче, где-то $1 million.
And we also noticed that so the clothing that these people are wearing is from the beginning of the footage where they swear allegiance or swear an oath to ISIS. They're wearing this clothes. They go into do the attack. They get they send the body cam footage to their customer. They got caught on their way to Ukraine in Bryansk, still wearing the same clothes. When they enter into the court the day after, that's a Saturday, they're still wearing this clothing.
Что он, с чего начал, что он тебе говорил, что надо сделать, с чего начался разговор?
Просто поздоровался сначала, потом мне предлагал.
I think they got instructions to do certain things, Hamdi. I don't think they were being told, do like ISIS. I think they were being instructed to say and do certain things that reflected a bit like ISIS. And one of them is the swearing allegiance to ISIS, where they used the wrong hand.
Я согласился.
Что предлагал?
Деньги предлагал.
Деньги предлагал? За что предлагал?
За деньги предлагал, что такие дела сделал.
Какие дела?
Foo Fighter, I'm one of these people that believe that the environment and external factors means a lot, dude.
Конкретно что он тебе сказал?
Такие убийства.
Что, кого убить?
Воду на место все они скинули.
Они сказали конкретно, кого убивать?
Людей.
Каких?
Без разницы, короче, там зайдет, сказал.
I think so too, Turbo. I think these would have been sacrificed or something. I don't think it doesn't matter if they were killed. They would have disappeared in one way or another. They might have had information, but I'm not even sure about that, Turbo, because I just don't think that they had that much information, dude. They were being paid by Telegram. They got their weapons in caches in the ground. They didn't really meet that many people. They met like maybe one guy or something. Everything was done by remote. There's a Telegram channel. There's no names. The only thing we got is that lessons and the preacher. That's very revealing. But that could be someone in Afghanistan. We fucking read about that, dude. There's like this radical guy in Afghanistan who arranges all this. That could be the preacher, someone who's untouchable or just remote or goes by a synonym or something bullshit like that.
Заходите убивать?
So there's another one with the fucking where he climbs down the tree. Since we are checking this footage, I kind of want to show it to you. There was some footage that was shown recently of the guy being caught in the tree. And now I want to show you. So we also got this interview, but I'll just...
В аэропорту дали? Да. А насколько дали времени? Как он оформился? Как трудовой или как туристическое?
There's just nothing here. I don't think that's it, Foo Fighter. I think it's more like they didn't have the right family circumstances. It might be that it was like they didn't have food, they didn't have a good house, but I think that's more like they didn't really have a family that loved them and shit like that. I think how the parents treat them is paramount. I don't think they need a car, they don't need a Mercedes, Foo Fighter, to be happy, dude. I don't think that's it, dude. So, I think it's more how the parent is treating them, how they grow up, what kind of radical bullshit they are being taught, dude. So this is the photo that was filmed in the mall on March 7th. The day when the US Embassy. Yes, but that's a lot of money in some places, dude. In Tajikistan, that could be a lot of fucking money, which is why it makes sense. So I initially heard when we heard about that $5,000, it's like, shit, that does make too much sense, dude. Maybe they just prepared a lie. But it's just like, the more I think about it, the more I believe it, dude. I definitely believe it more now than I did beginning. And when you look at the interrogation, he looks like he's telling the fucking truth, dude. He really looks like he's telling the truth. It could be that I don't think he's like super fucking trained liar, shit like that. This is the one, I think, who lost his ear. He got caught in a tree. I'm trying to find the fucking video. So this is the one where they're using where they swear an oath to ISIS. And people said, yeah, they could just be in a mirror, but then they would have to write, then that flag would be upside down. So that doesn't make any fucking sense. They used the wrong hand, without a doubt. They used the wrong hand. So this is just cringe, dude. Fucking cringe. Analyze the real action of ISIS in Europe. These are either terrorists whose death bombs were blown up remotely, so there was no possibility that they would not carry out the terrorist attack, or the capture of a large number of hostages, long bargaining and execution on camera. Yes, it's so different, dude. It's so different. So there's so many things that doesn't make it seem like a fucking terror attack. I feel like it makes no sense to entertain the idea, dude. But nevertheless, you got so many people doing it, which is just annoying. I feel like it just shows the state of affairs of people doing online politics, commentating, dude. I'm not like a fucking expert, but this is so easy information. Hey Rangers, what's up, dude? It is ISIS, the flag, but they're using the wrong hand. Something you should know, Rangers. Where's the fucking thing, dude? Where's the thing with the tree? I don't feel like it takes that much effort to find out who ISIS and Al-Qaeda is. Essentially, at some point, you get like this click and you just know, okay, America. It's fucking America. It's always America, dude. You don't need to know anything. Kosovo, Libya, Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, Yemen, just America. You don't need to know the details, dude. You don't need to know. You just fucking know it's America. There it is. Andre, I agree, dude. Andre, I agree. This was planned and other people were involved. ISIS was a scapegoat. These were disposable mercenaries, Andre. Yes. But with the hand, they used the hand that is haram or whatever it is. And they're using the hand of defecation hand, and that's not the one you swear an allegiance with. Or oath. So this is when the terrorists, remember they threw away their weapons. So they literally could not go out in a blaze of glory. He climbed a tree. I suppose these people had dogs, dude, so you can't really escape them, dude. I think this is one of the people who loses the fucking ear. Well, I'm not certain, dude. What I would like to know is where are the cards with some of the money they got on them? Can't they transfer them? So what I think they had was they had like this anonymous credit card shell where you could deposit money into the card. Some people were criticizing that they were using a card that could only be used in Russia. I'm not sure if that's the case. You could use that card everywhere, including in Turkey. You can use it wherever there's Mir. And you could just give that card to someone else and they could go to Russia and use it. There's a ton of possibilities, dude. And these people doesn't look like the smartest people. These people don't look like the smartest one, dude. So they could just give the card to someone else and someone else could go and withdraw for them or whatever. So there's this criticism that why I take the card to Ukraine. Yeah, but trace what? You don't just go out and trace a card. I mean, what are you gonna trace? You would need to know who sent the money and which transaction it is. You can trace a transaction, but in order for you to do that, you need to know who sent it. And you don't know that before you get these guys. That's one of the last things you know. So if I want to trace the transaction, I need to know who sent it, right? That's the perpetrator who did the order. That's the last information you reveal. So that's something that's very tough to highlight. In fact, you would get the perpetrators first. The receiver of the money at that point is useless. You don't need to trace the card. You see what I mean? You need something to trace, boys. You can't just trace something. Just suppose you wanted to trace my phone number. Go ahead. Trace it. I think the card is like a one-off, like a pay-to-go card or something like that, Svenki. I'm not exactly sure, though. No, I don't think they did that. It's solid money, it doesn't matter. And I also don't think they could do that, Boomer. Then they transferred the money to a card that they were in possession of. So I don't think they could drain the card. I suspect that the FSB is looking for them dropping the weapons and the card and all that bullshit, because they said they dropped it on the way. So I'm hoping that the FSB is gonna find that though. Yeah, they wouldn't give a shit about that. The only reason they would give a shit is to remove any evidence. And by draining it, you're leaving more evidence. If they have the camera the terrorists used to take the picture in the mall, they can trace the metadata from pictures taken with the camera. And if you sure can find the place where they were at. No. So if you take a camera recording, there might be some metadata on the fucking file on the camera as such. And the metadata says date, maybe awful, something like that, right? So if I have a camera, I'm buying a camera now. And when I set up the camera from the first time, it asks me, what is your name? And I put in the name, and that might be part of the metadata. So you take that file, right? You upload it to Instagram or Twitter or Telegram. The metadata usually gets destroyed in that process, because there's like a conversion from the raw source file to a presentable file that Telegram or Twitter can use. And at that point, the metadata is gone. And even though if the metadata isn't gone, what are you going to do with it to trace it? You have a camera at home, Hippie. You give me the metadata of one of your video files. What do I do to trace it? I can't trace metadata and find your location. No, you can't do something like that. You can trace a phone number that is active. You can triangulate it. You can do that. But you need to know the phone number to trace. That's possible. Yep. That's possible. You can't just do weird shit with metadata and find a camera somewhere on place too. No, you might be able to identify certain aspects of the picture by metadata, but you can't do GPS tracing. That's impossible. So let's suppose we have two cameras and we take two recordings. I record something with one camera and I record the same thing with camera B. You might be able to inspect the footage and find out which camera did the recording. But that doesn't mean you can trace where the camera is or where the file is or something like that. That's where you need. So camera doesn't leave a trace on the earth. There's no GPS in the camera. The only reason why you can trace a mobile phone is because it sends a signal back and forward to the antenna, and you used triangulation with 3 antennas to find the somewhat distance of the person. Or if he has a service that is using GPS, such as Tinder or Facebook, and you have access to that service, you to call them, says, give me the GPS coordinates. That's possible. But you don't just, a camera doesn't have GPS codes or shit like that. No? If you have the camera, you can find the location of the image taken by the camera. So an image, you can geolocate an image, yes, but that has nothing to do with the camera. For instance, this picture that's on the screen right now, that can be geolocated, but for the sake of imagination, let's say it could, then what? I don't get your point. We don't need to geolocate the mall. I mean, we know where the mall is, maybe. Geolocation is just finding markings or buildings that is recognizable, so you know where it is. And then you can geolocate where it is on the map, but we don't need that with the mall. We know where the mall is, and serves no purpose to know its location. Though. And like I told you, your camera doesn't have a GPS. Your camera doesn't emit a signal telling you where it is. For now. Your phone has built-in metadata where it applies, but that's not, it doesn't do that to the raw file. What you do, if you with a phone, right? You go with your phone and you take a picture and you upload that picture to Facebook. Facebook would tag that upload with the location. So I'm now at that location and this is the picture where it was. That's not the metadata on the actual file. It's when you upload the picture into Facebook, you will attach data to the upload. It's like you would on Twitter or something. That's a bit different. That's very different. It's a feature of Facebook and that it uses the GPS on the phone. The file normally doesn't have geolocation data. That's not common metadata though. But the feature on Facebook would have built-in geolocation feature on the upload functionality. Nothing to do with the file or shit like that. That's very different. So Facebook would say this picture was uploaded in Norway, this and that on that time. But that's not really attached to the file. It's a feature that the Facebook app does. Any camera that can import metadata on the picture, you can find other uploaded pictures and the exact same camera date. This means pictures uploaded to the internet that are taken with the specific camera. I'm not sure what you mean, maybe. What do you mean, though? We don't need to geolocate the Hokus City Mall. We know where it is. I don't know what it is you want to geolocate, dude. I don't know. We won't be able to... this is going to be too late, dude. I'm going to save this one. Ubits. Fuck off, dude. Brains.